The form seems to be something enduring, and therefore valuable, but the form is merely something of our own invention, and however often the same form is attained, it does not signify that it is the same form. On the contrary, something new always appears, and it is we alone who, comparing this new thing with the old and finding them alike, consider them the same form. As if a type had to be reached and you might say was implicitly intended by the formative processes. Form, species, law, idea, purpose, all these concepts suffer from the same defect, namely that of bestowing a false realism on a piece of fiction, as if events were in any way obedient to them. An artificial distinction is here made between that which acts and the object of this action, but both of these things are only presupposed by us out of obedience to our metaphysico-logical dogma, they are not facts. We should not interpret this compulsion to imagine concepts, species, forms, purposes and laws, a world of identical cases, as if we were able to determine anything about the world of truth, but as a compulsion to arrange for ourselves a world in which we can exist. We thereby create a world which is predictable, simplified, comprehensible, etc. for us. This very same compulsion is expressed in the functions of the senses, which support the understanding, through simplification, exaggeration, emphasis, and invention, processes upon which all recognition, all ability to make oneself understood, rests. Our needs have made our senses so specific in operation that the same apparent world always returns, and has thus acquired the semblance of reality. Our subjective compulsion to believe in logic indicates merely that long before we became conscious of logic itself, we did nothing but introduce its postulates into events. Now we find them in events, we can no longer help it, and now we would like to believe that this compulsion is a guarantee of truth. It was we who created the thing, the self-same thing, the subject, the predicate, the action, the object, the substance and the form, after we had carried the process of assimilating, approximating, and simplifying as far as possible. The world seems logical to us, because we have already made it logical. 522. Ultimate solution. We believe in reason. This is, however, the philosophy of pallid concepts. Language is built according to the most naive prejudices. Now we read discord and problems into things, because we are able to think only in the form of language. We also believe in the eternal truth of reason, e.g. subject, predicate, etc. We cannot even think if we refuse to do so subject to linguistic constraints. The most we can do is to doubt whether the boundary here really is a boundary. Rational thought is an interpretation according to a scheme which we cannot discard. 6. Consciousness. 523. Nothing is more erroneous than the opinion that mental and physical phenomena are two faces, two manifestations, of the same substance. 5. This explains nothing. The concept substance is utterly useless as an explanation. Consciousness plays an altogether secondary role. It is almost inert and superfluous, and is perhaps destined to disappear in order to make room for perfect automatism. When we observe inner phenomena, we resemble the deaf and dumb who, through the art of lip reading, guess at the words they cannot hear. We infer from the presentations of the inner sense apparent and other phenomena, what is called the nerve current, which we would perceive if our means of observation were adequate. This inner world is one for which no sensitive organs are available to us, so that we experience a thousand-fold complexity nonetheless as a unity, so that we invent a causality where the underlying basis of motion and change remains invisible to us. The succession of thoughts, of feelings, is only the manifestation of this basis in consciousness. It is completely implausible to think that the sequence has anything to do with a causal nexus. Consciousness never provides us with an example of cause and effect. 524. The part played by consciousness. It is essential not to misunderstand the part played by consciousness. It is our relationship to the outer world which developed it. By contrast, administrative activity, whether with respect to the supervision or the guidance of the interplay of bodily functions, does not enter into consciousness, any more than the intellect's stockpiling of information does. Doubtless there is a supreme authority for these purposes, some sort of steering committee in which the various principal desires make their voices heard and influence felt. Pleasure, pain, these are but a suggestion of what occurs in this sphere. Likewise for volitions, likewise for ideas. In summa, that which becomes conscious is subject to causal relations which are entirely concealed from us. The succession of thoughts, feelings, and ideas in consciousness says nothing as to whether the sequence is a causal one, although it gives every appearance of being so. And it is on this appearance that we have based our whole conception of intellect, reason, logic, etc. None of which exist, they are invented syntheses and unities. And then projected them again into things, behind things. Usually we regard consciousness itself as the general sensorium and supreme authority, whereas it is only a means of communication. It was developed by our commerce with the world, and with a view to the interests of such commerce. Commerce being understood here as the various influences of the outer world and the resulting necessary responses on our part, as well as our effects on it. It is not what controls us, but an organ of what controls us. 525. My principle, condensed into a formula that smacks of antiquity, Christianity, scholasticism, and other musty things, is this: in the concept, God is spirit, God as perfection is merely imagined. 526. Wherever a certain unity in a grouping has been observed, the cause of this coordination has always been assumed to be the mind, an assumption for which there is no foundation. Why should the idea of a complex fact be one of the conditions of this fact? Or why must the representation of a complex fact precede it? We must be careful not to explain the fact that something serves a purpose by invoking the mind as a cause. There is no reason to ascribe the characteristic of organizing and systematizing to the mind alone. The domain of the nervous system is much more extensive than that of consciousness. Consciousness is ancillary. In the overall process of adaptation and systematization, it plays no role. 527. Physiologists, like philosophers, believe that consciousness increases in value in proportion as it gains in lucidity. The most lucid consciousness and the most logical and dispassionate thought are of the first order. However, according to what standard is this value determined? The most superficial, most simplistic thinking is, in regard to spontaneity of action, the most useful, because it leaves few motives, it could therefore, etc. N.B. Precision of action is at odds with provident and cautious forethought, the latter is preceded by the deeper instinct. 528. The chief error of psychologists, they regard the more indistinct idea as inferior in nature to the clear, but that which keeps itself remote from our consciousness and which is thus obscure, may on that very account be quite clear in itself. The fact that a thing becomes obscure is a question of the perspective of consciousness. The thing which is obscure is a result of the perspective of consciousness, and need not be something inherently obscure. 529. Science versus philosophy. The huge mistakes. 1. The absurd overestimation of consciousness, which made a unity out of it, made a being, an intellect, a soul, something that feels, thinks, and wills. 2. The intellect regarded as a cause, especially where purpose, system, and coordination appear. 3. Consciousness regarded as the highest attainable form, as the supreme kind of being, as God. 4. The will introduced wherever there is an effect. 5. The world of truth regarded as the intelligible world, accessible by means of the facts of consciousness. 6. Absolute knowledge regarded as a capacity of consciousness, wherever there is knowledge at all. Consequences. Every step forwards consists in becoming progressively more conscious, every step backwards consists in becoming unconscious. We approach reality, approach true being, through dialectics, we get further away from it through instincts, senses. To reduce man to his intellect would mean to make him into a god, for intellect, will, goodness are all one. Everything good must have its origin in the intellect, must be a fact of consciousness. Every step towards improvement can only be a step forwards in becoming conscious. Becoming unconscious is regarded as an enslavement to the passions and senses, as a form of animalization. 7. Judgment. True, false. 530. Kant's theological prejudice, his unconscious dogmatism, his moral outlook, ruled, guided and directed him. The pyro tau omicron nu psi epsilon delta omicron 6. How is the fact of knowledge possible? Is knowledge a fact at all? What is knowledge? If we do not know what knowledge is, we cannot possibly reply to the question of whether there is such a thing as knowledge. Very good. But if I do not already know whether there is, or can be, such a thing as knowledge, I cannot reasonably ask the question, what is knowledge? Kant believed in the fact of knowledge. What he wanted is something naive, knowledge of knowledge. Knowledge is judgment. But judgment is a belief that something is such, and not knowledge. All knowledge consists in synthetic judgments, a necessary and universally valid connecting of diverse representations, which have the character of universality. The fact is so in all cases, and not otherwise, which have the character of necessity. The contrary of the assertion can never occur. The legitimacy of a belief in knowledge is always taken for granted, as is also the legitimacy of the feelings which conscience dictates. Here moral ontology is the dominant prejudice. The conclusions, therefore, are: 1. There are assertions which we hold to be universally valid and necessary. 2. This character of necessity and universal validity cannot spring from experience. 3. Consequently it must base itself upon no experience at all, but upon something else and must be derived from another source of knowledge. Kant concludes: 1. That there are some assertions which are valid only under certain conditions. 2. One such condition is that it does not spring from experience, it springs from pure reason. Thus his question is, whence do we derive our reasons for believing in the truth of such assertions? No, whence has he his judgments? But the origin of a belief, of a strong conviction, is a psychological question, and a very narrow range of experience frequently brings about such a belief. He already presupposes that there are not only data a posteriori but also data a priori, that is to say, prior to experience. Necessity and universality can never be given by experience. Is it therefore quite clear that they arise in us without experience at all? There are no isolated judgments. An isolated judgment is never true, never knowledge, only in connection with, and in relation to, many other judgments is there any guarantee. Now what is it that distinguishes true from false belief? What is knowledge? He knows it. How extraordinary! Necessity and universality cannot be given by experience. They are therefore independent of experience, prior to all experience. The insight which we possess a priori, and thus independently of all experience, from reason alone, is pure knowledge. The principles of logic, the principle of identity and of contradiction, are examples of pure knowledge, because they precede all experience. Yet surely these principles are not examples of knowledge, but merely regulative articles of faith. In order to establish the a priori character, the pure rationality, of mathematical judgments, space must be conceived as a form of pure reason. Hume had declared, there were no synthetic a priori judgments. Kant says, there are the mathematical ones. And if there are such judgments, there may also be such things as metaphysics and a knowledge of things by means of pure reason. Quaeritur. Mathematics is possible under conditions under which metaphysics is never possible. All human knowledge is either experience or mathematics. A judgment is synthetic, i.e. it connects diverse representations. It is a priori, i.e. this connection is universal and necessary, and is never arrived at by sense perception, but by pure reason. If there are such things as synthetic judgments a priori, then reason must be able to connect. Connection is a form. Reason must possess a formative faculty. Space and time treated as conditions of experience. 531. Judging is our most ancient faith, our most ingrained habit of holding true or untrue, an act of assertion or denial, a certainty that something is thus and not otherwise, a belief that here we know what comes to be believed true in all judgment. What are predicates? We did not regard changes in ourselves merely as such, but as things in themselves which are foreign to us, and which we only perceive, and we did not class them as events, but as beings, as attributes, and in addition we invented a being to which they attach themselves, i.e. we took the effect for the cause, and the latter we took as a being. But even in this plain statement, the concept effect is arbitrary, for in regard to those changes which occur in us, and of which we are convinced we ourselves are not the causes, we still argue that they must be effects, which is in accordance with the belief that every change must have its author. But this belief in itself is already a piece of mythology, for it separates the action from the cause. When I say the lightning flashes, I count the flash once as an action and a second time as a subject acting, and thus a being is fancifully attached to an event which is not identical to it, but rather which is stable, which exists and which does not come into being. To regard the event as effective and to make the effect into a being, this is the double error, or the interpretation of which we are guilty. Thus, e.g. the lightning flashes, flashing is a state in us, but instead of taking it as an effect on us, we say something is flashing as an in itself and seek an author for it, the lightning. 532. Judgment is the belief, such and such is so. Thus implicit in judgments is the avowal that an identical case is to be met with, which presupposes comparison with the help of memory. It is not the faculty of judgment that creates the impression of an identical case. Rather, it thinks that it perceives one, operating under the assumption that there are absolutely identical cases. What, then, is that function which must be much older and must have been active much earlier, which identifies and assimilates intrinsically different cases? What is that second function which, on the basis of the first one, etc. Whatever excites the same sensations must be the same thing, but what is it that makes sensations the same, that accepts them as the same? Unless sensations were subjected to a kind of assimilation first, there could be no judgments. Memory is possible only with a constant emphasis on what has already been experienced and is already familiar. Before something can be judged, this process of assimilation must have already occurred. Thus, even here, an intellectual activity is exhibited which does not enter consciousness in the way that pain due to an injury does. It is probable that such internal events correspond to all the organic functions. This would explain assimilation, rejection, growth, etc. The essential thing is to start with the body and to use it as a guide. It is by far the richer phenomenon, and may be more clearly observed. Belief in the body is better established than belief in the mind. A thing may be ever so strongly believed, but that is no criterion of truth. But what is truth? Perhaps it is a kind of belief which has become a vital necessity. Then, of course, strength would be a criterion, e.g. in regard to causality. 533. Logical certainty, transparency, is considered the criterion of truth. Om nil lud verum est, quod clare et distinct percipitur, Descartes 7. By this means the mechanical hypothesis of the world becomes desirable and credible. But this is a gross confusion, like simplex sigillum veri. 8. How can we know that the real nature of things stands in this relation to our intellect? Could it not be otherwise? That the hypothesis which gives the intellect the greatest feeling of strength and reliability is preferred, prized, and thus called true? The intellect establishes its least constrained and strongest faculty and ability as the criterion of what is most valuable, consequently of what is true. True, from the standpoint of feeling, that which excites the strongest feeling, ego; from the standpoint of thought, that which gives thought the greatest sensation of strength; from the standpoint of touch, sight, and hearing, that which offers the greatest resistance. Thus the highest degree to which this resistance is offered awakens belief in the truth, i.e. the reality, of the object. The sensations of strength, struggle and resistance convince the subject that there is something there which has resisted. 534. The criterion of truth lies in the enhancement of the sense of power. 9. 535. Truth, according to my way of thinking, does not necessarily mean the opposite of error, but in the most elementary cases merely the position various errors occupy towards each other. For instance, some of them are older and deeper than the others, and are perhaps even ineradicable, such that an organic being of our kind cannot live without them. Others less essential to life do not tyrannize us in this way. On the contrary, compared to such tyrants, these errors can be removed and rebutted. A presumption that is unrebuttable, why therefore should it be true? Logicians who take their limitations to be the limitations of things might think it scandalous, but I long ago declared war against their optimism. 536. Everything simple is purely imaginary, is not true. However, that which is real, that which is true, is neither a unity nor reducible to a unity. 537. What is truth? It is inertia, that hypothesis which proves satisfactory, involves the smallest expenditure of intellectual effort, etc. 538. 4. The will to truth. First proposition. The easier way of thinking always prevails over the harder, as dogma, simplex sigillum veri. Dico, to suppose that clarity is any indication of truth is utter childishness. Second proposition. The doctrine of being, of things and of all those fixed unities is 100 times easier than the doctrine of becoming, of development. Third proposition. Logic was meant to facilitate thought and its expression, not to embody the truth. Later on it acquired the force of truth. 539. Parmenides said, one cannot conceive of the non-existent, we are at the other extreme, and say, that of which one can conceive is certainly fictional. Thought has no grip on reality, but only on. 540. The tempter. There are many kinds of eyes. Even the Sphinx has eyes, and therefore there are many kinds of truths, and therefore there is no truth. 541. Sign over the entrance to a modern madhouse. The necessities of thought are moral necessities. Herbert Spencer. The ultimate test of the truth of a proposition is the inconceivableness of its negative. Herbert Spencer. 10. 542. If the character of existence should itself prove false, if existence had a bad character, and precisely that would indeed be possible, what would all of our truths amount to then? One falsehood more. 11. 543. In a world which is essentially false, truthfulness would be an unnatural tendency, it could only make sense as a means of raising falsehood to a special higher power. So that a world of truth and being could be invented, the truthful man had to first be created, including the fact that such a man believe himself to be truthful. Simple, transparent, self-consistent, substantial, inalterable, without convolutions, legerdemain, facade or decorum, a man of that kind conceives a world of being as God in his own image. In order for truthfulness to be possible, the whole sphere of man must be very tidy, small, and respectable. In every sense, the advantage must lie with the truthful. Lies, tricks, and disguises must excite astonishment. There is a hatred of lying and its affectation out of pride, out of an irritable sense of honor, but there is also such a hatred out of cowardice, because lying is forbidden. For another kind of man, all preaching of thou shalt not lie is powerless against the instinct which needs to lie incessantly, witness the New Testament. 544. The capacity for deception increases as we ascend the hierarchy of organic beings. In the inorganic world it seems to be entirely absent. Art begins in the organic world, even plants are mistresses of the craft. The greatest men, such as Caesar and Napoleon, see Stendhal's remark concerning him, as well as the higher races, the Italians, the Greeks, Odysseus, reveal this, cunning is essential to the elevation of man. The problem of the actor. My Dionysian ideal. The perspective of all the organic functions, of all the strongest vital instincts, the power which insists upon error in all life, error as the prerequisite of thought itself. Before thought is possible, poetizing must first have done its work. The proper formation of identical cases, of the appearance of identity, is more primeval than the recognition of identity. 8 Against causalism. 545. I believe in absolute space as the substratum of force. Such force sets its bounds and determines its shape. Time, eternal. But neither space nor time exists in itself. Changes are mere appearances, or sensory processes for ourselves. The ever so regular recurrence of these changes establishes nothing but the fact that this is what has always happened. It is easy to misinterpret and extrapolate from the feeling that post hoc is propter hoc. It is quite understandable. But appearances cannot be causes. 546. The interpretation of a phenomenon, either as action or passion, every action is a passion, amounts to this: in every change, an alteration presupposes the existence of an agent and something upon which change is imposed. 547. Psychological history of the concept subject. The body, the thing, the whole which is construed by the eye, awakens the thought of distinguishing between an action and an agent. What ultimately remains, after the notion that the agent is the cause of the action has been repeatedly refined, is the subject. 548. We have a bad habit of regarding a mere mnemonic sign or abbreviated formula for a thing as its essence, ultimately as its cause, e.g. when we say of lightning that it flashes. Or even the little word I. Regarding an aspect of vision, the fact that it only occurs from a certain point of view, as a thing which causes vision itself, that was the sleight of hand involved in the invention of the subject, of the ego. 549. Subject, object, attribute, these distinctions have been made, and are now imposed as schemata on all apparent facts. The fundamentally false observation is that I believe it is I who does something, who bears something, who has something, who has a quality. This doing bearing having. 550. We imagine ourselves as cause, as agent. In every judgment lies the firm faith in subject and predicate, or cause and effect, and even this latter belief, in the form of an assumption that every effect is the result of activity, and that all activity presupposes an agent, is only an isolated example of the first, so that what remains as belief, as the most fundamental belief, is, there are such things as subjects. I notice something, and try to discover the reason behind it. Originally this was, I look for an intention behind it and, above all, I look for one who has intentions, for a subject, an agent. Formerly intentions were seen in all events were actions. This is our oldest habit. And what of animals? As living organisms, are they not also compelled to interpret things as analogous to themselves? The question, why? Is always a question concerning the causa finalis and the general purpose of things. Of a sense of the causa efficiens we have nothing. In this respect Hume is quite right. Habit, but not only that of the individual, allows us to expect that a certain process, frequently observed, will follow upon another, nothing more. That which gives us such an extraordinarily firm faith in causality is not the common habit of associating processes, but our inability to interpret an event in any way other than as the result of intention. It is the belief in living and thinking things, as the only effective things. It is the belief in will, in intention, that all events are actions, that all actions presuppose an agent. It is the belief in the subject. Is not this belief in the notion of subject and predicate a great stupidity? Question, is intention the cause of an event? Or is that also illusion? Is it not the event itself? 551. The will to power in essence, a critique of the concept cause. As a starting point, I need the will to power as the source of motion. Consequently, Motion may not be conditioned from the outside, it may not be caused. I need centers of incipient motion from which the will emanates. We have absolutely no experience of a cause. On closer examination, the whole concept is derived psychologically from the subjective conviction that we are the cause, that is to say, that the arm moves itself. But that is an error. We distinguish ourselves, the agents, from the action, and we make use of this scheme everywhere. We seek an agent behind every event. What have we done? We have mistaken a sense of strength, tension, resistance, a muscular sensation which is already the beginning of the action, for a cause, or we have understood the intention to do such and such as a cause because the action follows in its train, cause, i.e. Causes never occur at all. Those instances in which we seem to be presented with a cause, and from which we have projected it outwards in order to understand the event, prove to be self-deception. Our understanding of an event consisted in our inventing a subject which was responsible for the fact that something happened, and the manner in which it happened. We have combined in the notion cause our sense of agency, our sense of freedom, our sense of responsibility and our intention of acting. Causa efficiens and finalis are fundamentally the same. We thought that an effect was explained when a state was shown in which it was already inherent. Actually, we invent all causes using our own actions as a template, the latter are familiar to us. On the other hand, we are not in a position to say of any particular thing how it will act. The thing, the subject, the will, the intention, are all inherent in the notion cause. We seek things which will explain why something has changed. Even the atom is such an imaginary thing and the primitive subject. At last we grasp that things, and consequently atoms as well, effect nothing, because they do not exist. And that the concept of causality is utterly useless. A causal relation does not follow from a necessary sequence of states, for that would be to make their causal efficacy spring from 1 to 2, to 3, to 4, to 5. The interpretation of events in terms of causality is an illusion. A tree is but a word for a false unity. A tree is not the cause of its fruit, a thing is a sum of its effects, synthetically united by a concept, an image. There is neither cause nor effect. They may be indispensable to us for linguistic purposes, but that does not matter. If I conceive of a muscle in isolation from its effects, I have negated it qua muscle. In summa, an event neither causes nor is caused by anything. Causa is a capacity to effect something which has been fictitiously added to events. There is no sense of causality, as Kant believed. We are surprised, we are uneasy, we want something familiar to cling to. As soon as we are shown something old in something new, we are put at ease. The supposed instinct of causality is nothing more than the fear of the unusual and the attempt to discover something familiar in it. It is a search, not for causes but for the familiar. Man is immediately put at ease when he traces something new to something old. He makes no real effort to understand how the matchsticks caused the fire. In point of fact, science has emptied the notion of causality of all content, and has retained it for use as a formula of comparison, in which it is a matter of indifference which side is the cause and which the effect. What is asserted is the fact that in two complexes or states of affairs, constellations of forces, the amount of force remains the same. The predictability of an event does not lie in the fact that a rule was followed, or a necessity obeyed, or in a law of causality which we have projected into every event, it lies in the recurrence of identical cases. 552. To combat determinism. From the fact that something happens regularly, and that its occurrence may be relied upon, it does not follow that it happens necessarily. The fact that a quantity of force determines and conducts itself in a certain way in every particular case does not make it an unfree will. Mechanical necessity is not an established fact, it was we who first read it into events. We interpreted the possibility of formulating events as a result of a necessity that governs them. But just because I do a particular thing, it does not follow that I am bound to do it. Compulsion cannot be demonstrated in things. All that the rule proves is this, that one and the same event is not another event. Owing to the very fact that we introduced subjects, agents, into things, the notion arose that all events are the consequence of a compulsory force exercised over the subject, but exercised by whom? Once more by an agent. Cause and effect, the concept is a dangerous one, so long as people believe in something that causes, and something that is caused. A. Necessity is not a fact, but an interpretation. B. When it is understood that the subject is nothing that acts, but only a fiction, from this all sorts of things follow. With only the subject as model we invented things and read them into the confusion of sensations. If we cease to believe in the acting subject, the belief in acting things, in reciprocal action, in a causal relationship between those phenomena which we call things, also collapses. In this case, of course, the world of active atoms also disappears, for this world is always assumed to exist on the grounds that subjects are necessary. Ultimately, of course, the thing in itself also disappears, for this is in essence the conception of a subject in itself. But we have seen that the subject is invented. The antithesis thing in itself and appearance is untenable, but in this way the concept appearance also disappears. See, if we abandon the notion of the active subject, we also abandon the object acted upon. Duration, identity with itself, being, are inherent neither in what is called subject, nor in what is called object, they are complexes of events, and in regard to other complexes are apparently enduring, they are distinguishable, example by the different tempo with which they happen, rest versus motion, bound versus free, these are all opposites which do not exist in themselves but are merely expressions of differences of degree, from a certain limited perspective, though they seem to be opposites. There are no such things as opposites, we have the notion of opposition only by way of logic, and from which it is applied erroneously to things. D. If we abandon the concepts subject and object, then we must also abandon the concept substance, and of course its various modifications too, e.g. matter, mind, and other hypothetical beings, eternity and the immutability of matter, etc. We are then rid of materiality. The moral standpoint, the world is false. But inasmuch as morality itself is a part of this world, morality too is false. The will to truth is a matter of making things determinate, of making things true and lasting, a total elimination of that false character, a reinterpretation of it into being. Thus, truth is not something which exists and which has to be found and discovered, it is something which has to be created and which gives its name to a process or, better still, to the will to subdue, which in itself has no purpose. To introduce truth is a processus in infinitum, an active determining, not a process of becoming conscious of something that would be in itself fixed and determined. It is merely a word for the will to power. Life rests on a belief in something lasting and regularly recurring. The more powerful life is, the broader must be the world we can divine, upon which we, as it were, confer the character of being. This process of making the world logical, rational, systematic, furthers life. Man projects his instinct of truth, his aim, to a certain extent beyond himself, in the form of a metaphysical world of being, a thing in itself, an already existing world. His needs as creator invent the world in which he works in advance, anticipating it. This anticipation, this belief in truth, is his mainstay. All events, motion, becoming, regarded as the establishment of relations of degree and force, as a struggle. The welfare of the individual is just as fanciful as the welfare of the species, the former is not sacrificed to the latter, seen from afar, the species is just as fluid as the individual. The preservation of the species is only a result of the growth of the species, i.e. of the superseding of the species on the way to a stronger kind. As soon as we imagine that someone is responsible for the fact that we are such and such, etc., God, nature, and that we ascribe our existence, our happiness, to their intention, the innocence of becoming is corrupted. We then have someone who wishes to attain something with us and through us. That the appearance of purposes, purposes which far surpass the art of man, is merely the result of that will to power taking place in all events. That becoming stronger implies an orderliness, which resembles a purposeful design. That the apparent ends are not intended but, as soon as a superior power prevails over an inferior power, and the latter becomes a function of the former, hierarchy, that is, organization, is bound to give the impression of a deliberate arrangement of means and ends. Against apparent necessity, this is only an expression of the fact that a power can never be other than what it is. Against apparent purpose, the latter is only an expression of the order among the spheres of power and their interplay. 9. Thing in itself and appearance. 553. The sore spot in Kantian criticism has gradually become visible even to the more undiscriminating eyes. Kant is not entitled to his distinction between appearance and thing in itself. He himself has precluded anyone henceforth from making this hoary distinction, in so far as he rejected the inference from the appearance to the cause of the appearance as illegitimate, in accordance with his account of causality and its purely intraphenomenal validity, an account which, on the other hand, already anticipates this distinction, as if the thing in itself were not only accessible, but given. 554. On causalism. It is obvious that neither things in themselves nor appearances can be related to each other as cause and effect. Consequently, in a philosophy which believes in things in themselves and appearances, the concept cause and effect does not apply. Kant's mistakes. In fact, psychologically speaking, the concept cause and effect is derived from a manner of thought which believes it sees, only and always, the action of will upon will, which believes only in living things, and at bottom only in souls, not in things. Within the mechanistic worldview, which is logic and its application to space and time, that concept is reduced to mathematical formulae, with which, and this cannot be emphasized too much, nothing is ever understood, but rather designated, distorted. 555. Against the scientific prejudice. The most incredible fairy tale ever told is our account of knowledge. We would like to know how things in themselves are constituted, but behold, there are no things in themselves. But even supposing there were a thing in itself, something completely unconditioned by other things, then for that very reason it could not be known. Something unconditioned cannot be known, otherwise it would not be unconditioned. What we call knowing always involves placing oneself in a conditional relation to something, whereas the knowledge seeker wants the object of knowledge to be of no concern to him, for it to be of no concern to anyone. This involves a contradiction, in the first place, because the desire for knowledge is incompatible with the demand that the object of knowledge be of no concern to him. Then why know anything? And second, because something which is of no concern to anyone is nothing whatsoever, and therefore cannot be known. Knowing means to place oneself in relation to something, to feel conditioned by something, and between ourselves. It is therefore invariably a matter of determining, describing, and being made aware of conditions, and not a matter of disclosing the inherent nature of beings, entities, or things in themselves. 556. A thing in itself is just as absurd as a sense in itself, a meaning in itself. There is no such thing as a fact in itself, for a meaning must always be introduced before there could be a fact. To answer the question, what is that, involves something else imposing a meaning on it from its own standpoint. What is regarded as the essence, the quid deity, depends upon the point of view from which it is regarded, and already presupposes more than one. Fundamentally the question is, what is that to me? To us, to everything that lives, etc. A thing would be described when all beings had asked, what is that, and been answered. Suppose one single being, with its own relations and points of view towards all things, absent, and the thing is not yet defined. In short, the essence of a thing is really only an opinion about the thing. Or rather, it means is the real this is, the only this is. Do not ask, who interprets, then, for the interpreting has its own existence, not as a being, but as a process, as a becoming, as a form of the will to power, as a passion. The origin of things is wholly the work of that which imagines, thinks, wills, invents, the concept thing itself as well as all its properties. Even the subject is such a creation, a thing like all the rest, a simplification to indicate the force as such, that which imposes, invents, and thinks, as distinct from all the particular acts of imposing, inventing, and thinking themselves. Thus a capacity, as distinct from anything particular, is indicated, fundamentally, the act and all anticipated acts, including the probability of similar acts, are bundled together. 557. The properties of a thing are its effects upon other things. If one imagines other things to be non-existent, a thing has no properties, i.e. there is nothing without other things, i.e. there is no thing in itself. 558. The thing in itself is absurd. If I abstract all the relations, all the properties, all the activities of a thing, the thing itself does not remain, for thinghood was only invented by us to meet certain logical needs, for the purposes of definition and comprehension, to hold together that multitude of relations, qualities, and activities. Point 12. 559. Things which have an intrinsic constitution, a dogmatic idea which we must completely abjure. 560. It is perfectly idle to suppose that things have a nature in themselves. Quite apart from interpretation and subjectivity, it would presuppose that interpretation and being subjective are not essential, that a thing divorced from all its relations can still be a thing. On the other hand, might not the apparent objective character of things be merely the result of a difference of degree within the subjective? That something which changes slowly strikes us as being objective, lasting, existing, in itself? That the objective view is only a false way of conceiving things and a high degree of difference within the subjective? 561. All unity is such only in the form of organization and collective action, just as a human community is a unity, that is to say, the reverse of atomistic anarchy. Thus it is a form of domination, which signifies a unity, but is not a unity. Asterisk. What if all unity were only unity as organization? But the thing in which we believe was invented only as a medium for the various properties. If the thing acts, this means we regard all the other properties which are momentarily latent but otherwise still available as the cause of the fact that a single property now emerges, i.e. we take the sum of its properties, x, as the cause of the property x, which is obviously quite absurd and idiotic. 562. At some time in the development of thought, a point must have been reached when it was realized that what are called the properties of a thing were merely the affections of the sentient subject, and thus the properties ceased to belong to the thing. The thing in itself remained. The distinction between the things in themselves and the thing for us was based upon that earlier, naive view which ascribed energy to a thing, but analysis revealed that even force was ascribed to it only by our imagination, as was substance. 13. The thing affects a subject. The root of the notion of substance is in language, not in what exists outside us. The thing in itself is no problem at all. The being itself will have to be conceived in terms of sensation, which no longer inheres in something devoid of sensation. Motion adds no new content to sensation. A being is inherently incapable of motion. Therefore it is a form of being. NB. The explanation of an event may be sought first, in the mental representation that precedes it, the intention to bring it about, and second, in the mental representation that follows it, the mathematico-physical explanation. The two should not be confounded. Thus the physical explanation, which is itself the depiction of the world in sensation and thought, cannot account for the origin of sensation and thought. Rather, physics must construe the sensible world as strictly devoid of feeling or purposes, right up to the highest man. And the teleological is but a history of intentions, and thus is never physical. 563. In other words, our method of acquiring knowledge is limited to a process of establishing quantities, but we can by no means help feeling the differences of quantity as differences of quality. Quality is merely a relative truth for us, it is not an in itself. Our senses function within a certain average range, i.e. we perceive size large and small in relation to our physical needs. If we sharpened or blunted our senses tenfold we should perish, i.e. we perceive even proportions as qualities in regard to our physical needs. 564. Could not every quantity merely indicate the presence of some quality? Greater power comes with different experiences, feelings, and desires, an entirely different perspective. Growth itself is an expression of a desire to be more. The desire for a greater quantum arises from a certain quality. In a purely quantitative world, everything would be dead, rigid, and still. The reduction of all qualities to quantities is nonsense. Clearly they always go together, the one serving as an analogy for the other. 565. Qualities are our insurmountable barriers. We cannot possibly help feeling mere differences of quantity as something fundamentally different from quantity, that is, as qualities, which we can no longer reduce to terms of quantity. But if the word knowledge means anything, it pertains to the realm of calculating, weighing, and measuring, that is, to quantity, whereas, conversely, all our value feelings, which is what even our sensations are, pertain strictly to the realm of qualities, that is, to those truths which belong to us alone and to our point of view, and which absolutely cannot constitute knowledge. It is obvious that every one of us, different creatures, must feel different qualities, and must therefore live in a different world from the rest. Qualities are an idiosyncrasy peculiar to human nature. The demand that these, our human interpretations and values, should be general and perhaps constitutive values, is one of the inherent follies of human pride, which is still most firmly seated in religion. On the other hand, need I add that quantities in themselves are not to be met with in the world of experience, which is merely qualitative. And that consequently logic and applied logic, such as mathematics, are among the artifices of the ordering, subduing, simplifying, abbreviating power called life. And thus something practical and useful, that is to say, conducive to the preservation of life, but for that very reason not in the slightest degree true. 566. The world of truth, in whatever form it has thus far been conceived, was always the world of illusion all over again. 567. Illusoriness equals specific activity of action and reaction. The world of illusion is a world viewed under the aspect of values, arranged and selected according to values, i.e. in this case, according to the utilitarian standpoint with regard to the preservation and the increase of power in a certain species of animal. It is this perspectival aspect, then, which furnishes the character of illusoriness. As if a world still remains, when the perspectival aspect has been subtracted. Thus relativity would have been subtracted, which each center of force has its own perspective on all the rest of them, i.e. its own entirely distinctive evaluations, its own kind of action, its own kind of resistance. The world of illusion is thus reduced to a specific kind of action towards the world, emanating from a center. But there is no other kind of action, and world is only a word for the totality of these actions. Reality consists precisely in the particular action and reaction of each individual against the whole. We have not the slightest justification for speaking of illusion in this way. Specific kinds of reactions are the only kind of reaction. We have no idea how many kinds there are, or what their nature may be. But there is no other, no real, no essential being, for that would mean a world without action and reaction. The contrast between the world of illusion and the world of truth reduces to the contrast between world and nothing. 568. Will to power as knowledge. A critique of the notion the world of truth and the world of illusion. Of these two, the first is a mere fiction, made up of nothing but figments of our imagination. Illusoriness itself is an aspect of reality, it is a form taken by the being of reality, i.e. in a world in which there is no being, a certain predictable world of identical cases must first be created through the power of illusion, a tempo in which observation and comparison are possible, etc. Illusoriness is an arranged and simplified world in which our practical instincts have operated. It is perfectly true for us, that is to say, we live and can live in it. This is the proof of its truth as far as we are concerned. The world apart from the fact of our living in it, the world which we have not reduced to our being, our logic, our psychological prejudices, does not exist as a world in itself. It is essentially a world of relations. It is conceivable that it presents a different aspect from every vantage point. The being of the world is essentially different at each point. The world presses at every point, and every point resists it, and these summations of pressure and resistance are, in every instance, completely at odds with one another. The amount of power at every point determines the amount of power possessed by any particular being, that is, the form its action or resistance takes, and the control or coercion to which it is subject. Our particular case is interesting enough. We have created a conception of things in order to be able to live in the world, in order to perceive just enough of it to withstand it. 569. The nature of our psychological perspective is determined by the fact that 1. Communication is necessary, and for communication to be possible something must be consistent, simplified, admitting of precision, above all, in the identical cases. In order that it may be communicable, it must be felt as something arranged, as recognizable. The material of the senses, arranged by the understanding, reduced to broad outlines, are assimilated to each other and classed with related matters. Thus the vagueness and the chaos of the impressions of the senses are, as it were, made logical. 2. The phenomenal world is the arranged world which we perceive to be real. Its reality lies in the constant recurrence of similar, familiar, and related things, in their now logical character and in the belief that here we can count and reckon. 3. The opposite of this phenomenal world is not the world of truth, but the amorphous world consisting of the chaos of sensations which cannot be reduced to a formula, that is to say, another kind of phenomenal world, a world which is unknowable for us. 4. To the question, how are things in themselves constituted, entirely independent of our sense receptivity and of the activity of our understanding, we reply by asking, how do we know that there are such things? Thinghood was first devised by us, it is one of our own inventions. The question is whether there are not a good many more ways of creating such a world of illusion, and whether this creating, making logical, arranging and falsifying is not the surest reality there is, in short, whether that which interprets experience in terms of things is not the only reality, and whether the effect of the external world upon us is not merely the result of such subjects exercising their wills. The notion that one thing is a cause and the other an effect is merely a misinterpretation of a war between such subjects and a relative victory of the former over the latter. The other beings act upon us. Our arranged world of illusion is the result of an overpowering of their activities, a sort of defensive measure. Only the subject is demonstrable. The hypothesis might be advanced that there are only subjects, that object is only a form of action of subject on subject. A modus of the subject. 10. Metaphysical need. 570. If one is a philosopher as philosophers have always been, one cannot observe what comes to be or passes away, only what is. But as there is no such thing as what is, all that remained for philosophers as their world was imaginary. 571. To assert the existence of things of which we know nothing at all, precisely to take advantage of our inability to know them, was Kant's naivete, and was due to his deference to the needs of morals and metaphysics in particular. 572. The value of truth and error. An artist cannot bear reality, he turns away from it. His sincere opinion is that the worth of a thing consists in that dim impression of it which one derives from color, form, sound and thought, believing that the more rarefied, diffuse and vaporous things or men become, the more valuable they become, the less real they are, the greater their worth. This is Platonism, and it boldly reverses yet another thing, for Plato measured the degree of reality by the degree of value, saying, the more idea there is, the more being. He turned the concept reality round and said, what you believe to be real is an error, and the nearer we come to the idea the nearer we are to truth. Is this understood? It was the greatest of all rebaptisms, and because Christianity adopted it, we fail to see how striking it is. Essentially, Plato, like the artist he was, preferred appearance to being, and thus falsehood and fiction to truth, the unreal to the real, so convinced was he of the value of the appearance that he attributed to it being, causality, goodness, truth and everything else we value. The notion of value itself was regarded as a cause, first insight. The ideal was considered to have all the attributes which conferred honor, second insight. 573. The idea of the world of truth or of God as absolutely nonsensuous, intellectual, and benign is a necessary expedient proportionate to the extent to which opposing instincts are still dominant. It is precisely the tendency to anthropomorphize gods which shows a moderate and harmonious disposition. The Greeks of the most vigorous period, who had no fear of themselves but rather had faith in themselves, approximated their gods in all of their emotions. The spiritualization of the idea of God is thus very far from signifying progress. One is quite strikingly aware of this in encountering Goethe. In reading him, it impresses itself upon us that the vaporization of God into virtue and spirit represents a more primitive stage. 574. What makes metaphysics such nonsense is the derivation of the conditioned from the unconditioned. It is in the nature of thinking that it silently adds and appends the unconditioned to the conditioned, it silently adds and appends the ego to the multiplicity of its processes, it measures the world by nothing but its own prescribed dimensions, by its fundamental fictions, such as the unconditioned, means and ends, things, substances, by logical laws, by figures and forms. There would be nothing that could be called knowledge, if thought did not first reconstruct the world as self-identical things. Only through thought is untruth possible. The origin of thought, like that of sensations, cannot be derived, but that is far from proving that it is primordial or self-sufficient. It simply shows that we cannot get behind it, because thought and sensation are all we have. 575. To identify something is to retrace one's footsteps. In its nature it is a regressus in infinitum. We halt, in the face of an alleged causa prima or unconditioned, etc., out of laziness, weariness. However well one may understand the conditions under which something arises, it does not follow that the thing itself is yet understood, thus whisper the historians. 576. On the psychology of metaphysics. The influence of fear. That which has been most feared, the cause of the most intense suffering, ambition, lust, etc., has aroused the greatest antagonism in men, and been eliminated from the world of truth. Thus they have progressively blotted out the emotions, fastening upon the idea that God is the opposite of evil, i.e. that reality lies in the negation of the desires and the emotions, that is, in nothingness. Similarly, they despised anything which was irrational, arbitrary, or accidental, as the cause of incalculable physical suffering. Consequently they denied that this element was present in existence as it is in itself, which they conceived in terms of its absolute rationality and purposiveness. Similarly, they feared change and transience, which is the expression of a stricken soul, full of distrust and bad experiences, as in the case of Spinoza. The opposite kind of man would consider the fact of change a challenge. For the kind of creature who is so brimming with vitality that he can play with it, emotion, irrationality and change are precisely what he would call good in a eudaimonistic sense, together with their consequences, danger, opposition, destruction, etc. 577. Against the value of that which never changes, v. Spinoza's naivete, Descartes likewise, rather, the value of the most ephemeral, the seductive flash of gold on the belly of the serpent vita. 578. Moral values in epistemology itself. The trust in reason, why not distrust? The world of truth is supposed to be the good world, why? Appearance, change, contradiction, struggle are considered immoral, a world is wanted in which all this is absent. The transcendent world contrived, so that a place remains for moral freedom, as in Kant. Dialectics regarded as the way to virtue, in Plato and Socrates, clearly because sophistry was held to be the way to immorality. Time and space are ideal, consequently there is unity in the essence of things, consequently no sin, no evil, no imperfection, a justification of God. Epicurus denied the possibility of knowledge, so that moral, or hedonistic, values would retain their preeminence. So did Augustine, and later Pascal, corrupted reason, in support of Christian values. Descartes' contempt for everything changeable, likewise Spinoza's. 579. Concerning the psychology of metaphysics. This world is illusory, consequently there must be a world of truth. This world is conditioned, consequently there must be an unconditioned world. This world is contradictory, consequently there must be a world free from contradiction. This world is becoming, consequently there must be somewhere a world of being. Utterly groundless inferences, blind faith in reason, if A exists, then its opposite B must also exist. Suffering inspires these inferences, they are wishes that such a world should exist. Hatred of a world which inflicts suffering likewise expresses itself in imagining another world, a valuable one. The resentment of the metaphysician against reality is creative here. The second series of questions, why suffer? And from this an inference is drawn concerning the relation of the world of truth to our illusory, mutable, suffering and contradictory world. 1. Suffering as the consequence of error, how is error possible? 2. Suffering as the consequence of guilt, how is guilt possible? These are experiences drawn entirely from the sphere of nature or society, universalized and projected into the in itself. But if the conditioned world is due to the unconditioned, then the freedom to err and sin must be so as well, and again the question arises, to what end? The world of illusion, of becoming, of contradiction, of suffering, is therefore willed, to what end? The error inherent in these inferences, two contradictory concepts are formed, and because one of them corresponds to a reality, the other must also correspond to a reality. Where else could its counterpart have come from? Reason is thus a source of revelation concerning being in itself. But the origin of the above oppositions need not be a supernatural source of reason, it is sufficient to show, on the contrary, that the real genesis of the concepts lies in practical needs, utilitarian needs, hence the strong faith they command. He who does not reason in this way perishes, but this proves nothing. Metaphysicians' preoccupation with suffering is quite naive. Eternal beatitude is psychological nonsense. Brave and creative men never take pleasure and pain to be the last word in determining what is worthy, they are incidental states, one must want them both, if one would achieve something. There is something sick and tired in metaphysicians and the religious in the way questions of pleasure and pain always seem to be in the foreground for them. Even with morality, the only reason it has such importance for them is because it is essential to the abolition of suffering. The same holds good of the preoccupation with appearance and error, the cause of suffering, a superstition that happiness and truth are connected, confusion. Happiness lies in certainty, in faith. 580. To what extent are the various epistemological positions, materialism, empiricism, idealism, based on value judgments, the source of the highest feelings of pleasure, feelings of value, may also be decisive for the problem of reality. The measure of positive knowledge is a matter of little or no importance, as witness the development of India. The Buddhistic negation of reality in general, appearance equals suffering, is perfectly consistent, indemonstrability, inaccessibility, lack of categories, not only for a world in itself but a recognition of the erroneous procedures by means of which the whole notion has been reached. Absolute reality, being in itself are contradictions. In a world of becoming, reality is merely a simplification for practical purposes, or a deception resulting from the dullness of the senses, of a variation in the tempo of becoming. Being nihilistic and logically denying the world is a consequence of the fact that we must oppose non-being with being, and that the concept becoming is denied. Something becomes, when being is affirmed. 581. Being and becoming. Reason has developed on an empirical basis, on the prejudices of the senses, i.e. with believing in the judgments of the senses. Being is the generalization of the concept life, to breathe, to be animate, to will, to act upon, to become. The opposite is to be inanimate, not to become, not to will. Thus being is not opposed to non-being, to appearance, nor is it opposed to death, for only that which can live can also be dead. The soul, the ego were presumed to be original facts, and were introduced wherever there is becoming. 582. Being, we have no conception of it other than that of living. How then can anything dead be? 583. 1. I am astonished to find that science today has resigned itself to relying upon appearances and confining itself to a world of illusion, a world of truth. Well, whatever it may be, surely we have no faculty of knowledge for it. Here one might well ask, what faculty of knowledge enables us to establish this opposition between illusion and truth in the first place? The fact that a world which is accessible to our faculties is also understood to be dependent upon them, the fact that we understand such a world to be subjectively conditioned, does not mean that an objective world is at all possible. What prevents us from thinking that subjectivity is essential to reality? The idea that there is a way things are intrinsically is actually an absurd conception. An intrinsic constitution is nonsense. Our notion of a being or thing is always only a relational one. The trouble is that, owing to the old opposition between illusion and truth, the correlative value judgment was propagated, to wit, that illusion is of lesser value, and truth is ostensibly of absolute value. The world of illusion is not considered a valuable world. Illusion is supposed to be something opposed to valuableness of the highest order. Only a world of truth can be intrinsically valuable. First, one claims it exists. Second, one has a very definite idea of its value. Prejudice of prejudices. It is intrinsically possible that the true constitution of things is so inimical and opposed to the requirements of life that illusion is necessary just to be able to live. This is indeed the case in so many situations, e.g. in marriage. Our empirical world would then be conditioned by the instincts of self-preservation. Even with respect to the limits of knowledge, we would consider true, good, and valuable that which is conducive to the preservation of the species. A. We have no categories by which we might distinguish between a world of truth and a world of illusion. It could be that a world of illusion is all there is, but that ours was not the only one. B. Assuming that there is a world of truth, it could be of lesser value to us. In light of its value to us as a means of preservation, the amount of illusion is probably of greater importance. Unless illusion per se were grounds for dismissal. C. That a correlation exists between the degrees of value and the degrees of reality, so that the highest values also possess the highest degree of reality, is a metaphysical postulate based on the assumption that we know the hierarchy of values, namely that this hierarchy is a moral one. Only on this assumption is truth necessary to the definition of everything which is of the greatest importance. Illusion would constitute an objection to a value in general. 2. It is of cardinal importance that this notion should be dispelled. There are few things which so belittle and discredit the world which we are as the world of truth. It was our hitherto most dangerous attempt to assassinate life. Let us declare war against everything the inventing of a world of truth presupposes. Included among these presuppositions is the notion that moral values are the supreme values. The supremacy of moral judgment would be refuted, if it could be demonstrated that it was the result of an immoral preference, that it was a special case of real immorality. It would thereby reduce itself to a semblance, and as a semblance it would forfeit all right to condemn illusion. 3. The will to truth would then have to be subjected to a psychological examination. It is no moral force, but rather a form of the will to power. This would be demonstrated by the fact that it employs every immoral means, above all, those of metaphysics. This method of investigation attains its object only when all moral prejudices have been overcome. It represents a victory over morality. NB. Today we are faced with the prospect of putting the assumption that moral values are the supreme values to the test. 584. The Origin of the World of Truth, Chapter 1. The aberration of philosophy rests on the fact that, instead of seeing in logic and the categories of reason a means of arranging the world to utilitarian ends, therefore, in essence, a means of usefully falsifying it, they were taken to contain the criterion of truth and reality. The criterion of truth was in fact merely the biological utility of such a system of essential falsification, and, since a species of animal knows of nothing more important than its own preservation, we may speak here of a kind of truth. The naivete consisted only in taking this anthropocentric idiosyncrasy for the measure of things, for the authority to pass judgment over what is real and what is unreal, in short, in making something conditional absolute. And behold, all of a sudden the world was broken into two halves, a world of truth and one of illusion, and it was precisely the world that reason had invented, a world in which man might reside and establish himself, which came to be discredited. Instead of using the forms as a means of handling the world, of making it manageable and predictable, the mad ingenuity of the philosophers discovered that these categories provided the notion of a world which does not correspond to the world in which we live. The means were misunderstood as standards of value, and even as implying a condemnation of their original purpose, which was to deceive oneself in a useful way. The means were formulas and signs whose invention assisted us in reducing a bewildering multiplicity to an expedient, convenient scheme. But alas! Now a moral category came into play. No creature wishes to deceive itself, no creature may deceive another, thus there is only a will to truth. What is truth? The principle of contradiction provided the scheme. The world of truth to which we seek the way cannot be in contradiction with itself, cannot change, cannot evolve, can have neither beginning nor end. That is the greatest error ever committed, the most disastrous error on earth, believing that in the forms of reason, we had in our possession a criterion of reality, whereas we had them in order to gain mastery over reality, in order to misunderstand it in a shrewd way. And behold, the world became false precisely because of the qualities which constitute its reality: change, becoming, multiplicity, opposition, strife, war. At which point the whole disaster was upon us. 1. How do we get rid of the false, the merely illusory world? Although it was the real one, and the only one there is. 2. How do we come to acquire a character as much as possible the opposite of that possessed by the world of illusion? The notion of the perfect creature as the opposite of every real creature, or, more clearly, as a contradiction to life itself. 3. The whole tendency here was towards values which slander life. 4. Thus ideal dogmatism came to be confounded with knowledge as such, so that the opposing party also began to recoil in horror from science. Thus the way to science was doubly barred, first, by belief in the world of truth, and then by opponents of this belief. Natural science and physiology were, 1. Condemned for the objects they investigated, and, 2. Deprived of the problems they sought to solve. In the real world, where utterly everything is intertwined and conditioned, to condemn or to think away anything means to condemn and think away everything. The words "this should not be," "this should not have been," are a farce. Bear in mind the consequence of seeking to abolish everything which is in some sense harmful or destructive. It would ruin the very source of life. Physiology knows better. Morality as decadence. Science. We see how morality a. Poisons the whole conception of the world. b. Cuts off access to science. c. Dissolves and undermines all real instincts, in that it teaches us to experience their roots as immoral. We see before us a terrible instrument of decadence at work, which maintains itself with holy names and gestures. 585. great, searching self-examination, not by individuals, but by mankind as a whole. Let us reflect and remember, let us go into the highways and byways. A. Man seeks the truth, a world that does not contradict itself, that does not deceive, that does not change, a world of truth, a world without suffering. Contradiction, deception, change, these are the causes of suffering. That there is a world as it should be, he does not doubt, he would gladly seek the way to it. Indian critique, even the ego is apparent and unreal. Whence does man derive the conception of reality? Why make change, deception, contradiction a source of suffering? Why not happiness instead? Regarding the contempt and hatred of all that perishes, changes and transforms, whence comes this assessment of the permanent? Obviously, the will to truth is merely the longing for a permanent world. The senses deceive, reason corrects the errors, therefore, it was concluded, reason is the path to the permanent, the purest ideas, those most remote from the senses, must be nearest to the world of truth. It is from the senses that most misfortunes come, the senses beguile, deceive, and destroy. Only being can promise happiness, change and happiness exclude each other. Accordingly, the highest hope is to become one with being. That is the formula for the way to highest happiness. In summa, the world as it ought to be, exists, the world in which we live is an error, this, our world, should not exist. The belief in being proves to be only a consequence of the real primum mobile, the disbelief, distrust, and disdain of all becoming. What sort of men reflect in this way? Unproductive, miserable, world-weary men. Were we to conceive of the opposite sort of man, he would not require a belief in being, more still, he would despise it as dead, dull, and indifferent. The belief that the world which ought to be, is, really exists, is a belief proper to the unproductive, who do not wish to create a world as it should be. They take it for granted, thinking they need only seek the means of attaining it. The will to truth is the impotence of the will to create. To recognize that something is such and such, to act so that something becomes such and such, antagonism in the degree of strength in men of different natures. The fiction of a world which answers our desires, psychological artifices and interpretations in order to associate all that we honor and regard as pleasant with this world of truth. The will to truth at this stage is essentially the art of interpretation, which, if nothing else, still involves the ability to interpret. The same order of men, one degree poorer and no longer possessed of the ability to interpret and to create fictions, become nihilists. A nihilist is a man who judges that the world as it is ought not to exist, and that the world as it ought to be does not exist. According to this, existence, action, suffering, willing and feeling, has no meaning. The pathos of futility is the nihilist's pathos, and as pathos it is moreover an inconsistency on the part of the nihilist. He who is unable to introduce his will into things, the man without either will or strength, at least invests them with some meaning, i.e. the belief that there ought to be a will in the things acting and intending already. The measure of a man's willpower is how far he can dispense with the meaning in things, how much he can bear a world without meaning, because he himself organizes a small portion of it. The philosophically objective view of things may thus be a sign of poverty in will and strength. For strength organizes what is nearest and next. The knowledge seeker, whose only desire is to ascertain what exists, can determine nothing as it ought to be. The artists are an intermediate type, they at least determine a likeness of things as they ought to be, they are productive in as much as they actually alter and transform, not like the knowledge seekers, who leave everything as it is. The philosopher's affinity with the pessimistic religions, the same species of man, they attribute the highest degree of reality to the things which are most highly valued. The philosopher's affinity with moral men and their standards of value. The moral interpretation of the world as its meaning equals after decline of the religious meaning. Overcoming the philosophers by annihilating the world of being, intermediate period of nihilism, before there is sufficient strength present to turn the values round, and to make the world of becoming, and of appearance, the only world to be countenanced and deified. b. Nihilism as a normal phenomenon may be a symptom of increasing strength or of increasing weakness. This is partly owing to the fact that the strength to create, to will has grown to such an extent that comprehensive interpretation, the giving of meaning to things, present tasks, state, etc., is no longer required. And partly owing to the fact that even the creative force necessary to create meaning declines, and disappointment becomes the prevailing condition. The inability to believe in a meaning becomes unbelief. What is the significance of science in regard to both possibilities? 1. It is a sign of strength and self-control. It shows an ability to dispense with healing, comforting worlds of illusion. 2. It undermines, dissects, disappoints, weakens. c. The need to hold on to something believed to be true, the psychological reduction of the belief in truth, all previous feelings of value aside, is fear, laziness. At the same time, unbelief. Reduction. In what way does it acquire a new value, if there is no world of truth at all? In this way the value feelings previously squandered on the world of being become free again. 586. The world of truth and the world of illusion. Draft of the first chapter. A. The temptations which this notion presents are of three kinds. An unknown world, we are adventurous and inquisitive, we are weary of the familiar. The danger of the notion lies in its insinuation that this world is known to us. Another world, where things are different, something in us reconsiders, and our tacit acquiescence, our silence thereby loses its value. Perhaps all will be well, and we have not hoped in vain. Yes, a world where things are different, and, who knows, we ourselves are different. The oddest trick ever played upon us, the strangest attack ever made, is the notion of the world of truth. The word truth has become overlaid with so many things that we involuntarily make a gift of all this to the world of truth. The world of truth must also be a truthful one that would not deceive us or make fools of us. To believe in it is almost to be obliged to believe in it, out of common decency, as is the case among trustworthy individuals. The notion of the unknown world insinuates to us that this world is already known to us, and is thus already tedious to us. The notion of the other world insinuates that this world could be otherwise. It transcends what is necessary and factual. It is profitless for a man to yield to it, to accommodate himself to it. The notion of the world of truth insinuates that this world is untruthful, deceitful, dishonest, spurious, and insignificant, and consequently also not a world which has our best interests at heart. It is inadvisable to accommodate oneself to it. It would be better to resist it. Thus we withdraw from this world in three different ways: with our curiosity, as if the more interesting part lay elsewhere; with our reluctance to yield, as if it was not necessary to do so, as if this world were not in the highest degree necessary; with our determination not to be misled, as if this world did not deserve our sympathy and respect, as if it had dealt unfairly and dishonestly with us. In summa, we are in rebellion in a threefold way. We have made X, the unknown quantity, into a critique of the known world. b. The first step towards reasonableness is to understand the extent to which we have been seduced, to wit, it might be exactly the opposite. 1. The unknown world could be constructed in such a way as to make us well disposed towards this world, for it may be a more foolish and more petty form of existence. 2. The other world, far from taking account of our wishes which had not been carried out, might be among the mass of things which this world makes possible for us. To become acquainted with it would be a means of satisfaction. 3. The world of truth, but who says that the world of illusion must be of less value than the world of truth? Do our instincts not contradict this judgment? Is man not forever creating an invented world, because he wishes to have a better world than reality? Above all, how did we arrive at the conclusion that our world is not the world of truth? For it might be that the other world is the illusory one. As a matter of fact, the Greeks, for example, imagined a realm of shadows, an illusory existence alongside true existence. And finally, What justification do we have for postulating degrees of reality, so to speak? That is something quite different from an unknown world, that is already the desire to know something about the unknown. NB. It is all well and good to speak of the other, the unknown world, but to speak of the world of truth means knowing something about it, which is quite the contrary to the assumption of an X world. In summa, the world X could be more tedious, more inhuman, and more unworthy in every sense than this world. If it were asserted that there were several X worlds, i.e. every possible kind of world besides our own, that would be another matter. But that has never been asserted. The world of truth equals the truthful world, which does not lie to us, which is honest. Equals the right, which is all that matters. Equals the genuine, as opposed to something forged and counterfeit. See. The problem is, why does the representation of the other world always work to the disadvantage of this world? Why does it always have the effect of criticizing this world? What does this indicate? A people who are proud of themselves, whose life is ascending, think that to be different is always to be inferior, to be worthless. They regard the foreign, unknown world as their enemy, as their opposite. They feel no curiosity about what is foreign, and completely reject it. Such a people would never admit that another people were the true people. The very fact that such a distinction is possible, that this world is taken for an illusion, and the other for the truth, is symptomatic. The point of origin for the idea of another world. The philosopher who invents a rational world where reason and logical functions are adequate, hither comes the idea of the world of truth. The religious man who invents a divine world, hither comes the idea of the denaturalized, unnatural world. The moral man who invents a free world, hither comes the idea of the good, perfect, just and holy world. The common factor in the 3 points of origin is error in psychology, confusion in physiology. In what terms is the other world as it actually appears in history sketched? In terms of the stigma of philosophical, religious, and moral prejudices. The other world, as is evident from these facts, is synonymous with not being, not living, not wishing to live. General insight, it was an instinctive sense of weariness with life, and not an instinctive sense of vitality, which created the other world. The implication is that philosophy, religion, and morality are symptoms of decadence. 11. Biological value of knowledge. 587. It might seem as if I had evaded the question of certainty. The reverse is true, but in the course of trying to determine its criterion, I examined the very weights previously used to make these measurements, and thereby showed that the question of certainty is in itself a dependent question, a question of secondary importance. 588. The question of values is more fundamental than the question of certainty. The latter becomes serious only after the question of values has been answered. Being and appearance, regarded psychologically, yield no being in itself, no criterion for reality, but only for degrees of appearance, measured according to the strength of the interest taken in appearance. Asterisk. There is no struggle for existence between ideas and perceptions, only a struggle for supremacy. The vanquished idea is not annihilated, but rather driven to the background or subordinated. There is no such thing as annihilation in intellectual spheres. 14. 589. Ends and means, cause and effect, subject and object, action and passion, thing in itself and appearance, all as interpretations, not as facts, in the sense of a will to power. To what extent are they perhaps necessary, for preservation, as interpretations? 590. Our values are read into things. Is there then any meaning in things in themselves? Of necessity, is not every meaning but a relative meaning, a relative perspective? All meaning is will to power, all relative meanings may be resolved into it. 591. The insistence upon hard facts, epistemology, how much pessimism there is in it. 592. The antagonism between the world of truth, as pessimism depicts it, and a world where one can live. For this the rights of truth must be tested. To understand the nature of this antagonism, the meaning of all these ideal impulses must be measured by the standard of life. A life that is sickly, desperate, and clinging to heavenly things struggles with one that is healthier, richer, fresher, more foolish and more false. Thus it is not truth struggling with life, but one kind of life struggling with another. But the former wants to be the higher kind. Here we must prove that some hierarchy is necessary, that the first problem is the hierarchy among kinds of life. 593. The belief thus and thus it is to become the intention thus and thus shall it be. 12. Science. 594. Science, previously it has been a way to eliminate the utter confusion in which we find ourselves, through hypotheses which explain everything, that is to say, it has been the result of the intellect's aversion to chaos. This same aversion takes hold of me in contemplation of myself. I should like to visualize my inner world by means of a schema, and thus escape intellectual confusion. Morality was just such a simplification, it regarded man as known, as familiar. Now we have annihilated morality, and once again we find ourselves completely obscure. I know that I know nothing of myself. Physics has proved to be a great comfort to us. Science, as the way to knowledge, becomes attractive once morality has been set aside, and because here alone do we find consistency, we must build our lives upon it, if we are to have any. This is a sort of practical consideration concerning our needs as knowledge seekers. 595. Our presuppositions: no God, no goals, finite force. Let us beware of devising and prescribing modes of thought necessary for baser men. 596. There is no need for a moral education of the human race. What is necessary rather is a compulsory school of error, because truth disgusts, and spoils life, provided a man has not already been sent on his irrevocable way and bears the consequences of his honest insight with tragic pride. 597. The prerequisite to scientific work, belief in its cohesion and continuity, so that the individual may work in any part, however small, confident that his labor is not in vain. There is one great paralyzing thought: he labors in vain, he struggles in vain. The periods of accumulation, when force and instruments of power are found and preserved for future use, science as a way station, where the more ordinary, more multifarious and complicated sorts find their most natural discharge and gratification, all those who do well to avoid action. 598. A philosopher finds relaxation in other ways and in other things. He finds relaxation, example in nihilism. The belief that there is no such thing as truth, the belief of the nihilist, is a great relief for one who, as a warrior of knowledge, struggles incessantly with nothing but ugly truths. For the truth is ugly. 599. The meaninglessness of everything. This belief is the result of an insight into the falsity of previous interpretations, a generalization born of despondency and weakness, not a necessary belief. Man's arrogance: when he sees no meaning, he denies that there is one. 600. The world admits of endlessly many interpretations, each of them a sign of growth or decline. Previous attempts to overcome the moral God, pantheism, Hegel, etc. Inertia is in need of unity, monism, multiplicity of interpretations a sign of strength. We should not wish to deny the world its disquieting and enigmatic character. 601. Against the desire for reconciliation and peaceableness. Included therein is every attempt at monism. 602. This world seen in perspective, this world as it presents itself to the eyes, ears, and touch, is quite false, no doubt, compared to how it would present itself to a much keener sensory apparatus. But its intelligibility, its comprehensibility, its practicability, its beauty, all come to an end if we sharpen our senses, just as beauty ends upon careful consideration of the processes of history. The teleological order is but an illusion. Suffice it to say that the more approximate and superficial our grasp of it, the more precious, the more determinate, the more beautiful, the more meaningful the world seems. The deeper we go into it, the more it falls in our estimation, meaninglessness draws near. We have created the world that has value. Knowing this, we also recognize that the reverence for truth is only the result of an illusion, and that we should have greater appreciation for the force that forms, simplifies, shapes, and invents what God was. All is false. All is permitted. 15. Only by a certain short-sightedness, a determination to simplify, is anything beautiful or precious, in themselves, things are I know not what. 603. Neither pessimists nor optimists. Schopenhauer's great insight, that destroying an illusion does not result in a truth, but in just another piece of ignorance, an extension of our empty space, an increase in our inner desolation. 604. Interpretation, introduction of meaning, not explanation. There are no facts, everything is fluid, ineffable, elusive, the most enduring things are still our opinions. In most cases a new interpretation is laid over an old interpretation which has grown incomprehensible, and which now remains only a sign. 16. 605. To distinguish between true and untrue, to ascertain facts in general, is fundamentally different from inventive conjecture, from the forming, shaping, subduing, and ordaining which lies in the nature of philosophy. To give a meaning to things, this work remains to be done, provided no meaning is already imputed to them. Thus it is with sounds, and with the fate of nations, they admit of the most varied interpretations and of being applied to the most varied purposes. The still higher level is to set a goal and to mold facts accordingly, that is, the interpretation of the act, and not merely the poetic adaptation of concepts. 606. Man ultimately finds no more in things than he himself has introduced into them. This rediscovery is called science, and the introducing, art, religion, love, pride. While this may be child's play, people continue to do both, it being a part of a good disposition to do so. It falls to some people to rediscover, while it falls to others, we others, to introduce. 607. The two sides of science. In regard to the individual. In regard to the culture complex, levels. Conflicting assessments according to which side is considered. 608. The development of science resolves the familiar more and more into the unfamiliar. Its aim, however, is the reverse, and it instinctively proceeds to trace the unfamiliar back to the familiar. In summa, science prepares the way for a sovereign ignorance, for a feeling that there is no such thing as knowledge, and that it was presumptuous ever to dream of such a thing, more, that we have not the slightest reason even to consider knowledge a possibility, that knowledge itself is a contradictory notion. We translate primeval mythology and human vanity into hard fact. We can no more allow a thing in itself as a concept than we can allow knowledge in itself. The seductive influence of number and logic, of laws. Wisdom is an attempt to cope with perspectival judgments, i.e. with the will to power, a principle of a disintegrating and life-threatening nature, a symptom as with the Indians, etc., a weakening of the power of appropriation. 609. It is not enough to recognize the ignorance in which man and beast live, you must realize that they are, and you yourself must be, determined to be ignorant. You need to understand that without this kind of ignorance life itself would be impossible, that only under this condition can a living thing survive and thrive. A great solid globe of ignorance must surround you. 610. Science, the transformation of nature into concepts for the purpose of mastering nature, that falls under the rubric means. But the purpose and will of mankind must grow in the same way, the intention with respect to the whole. 611. What is strongest, what is constantly exercised in all stages of life, is thought. It is present in every perception and even in what is apparently passive. Obviously this makes it the most powerful and exacting of forces, and in time tyrannizes over all the rest. Ultimately it becomes passion itself. 612. The right to great passion must be reclaimed for the knowledge seekers. After depersonalization and the cult of objectivity have created a false hierarchy in this sphere also. Error reached its zenith when Schopenhauer taught that freedom from the passions and the will is the only way to truth, to knowledge. The will-less intellect could not help seeing the true and actual nature of things. The same error is found in arte, as if everything were beautiful as soon as it is beheld without willing. 613. Deliverance from morality. Organic moral, battle of conflicting emotions and the dominion of one emotion over the intellect. Revenge, injustice, punishment. 614. To humanize the world, i.e. to feel our increasing mastery over it. 615. For a superior kind of being, knowledge will also take on new forms which are not yet necessary. 616. The idea that the worth of the world lies in our interpretations, and that maybe somewhere other interpretations are possible apart from the merely human, that the previous interpretations involve judgments made from a certain point of view, by virtue of which we sustain life, that is, the will to power and the growth of power, that each elevation of men implies the overcoming of narrower interpretations, that strengthening and extending one's power opens up new perspectives and inspires faith in new horizons. This theme runs through all my writings. The world that concerns us is false, i.e. is not a fact but an invention and extrapolation from too few observations. It is in flux, a process, an ever-shifting body of errors that never approaches the truth, for there is no truth. 617. To impress upon becoming the character of being, this is the highest expression of the will to power. The senses and the intellect, by a double falsification, obtain for us a world of things that exist, abide, are equivalent, etc. That everything recurs is the nearest approach a world of becoming makes to a world of being, and with that, we reach the height of contemplation. The dissatisfaction and condemnation that the world of becoming arouses stems from the value attributed to unchanging beings, once a world of them has been invented. Subsequently they metamorphose into body, God, ideas, natural laws, formulae, etc. But it is the being that is the appearance. What is valuable is quite the reverse, it is the appearance that confers value. Knowledge as such in a world of becoming is impossible. In what sense then is knowledge possible? Only as a self-misunderstanding, as a will to power, a will to deception. To become means to invent, to desire, to deny oneself, to overcome oneself. It means to be not a subject but an activity of positing, a creative activity. It does not involve causes and effects. Art springs from the desire to overcome transience, it immortalizes, but short-sightedly, from a point of view, it repeats in miniature the tenor of the whole. What all life shows must be regarded as shorthand for the whole tendency, hence the new definition of the concept life as will to power. There is no such thing as cause and effect, but instead a struggle between the opposing processes, often leading to one absorbing another. The number of these processes is indeterminate. The old ideals are useless for interpreting all that occurs, once their animal origin and utility are recognized. Moreover, they are all hostile to life. Mechanistic theory is also useless, it gives the impression that all is meaningless. All of mankind's previous idealism is about to turn into nihilism, into a belief in absolute worthlessness, that is, meaninglessness. The annihilation of ideals, the new desert, requires new arts to withstand it, amphibians that we are. Prerequisites, bravery, patience, no going back, but no ardent desire to advance either. N.B. Zarathustra constantly parodies all previous values, out of abundance. Part 2. The will to power in nature. 1. The mechanical interpretation of the world. 618. Of all the interpretations of the world that have been tried so far, the mechanical one today seems conspicuously triumphant. Obviously it has a good conscience on its side, and no one in the sciences has any faith in progress or hope for success, unless it is achieved with the aid of mechanical procedures. Everyone is familiar with these procedures, as far as possible, put reason and purpose out of play, show that in the fullness of time, anything can become anything, smile and gloat a little when, once again, the apparent intention behind the destiny of a plant or an egg yolk is traced to pressure and impact, in short, pay unreserved homage to the principle of greatest stupidity. 17 If I may be permitted a facetious expression in so serious a matter. Meanwhile, a presentiment, an anxiety can be detected even among the best minds of the movement, as if the theory had a hole in it, which sooner or later will prove to be its last, I mean the sort of hole which finally sinks it. They cannot explain pressure and impact themselves, they cannot dispense with actio in distance, they have lost faith in their own ability to explain, and admit with a scowl that they can really only describe, and that the dynamic world interpretation, with its denial of empty space and granular atoms, will soon hold sway over physicists. At this point, of course, they will have to attribute to the dynamis an inner quality. 619. The victorious notion force by which our physicists have removed God from the world still needs to be completed. An inner world must be ascribed to it, which I describe as a will to power, i.e. as an insatiable desire to demonstrate one's power, or to apply and exercise it, as a creative impulse, etc. Physicists find the principle of action at a distance indispensable, they find the force of attraction and repulsion no less so. It can't be helped, one must regard all motion, all phenomena, all laws as symptoms of an internal event, and do so by taking man as an analogy. It is possible to derive all the instincts of an animal from the will to power, and likewise all the functions of organic life from this one source. 620. Has the existence of force ever been established? No, only effects, translated into a completely foreign language. Regularity of succession has so spoiled us that we no longer wonder at the wondrous process. 621. A force which we cannot imagine is an empty word, and has no standing in science. Like the so-called purely mechanical forces of attraction and repulsion, they are intended to make the world intelligible, nothing more. 622. Compression and impact are something inexpressibly recent, derivative, and thus not primordial. They presuppose something which coheres and can cause compression and impact. But how does it cohere? 623. Philosophy. There is nothing immutable in chemistry, this is only an illusion, a mere scholastic prejudice. To my esteemed colleagues in physics, I say, we introduce the notion of immutability, taking it from metaphysics as usual. It is quite naive to assert merely on the basis of observation that diamond, graphite, and carbon are identical, for no better reason than that no loss of matter can be detected by weight. Admittedly, they have something in common, but this does not alter the fact that the transformation, the molecular work which we can neither see nor weigh, produces from the initial material something different, with specifically different properties. 624. Against the physical atom. In order to understand the world, we must be able to quantify it. In order to be able to quantify it, we must have constant causes, but since we find no such constant causes in reality, we invent some, the atoms. This is the origin of atomism. The ability to quantify the world and express everything in formulae, is that really understanding? What would be understood in a piece of music if what were quantifiable and expressible in formulae in it were reckoned? Then the constant causes, things, substances, something unconditional, all invented, and what has been achieved? 625. The mechanical conception of motion is already a translation of the original process into another language, a translation into visual and tactile terms. The conception of the atom, with its distinction between the seat of a driving force and the force itself, rests upon a linguistic distinction derived from our logical and psychological world. We may not be at liberty to change our means of expression, but it should be possible to understand the extent to which they are mere semiotics. It is preposterous to demand an adequate mode of expression. It lies in the very nature of a language, of a means of expression, to express mere relations. The concept truth is absurd. The whole domain of true and false refers to the relations between beings, not to what they are in themselves. Nonsense, there is no such thing as a being in itself. Relations are what constitute beings in the first place, any more than there can be knowledge in itself. 626. Nor can the sensation of force arise from motion. Sensation in general cannot arise from motion. The only evidence in support of sensation arising from motion is a seeming experience, sensation being generated in something material, the brain, through transmitted motion, the stimuli. But if the sensation has to be generated, wouldn't this show that sensation in the matter does not yet exist at all? So that its emergence would have to be regarded as the creative act of the supervening motion? It is only an hypothesis that matter is devoid of sensation. Not something of which we have experience. Sensation, therefore, is a property of matter. Matter is capable of sensation. Do we find that certain material things have no sensations? No, we have only failed to discover any. It is impossible to derive sensation from matter incapable of sensation. 18. The haste. 627. The notions attraction and repulsion in the purely mechanical senses are complete fictions, mere words. We cannot imagine an attraction without an intention. The desire to seize a thing, or to defend ourselves from its influence and repel it, that we understand, that would be an interpretation we might need. In short, the psychological necessity of a belief in causality lies in our inability to imagine an event without an intention. Of course, this says nothing about truth or untruth, the justification of such a belief. The belief in causa stands or falls with the belief in tau lambda 19, against Spinoza and his causalism. 628. It is an illusion to suppose that something is known when we have a mathematical formula for an event. It is only designated, described, nothing more. 629. If I reduce a regular event to a formula, I facilitate the designation of the whole phenomenon, abbreviate it, etc. This establishes no law, but rather raises the question of why something is repeated here. It is a supposition that the formula represents a complex of initially unknown forces and their discharge. It is quite mythical to suppose in such cases that forces obey laws, so that in consequence of their obedience the same thing always happens. 630. I am careful not to speak of chemical laws, that smacks of morality. It is more a matter of absolutely determining the relations of power. The stronger becomes master of the weaker, to the extent that the latter fails to retain some degree of independence. Here there is no mercy, no quarter, still less any respect for laws. 631. The unalterable sequence of certain appearances does not prove any law, but a relation of power between two or more forces. To say, but it is precisely this relation that remains the same, says nothing more than, one and the same force cannot also be another force. It is not a matter of things coming one after another, but rather of things going into each other, a process in which the individual successive moments are not determined as cause and effect. The separation of deeds from doers, of what happens from what makes it happen, the process from something that is not a process but permanent, substance, thing, body, soul, etc. The attempt to comprehend what happens as a sort of displacement and a change of position on the part of a being, of something abiding. This ancient mythology established the belief in cause and effect, once it had assumed a fixed form in the linguistic grammatical functions. 632. The regularity of a sequence is only a figurative expression, just as if a rule were followed here, but this is not a fact. And the same is true of conformity to law. We find a formula to express an ever-recurring kind of episode, but with that we have discovered no law, much less a force which causes a recurrence of episodes. The fact that something always happens thus and so is interpreted as if a being always acted that way in obedience to a law or to a lawgiver, whereas but for the law it would be free to do otherwise. But precisely this inability to do otherwise might come from the being itself, not because of law but because it was so constituted. It only means, something cannot be what it is and also another thing, cannot sometimes do one thing and sometimes another, is neither free nor unfree, but merely such and such. The fault lies in the poetic infusion of subjectivity. 633. It is wrong to say of two successive states that one is the cause and the other the effect. The first state brings about nothing, the second is brought about by nothing. It is a struggle between two elements unequal in power, a rearrangement of forces is attained, based on the relative strength of each. The second state is something fundamentally different from the first, it is not its effect, the essential thing is that the factors engaged in the struggle emerge from it with different quantities of power. 634. Will to power, philosophy, quantities of power. A critique of mechanism. Let us eliminate the two popular notions of necessity and law, the first introduces a false constraint, the second a false freedom into the world. Things do not act regularly, they follow no rule, there are no things, that is our fiction, just as little do they act under the constraint of some sort of necessity. There is no obedience here, just because something is as it is, this strong, this weak, does not mean that it is the result of obedience, or of a rule, or of a constraint. The degree of resistance and the degree of superiority, that is what is at issue in all events. If we, for ordinary purposes of prediction, know how to express this in formulations of laws, so much the better for us. But that does not mean that we have introduced any morality into the world, just because we invented the idea that it was obedient. There are no laws, at every moment, every power produces all the consequences of which it is capable. The very fact that there is no mezzo term in 20 is what gives things their predictability. A quantity of power is indicated by the effect which it produces and that which it resists. These power centers exhibit no state of indifference, although such a state is conceivable in itself. What they do exhibit is essentially a desire to violate and to defend themselves from violations. This is not self-preservation, every atom exercises its influence over the whole of being. If we abstract from it this radiation of power-seeking, we abstract from it its very existence. That is why I call it a quantity of will to power, a formula which expresses the character which we cannot abstract from the mechanical order without abstracting that very order from the world altogether. The translation of the world of action into a visible world, a world for the eye, is the concept motion. Here it is always implicitly understood that something has been moved, whether it be the fiction of an atom as a little lump of matter, or even the more abstract conception of it, the dynamic atom, something is always imagined which acts, i.e. we have not yet abandoned the habit into which we are misled by our senses and our language. The distinction between subject and object, between agents and their acts, between acts and their effects, let us not forget that that is merely semiotics and indicates nothing real. Mechanics as a doctrine of motion is already a translation of events into man's language of the senses. 635. We have need of unities in order to make predictions, but it cannot be assumed that there are such unities. We borrowed the notion of unity from our notion ego, our oldest article of faith. If we did not regard ourselves as unities, we would never have formed the notion thing. Now, rather late in the day, we are thoroughly convinced that our conception of the ego guarantees nothing with regard to real unity. Thus, if we are to sustain the mechanical interpretation of the world as a matter of theory, it is always with the proviso that we do so in so far as we employ two fictions, the concept of motion, derived from the language of our senses, and the concept of the atom equals unit, derived from our mental experience. It presupposes a sensory prejudice and psychological prejudice. The mechanistic world is thus imagined as the senses of vision and touch alone could envisage such a world, as in motion, so as to be predictable. To that end unities are invented, so that causal unities can be invented, i.e. things, atoms, whose effects remain constant, which involves the transfer of the false notion of subject to the concept of the atom. The concept of number, the concept of thing, the concept of subject, the concept of activity, separation of cause and effect, motion, sight and touch. The notion that all effects are motion, where there is motion, something is moved. All these things are phenomenal. The introduction of the concept of number, of the concept of subject, of the concept of motion, our I and our psychology are still involved. If we eliminate these additions, nothing remains but dynamic quantities of energy, in tension with all other dynamic quantities of energy, whose essence consists in their relation to all other quantities, in their effect on them. The will to power, which is not a being, not a becoming, but a pathos, is the most elementary fact, from which a becoming, and affecting, emerge in the first place. Mechanics formulates means of expression for sequelae, and it does so semiotically, in sensory and psychological terms, but it does not so much as touch the question of the nature of causal force. 636. Philosophy. The physicists believe in a world of truth in their own way, an unalterable, generally applicable, deterministic system of atoms in motion, so that for them the world of illusion reduces to that aspect of being which is universal, universally necessary, and accessible to every creature after its kind, accessible and yet also arranged and made subjective. But that is where they have gone astray. The existence of the atom which they postulate is inferred by following the logic of consciousness perspective, and is therefore itself a subjective fiction. This picture of the world which they draw is essentially the same as the subjective picture of the world. The only difference is that it is constructed with imagined senses extrapolated, to be sure, from our own actual senses. And in the end, they inadvertently left something out of the constellation, precisely the necessary perspective through which every center of force, and not only man, constructs the entire rest of the world, i.e. takes its measure, grapples with it and refashions it as far as it is able. They have neglected to include in true being the force which establishes the perspective in the first place. To put it in scholastic terms, they have neglected to include subjectivity. They suppose that it somehow developed subsequently, but even chemistry needs it. Subjectivity is the specificity with which something determinately acts and reacts in such and such a way, depending upon circumstances. Perspectivism is only a complex form of specificity. My idea is that every specific body strives for ascendancy over all of space, to extend its power, its will to power, and to defeat anything which resists its extension. But it continually encounters the same striving in other bodies, and in the end comes to terms with, unites with, those which are sufficiently related to it, thus they conspire together for power. And the process continues. 637. Even in the inorganic realm, an atom of force takes into consideration only what is in its immediate vicinity. In the distance, forces offset each other. This is the essence of what seeing in perspective is, and why a living organism is self-centered through and through. 638. If the world had a certain amount of force at its disposal, clearly whenever power shifted from one point to another this would affect the whole system. Thus, besides successive causality, there would also be simultaneous and mutual dependence. 639. The only possible way of making sense of the concept God would be, God, not as the motive force, but God as a maximum state, an epoch. A point in the further development of the will to power by means of which subsequent development explains itself just as much as the prior development up to him. Viewed mechanically, the energy of the overall process remains constant. Viewed economically, it rises to its zenith and falls back again in an eternal cycle. This will to power expresses itself in the interpretation, in the manner in which the force is consumed, conversion of energy into life, and life in the highest potency, thus appears to be the goal. The same amount of energy at different stages of development means different things. That which constitutes growth in life is the economy, ever more frugal, and ever more closely calculated, which always does more with less and less force. The ideal is the principle of least effort. The one thing proven is that the world shows no tendency to a steady state. Consequently, its highest state must be conceived as something other than a state of equilibrium. The absolute necessity of the same events, in any given course of the world, to all eternity, not a determinism governing events, is merely the expression of the fact that the impossible is not possible. That a given force simply cannot be other than just this determinate force, that one force vents itself upon another which offers a certain amount of resistance, strictly in proportion to its strength. To speak of events as being necessary is tautological. 2. The will to power as life. A. The organic process. 640. He imagines himself present at the beginning of organic life, but what has actually been seen and felt by this procedure? What was quantified? What regularities were reflected in their motions? So, man would rather treat everything as if it were visible and tangible, hence as if it were in motion, and wants to discover formulae to simplify the enormous mass of data. This reduces everything to the level of the empiricist and the mathematician. It is a question of an inventarium of human experience, as if man, or rather human vision and comprehension, were the ever-present witness to everything. 641. What we call life is an assemblage of forces sharing a nutritive process. Essential to this nutritive process are also called sensations, ideas, and thoughts, i.e., 1. A resistance to external forces, 2. An arrangement of internal forces according to forms and rhythms, and 3. An estimation of what to absorb and what to excrete. 642. The connection between the inorganic and the organic must lie in the repulsive force exercised by every atom of force. Life might be defined as a stable form the process takes that determines the unevenly growing strengths of various combatants. To some extent resistance is present even in obedience, those who obey have by no means abandoned all initiative. By the same token, those who command must concede that they never entirely defeat their adversaries or absorb and dissipate their power. Obeying, like commanding, is a form of competition. 643. The will to power interprets. The formation of an organ involves interpretation. Interpretation defines, it determines degrees, disparities of power. Mere disparities of power could not be felt as such, there must be something wanting to grow, that interprets according to its value every other thing that wants to grow. In that respect they are the same. In fact, interpretation is itself a means of becoming master of something. The organic process requires continual interpretation. 644. Principle of life. Greater complexity, sharp differentiation, the juxtaposition of the developed organs and functions, with the disappearance of transitional forms, if that is perfection, then there is a will to power inherent in the organic process, by virtue of which dominating, shaping, and commanding forces are always extending the sphere of their power, and continually simplifying things within that sphere, the demand increasing. Mind is only a means and an instrument in the service of higher life, the elevation of life, and as for the good, as Plato, and after him, Christianity, understood it, it seems to me even a life-threatening, life-slandering, life-negating principle. 645. Heredity, being something entirely unexplained, cannot be used to explain, but only to locate and put a label on a problem. The same holds true for adaptability. As a matter of fact, a morphological study, even supposing it were complete, explains nothing, but merely describes a prodigious fact. How it is possible for an organ to be adapted to some end, that remains unexplained. The assumption of causae finales would explain these things just as little as causae efficiens does. The term causa is only a means of expression, a word, nothing more. 646. There are analogies, e.g. between our memory and another kind of memory that is evident in the inheritance and development of forms, between our human ingenuity and experimentation and nature's ingenuity in the application of means to new ends, etc. However, our so-called consciousness is not responsible for any of the processes essential to our preservation and growth, and no head would be clever enough to construct more than a machine, to which every organic process is far superior. 647. Against Darwinism. The utility of an organ does not explain its origin, on the contrary. During most of the time a certain trait is forming, this trait does not help to preserve the individual organism, is of no use to it, and particularly not in its struggle with external circumstances and enemies. But after all, what is useful? We must ask, useful for what? E.g., what promotes the longevity of the individual organism might be inimical to its strength or grandeur, what preserves it might at the same time arrest its development. On the other hand, a deficiency, a state of degeneration, may be of the greatest utility in so far as it acts as a stimulans to other organs. In the same way, distress may be a condition of existence in so far as it reduces the individual organism to surviving and not wasting its resources. The individual organism itself is the struggle of parts, for nutrition, space, etc. Its development involves the prevalence, the predominance of individual parts, and the atrophy, the becoming an organ, of others. The extent of the influence of external circumstances is ridiculously overrated by Darwin. Essential to the life process is precisely this tremendous formative power to create from within, which merely uses and exploits external circumstances. The fact is that the new forms generated from within are not formed for any purpose, but that in the struggle between the parts, it will not be long before a new form bears a relationship to a partial utility, and then adapts itself ever more perfectly to that use. If only that which had proved permanently useful were preserved, then the damaging, destroying, dissolving capability, the senseless, the accidental would not be possible in the first place. 648. Being useful for accelerating the tempo of a species' evolution is different from being useful for the species to establish itself and remain stable. 649. Useful in Darwinian biology means what has proved advantageous in the struggle with others. But it seems to me a sense of growth, a sense of becoming stronger, quite apart from any advantage to be gained from the struggle, is true progress. It is from this alone that the desire to struggle arises. 650. Physiologists should think twice before fastening upon the impulse to self-preservation as the cardinal instinct of an organic being. Above all, a living thing wants to express its strength. Self-preservation is only one of the consequences of that. Let us beware of superfluous teleological principles. And among them is the entire notion of the impulse to self-preservation. 651. The most fundamental and most primordial activity of a protoplasm is not to be ascribed to a desire for self-preservation, because it ingests more than preservation would require for no good reason, but more to the point. In so doing it does not even succeed in preserving itself, but rather, disintegrates. The impulse which holds sway here must account for precisely this indifference to self-preservation. To call this activity hunger is to interpret it in terms of fundamentally dissimilar and more complicated organisms. Hunger is a later, more specialized form of this impulse, an expression of the division of labor, in service of a higher impulse which holds sway over it. 652. Hunger can no more be regarded as the primum mobile than self-preservation. Hunger understood as the result of malnutrition means hunger as the result of a will to power which is no longer able to prevail. Cell division is the result of too weak a unity. It is certainly not a matter of the restoration of what has been lost. It is only later when, owing to the division of labor, the will to power learns how to pursue entirely different forms of satisfaction that the organism is able to reduce the necessity of appropriation to mere hunger, to the necessity of restoring what has been lost. 653. The false altruism of biologists is laughable. The reproduction of the amoeba is like throwing out ballast, a pure advantage. It is the excretion of useless matter. 654. The division of a protoplasm into two takes place when it lacks the power to control what it has appropriated, Procreation is due to impotence. Thus when the males out of hunger seek the female and merge with it, procreation is the result of a kind of hunger. 655. We see the weaker one thronging towards the stronger from the need for nutrition. It wants to be sheltered by it, if possible to become one with it. The stronger, conversely, wards them off. It refuses to perish in this way. Rather, in the course of growing, it divides into two or more. The greater the impetus towards unity, the more that weakness is implied, the greater the impetus towards variety, differentiation, internal disintegration, the greater the strength. In the organic as much as in the inorganic world, the forces of attraction and repulsion are what bind things together. The whole distinction between organic and inorganic is a prejudice. It is more accurate to say that there is a will to power in every alliance, defending itself against the stronger and preying upon the weaker. N.B. Processes considered as beings. 656. The will to power can manifest itself only against resistance, it therefore seeks out that which resists it. This is the primordial tendency of the protoplasm when it sends out its pseudopodia and gropes about. The act of appropriation and assimilation is, above all, an expression of the desire to subdue, a process of forming and shaping and reshaping, until at last the subdued falls entirely under the power of its attacker, and in so doing augments it. If this process of incorporation does not succeed, then the structure is likely to fall apart, and then a duality appears as the result of the will to power. In order to prevent the escape of that which has been captured, the will to power divides into two halves, under some circumstances without completely abandoning the connection between them. The experience of hunger is only a closer adaptation, once the fundamental impetus towards power has achieved a more intellectual form. 657. What is passive? Resisting and reacting. Being hindered from reaching forwards, thus an act of resistance and reaction. What is active? Grasping at power. Nutrition is only derivative, the original form is to want to encompass everything within oneself. Procreation is only derivative, originally, where one will does not suffice to organize the whole appropriation, an opposing will comes into effect, which tries to break away and establish a new center of organization, after a struggle with the original will. Pleasure is a feeling of power, presupposing pain. 658. Towards a plan. Introduction. 1. The organic functions are to be traced back to the fundamental will, the will to power, and shown to be ramifications of it. 2. Thought, sensation, will or volition are present in all living organisms. What then is pleasure other than overcoming a painful impediment, or, better still, a rhythm of interruption and resistance, which arouses the feeling of power, and through that pleasure swells, thus pain is included in all pleasure. If the pleasure is to be very great, the pains preceding it must be quite prolonged, and the tension of the bow M3 be extreme. 3. The will to power becomes specialized as the will to nutrition, property, tools, servants, as ruling and obeying, the body. The stronger will controls the weaker. There is no other causality than the influence of will on will. There is as yet absolutely no mechanistic explanation for this. 4. Intellectual functions, the desire to arrange, assimilate, etc. Appendix. The philosopher's great misconceptions. B. Man. 659. With the body as our guide. Granting that the soul was an attractive and mysterious notion which philosophers were rightly reluctant to abandon, it may be that what they have come to put in its place is even more attractive, even more mysterious. The human body, in which the ancient and recent past is alive and embodied, recapitulates the whole history of organic evolution. A great yet soundless torrent seems to rush through, over and beyond it. The body is a more astonishing notion than the old soul. There has always been more belief in the body, as that part of us which most certainly exists, in short, as ego, than in the intellect, or the soul, or the subject, to use the current academic terminology. It has never occurred to anyone to consider his stomach as an alien, that is, a divine stomach. But to apprehend his ideas as inspired, his value judgments as whispers of the divine, his instincts as the work of daemons. This human tendency and predilection has always been very much in evidence. Even now, it is quite common for artists in particular to express a sort of astonishment and a respectful reluctance to form an opinion, when asked how they manage to throw the die so well and where their creative ideas come from. When the question is put to them, they respond with all the innocence and embarrassment of a child, for they dare not say that came from me, it was my hand that threw the dice. Conversely, even those philosophers and religious men who in their logic and piety found the most compelling reasons to regard things of the flesh as illusions, specifically as illusions overcome and abolished, could not help but recognize the stubborn fact that their own bodies still remained. The strangest testimony on this subject is to be found partly in Paul and partly in Vedanta philosophy. But in the end, what significance does strength of belief have? Strongly held beliefs, for all that, might be quite foolish beliefs. There is food for thought. And in the end, if belief in the body is only the result of an inference, suppose it were a false inference, as the idealists maintain, does not the fact that the intellect causes such false inferences raise a question about the credibility of the intellect itself? Suppose that multiplicity, space, time, and motion, and whatever else might be a presupposition of the belief in corporeality, turn out to be errors, what suspicions will that arouse against the intellect which had led us to such presuppositions? Suffice it to say that, for the time being, belief in the body remains a stronger belief than belief in the intellect, and whoever undermines it, just as thoroughly undermines belief in the authority of the intellect. 660. On Hierarchy. For Book I. On the Physiology of Power. The aristocracy within the body, the majority of the dominant parts, the struggle of tissues. Slavery and the division of labor. The higher type is possible only through the reduction of inferior types to a subordinate function. Pleasure and pain are not opposites. The sense of power. Nutrition is only a consequence of an insatiable desire to appropriate, of the will to power. Procreation is the disintegration which occurs when the dominant cells are powerless to organize what they have appropriated. It is the formative force that wants to have a continual supply of new material, to have still more force at its disposal. Consider the masterpiece of construction represented by the emergence of an organism from an egg. The mechanistic view makes use of nothing but quantities, but the nature of force is qualitative. Mechanics can therefore only describe processes, not explain them. Consider the notion purpose. Our starting point should be the sagacity of plants. The notion perfection involves not only greater complexity, but greater power, which requires something more than just greater masses. Conclusion concerning the development of mankind. Perfection consists in the production of the most powerful individuals, who turn the great multitude into instruments, albeit into the most intelligent and versatile instruments possible. The artist as the formative process in miniature. The pedantry of the educator in opposition. Punishment, the maintenance of a higher type. Isolation. We have drawn the wrong lesson from history. The fact that something higher is flawed or subject to abuse, like aristocracy, is no refutation. 661. NB. How profound are the creative? Why is it that all activity, even that of a sense organ, is associated with pleasure? Was it because, before, there had been an inhibition or pressure? Or rather, is it because all action is a process of overcoming, mastering, and increasing the feeling of power? The pleasure of thinking. Ultimately it is not only the feeling of power, but also the pleasure taken in the creating, and the creation, for all activity enters our consciousness as consciousness of a work. 662. Creating, the act of selecting, and of finishing the thing selected. In every voluntary act, this is what is essential. 663. All that happens out of intention may be reduced to the intention of increasing power. 664. Psychology of error. When we act, and often even before we act, there is always an accompanying sense of strength at the thought of what is to be done, as at the sight of an obstacle or enemy to whom we think ourselves equal. We instinctively feel that this is the cause of the action, that it is the force behind it. Our belief in causality is the belief in strength and its influence. We transfer this experience to things, identifying force with this sense of strength. Force, however, never moves things. The felt force does not set the muscles in motion. We have no experience, no idea of such a process. We no more experience force as bringing about motion than we do the necessity of motion. But force should compel. We only experience that one thing follows another. We do not experience that one thing follows another by compulsion or caprice. 21. Our notion of causality arises only from trying to understand the sequence of processes in terms of compulsion. This gives us a certain understanding of the process, i.e., we have humanized it, made it familiar. What is familiar is our habitual acquaintance with human compulsion and the sense of strength we associate with it. 665. I form the intention of extending my arm, on the assumption that I know as little about the physiology about the human body and of the mechanical laws of its movements as the man in the street. What could be more vague, pale, and indeterminate than this intention when compared with what follows? And suppose that I were the most brilliant of the mechanists, and especially well versed in the mathematical formulae which are applicable to this case, I should be able to extend my arm not one whit better or worse. Our knowledge and our action in this case lie far removed from one another, as though in two different realms. On the other hand, how are we to understand the fact that Napoleon executes the plan for a campaign? Here, every part of the execution of the plan is known, because everything must be expressly ordered, but even here we must presuppose the existence of subordinates who interpret the general plan, adapting it to the particular needs of the moment, the forces available, etc. 666. Psychology of error. From time immemorial we have placed the value of an action, of a character, of a life, on the intention, on the end for which it was done, acted, or lived. This ancient idiosyncrasy of taste finally takes a dangerous turn, provided that the unintended and inadvertent character of all that occurs is brought to our attention more and more. This seems to set the stage for a general reduction in value. Nothing has any meaning. This melancholy proposition says, all meaning lies in intention, and if intention is entirely absent, then meaning is entirely absent as well. In accordance with this assessment, one was compelled to shift the value of life to a life after death, or in the progressive development of ideas, or of mankind, or of the nation, or beyond man, but with that we arrive at a progresses in infinitum 22 of ends. It finally became necessary to find one's place in the world process, perhaps with the thought that, from a dystomonistic perspective, it is a process which leads to nothingness. Point 23. In this connection, the notion end stands in need of a more rigorous criticism. It must be realized that an action is never the result of an end. Ends and means are interpretations by which certain points in an event are selected and emphasized at the expense of others, and indeed, at the expense of most of them. Every time something is purportedly done with an end in view, something fundamentally distinct and different is occurring. An action performed with an end in view may be likened to the alleged purpose of the heat which is radiated from the sun, the greater part of which is wasted, and only an inconsiderable part of which serves any purpose or has any meaning. To call something an end, along with its means, is to provide an indescribably vague characterization, the kind of thing which may indeed be issued as an instruction, as a volition, if we presuppose a system of trained and obedient instruments who will replace the vagueness of such a variable with clear and definite magnitudes. In other words, if we imagine a system of abler but narrower intellects who determine the ends and means, in order that we may give the role of cause of an action to the only end with which we are familiar, an idea to which we are not entitled, it would be to solve a problem by relegating its solution to a world inaccessible to our observation. Finally, What reason is there to think that an end is not an epiphenomenon of the series of changes the active forces undergo which produce the appropriate action? A pale emblem prefiguring in consciousness what will happen, serving to orient us to it, something which is itself a symptom of the event but is not its cause. But with that do we not criticize volition itself? Is it not an illusion to regard the conscious act of volition as a cause? Are not all conscious phenomena only terminal phenomena, the last links of a chain, but which in their succession within a plane of consciousness seem to be conditioned only by themselves? After all, this might be an illusion. 667. Science does not ask what prompts this volition of ours, rather, it denies that we have volition at all, and says that something else entirely occurs, in short, that the belief in will and intentions is an illusion. Science does not investigate the motives of an action, as if these had been present in our consciousness before the action, rather, science first analyzes the action into a group of mechanical phenomena, and seeks the antecedent of this mechanical motion, but not in terms of feeling, sensation, or thought. Sensation is precisely what needs to be explained. Therefore science can never accept such an explanation. The problem for science is simply this, to explain the world without using sensations as causes, for that would mean regarding the sensations themselves as the causes of sensations. The task of science is by no means accomplished. Thus, either there is no such thing as the will at all, the hypothesis of science, or the will is free. The latter assumption represents the prevailing feeling, of which we cannot rid ourselves, even if the hypothesis in question were proved. The popular belief in cause and effect rests on the presupposition that free will is the cause of every effect, only here do we have the impression of causality. From this also comes the feeling that every cause is not an effect, but always only a cause, if the will is the cause. Our voluntary actions are not bound by necessity, that is contained in the notion will. What we feel is that the effect necessarily follows the cause. It is a mere hypothesis that in every instance our volition is forced. 668. Willing is not desiring, striving, yearning, it distinguishes itself from these by the sense of command. There is no such thing as willing, but always only the willing of something. We must not disengage the aim from the state as the epistemologists do. Willing, as they understand it, is no more real than thinking, it is a pure fiction. It is a part of willing that something is commanded, but that is not to say that the volition is executed. That general state of tension by which a force seeks discharge is not willing. 669. Pain and pleasure are the silliest means imaginable for the expression of judgments, which of course does not mean that the judgments which are made clear in this way must be silly. The omission of all reasoning and logic, the reduction of everything to a passionate desire for, or aversion to, some particular object, to its affirmation or negation, an abrupt curtailment of deliberation the benefits of which are undeniable, that is pain and pleasure. Its origin is in the central sphere of the intellect, its presupposition is an infinitely accelerated process of perception, organization, subsumption, examination, deduction. Pleasure and pain are always terminal phenomena, not causes. The decision as to what shall excite pain and pleasure depends upon the degree of power. The same thing which seems dangerous to a creature with a small amount of power, and which seems immediately to compel it to defend itself, may, for a creature more conscious of the abundance of its power, produce a voluptuous sensation and a sense of pleasure. All feelings of pleasure and pain already presuppose a measurement of the total amount of benefit and harm, and therefore a sphere in which the willing of an end, a state, and the choice of a means takes place. Pleasure and pain are never just irreducible facts. The feelings of pleasure and pain are reactions of the will, emotions, in which the intellectual center determines the value to the organism of certain changes which have occurred in the total amount of value it has, at the same time that it adopts countermeasures. 670. The belief in emotions. Emotions are a fabrication of the intellect, an invention of causes which do not exist. All common bodily sensations that we do not understand are interpreted intellectually, i.e., we seek the cause of our feeling this way or that in persons, experiences, etc. Thus something harmful, dangerous, or strange is taken for the cause of our agitation. In fact, it is added to it for the sake of intelligibility. Frequent increased blood flow to the brain, attended by a sense of suffocation, is interpreted as anger. The people and things that provoke us to anger elicit this physiological condition. Subsequently, after long habituation, certain circumstances and sensations are so regularly correlated that the sight of the one revives the other, accompanied by vascular congestion, the excitement of seminal fluid, etc. So by association we then say that the emotion is excited. Judgments already enter into the sensations of pleasure and pain. The stimuli are distinguished by whether they are conducive to the feeling of power or not. The belief in volition. To consider a thought the cause of a mechanical motion is to believe in miracles. The consistency of science demands that once we have rendered the world intelligible by means of thumbnail sketches, we should also render the emotions, the desires, the will, etc. intelligible, i.e., we should deny them and regard them as errors of the intellect. 671. Free will or no free will? There is no such thing as will. Asterisk. Before an intention to act can be formed, the action must be prepared, and made possible mechanically. Put another way, generally, the idea of the purpose appears in the brain only after all is prepared for its accomplishment. The idea of the purpose is an internal stimulus, nothing more. There is no will. The will is merely a simplified conception of the understanding, like matter. 672. The most recent prior history of an action pertains to that action, but further back lies a prior history which explains matters further afield. The individual action is at the same time linked to a much more comprehensive, later fact. The shorter and longer processes are not separate. 673. The theory of chance. The soul is selective and self-nourishing, exceedingly clever and endlessly inventive. This creative force is usually overlooked. It is regarded as merely passive. The active and creative force within chance should be recognized. Chance itself is nothing more than the clash of creative impulses. 674. That which is called a good action is a mere misunderstanding. Such actions are not possible. Selfishness, like selflessness, is a popular fiction. Similarly, the individual, the soul. In the vast multiplicity of events within an organism, that part which becomes conscious is but a small corner of it, and the little bit which consists of virtue, selflessness, and similar fictions, is belied by the rest of the totality of events in a completely radical way. We would do well to study our organism in all its immorality. The animal functions are invariably a million times more important than any fine sentiments and rarefied states of consciousness. The latter are superfluous unless they are obliged to serve as instruments of these animal functions. The whole of conscious life, the intellect along with the soul, along with the heart, along with goodness, along with virtue, for whose sake does it labor? Its purpose lies in the greatest possible perfection of the means, subsistence and improvement. It exists for the sake of the fundamental animal functions, above all, for the improvement of life. That which is called body and flesh is of such unspeakably greater importance, the rest is a small accessory to it. To continue to spin the thread of life so that the cord becomes ever stronger, that is the task. But now observe how the heart, the soul, virtue, and intellect actually conspire to transform this fundamental task into its opposite, as if they were the aim. The degeneration of life is mainly due to consciousness and its remarkable aptitude for error, which is barely held in check by the instincts at all. This is the reason why consciousness errs the longest and the most fundamentally. To gauge whether existence has any value by consulting the pleasant or unpleasant feelings present in this consciousness, can any wilder, more extravagant vanity be conceived? Consciousness is only a means, and pleasant and unpleasant feelings are also only a means. By what standard, then, is value objectively measured? solely by the amount of power which one has amassed and organized, in accordance with that which is occurring in all events, a desire for more. 675. The value of devaluing. We must restore to the notion of an action the notion of an actor, after having conceptually taken it away, and having thus deprived action of its reason for being. We must also restore to the notion of an action the notion of acting in some particular way, with some particular end, intention, or purpose in view, after artificially taking it away and having thus deprived action of its reason for being. It should be recognized that all purposes, ends and meanings are only modes of expression and metamorphoses of the one will which is inherent in all that occurs, the will to power, that to have purposes, ends, intentions, to will at all is in effect to intend to become stronger, to intend to grow and also to intend the means of doing so, that the most common and most base instinct in all acting and willing is for that very reason the one which has remained the most unknown and most hidden. Because in praxis we always follow its bidding, for the simple reason that we are this bidding. All value judgments are only narrower points of view in service of this one will and consequences of the same. The act of value judgment itself is nothing but this will to power. A criticism of being on the basis of any one of these values is an incongruity and a misunderstanding, for even supposing that it initiates a process of destruction, that process is still in the service of that will. We have passed judgment on being itself, but this act of passing judgment itself is still a part of being, and by saying no, we thus still do what we are. We must realize the absurdity of this attitude of judging existence, and then try to divine what has actually transpired here. It is symptomatic. 676. Concerning the origin of our value judgments. In praise of the value judgment, we can explain our bodies in terms of extension, and by so doing acquire exactly the same conception of them as we have of the solar system. The difference between organic and inorganic can no longer be discerned. Once the causes of planetary motion were sought in the actions of conscious, purposeful beings, this is no longer necessary, and the belief that bodily movement and changes can be similarly explained has long since been abandoned. The great majority of movements have nothing to do with consciousness at all, nor with sensation. Sensations and thoughts are extremely rare and slight when compared with the innumerable events of each passing moment. On the other hand, even the smallest events show purpose, forethought, discrimination, organization, regeneration, etc. that exceeds our comprehension. In short, they display an activity we are apt to attribute to a superintending intellect incalculably superior to any known to us. We have learned to think less of consciousness. We cease to blame ourselves because, as conscious, purposeful beings, we are the least part of our actions. Of the numerous influences exerted during every moment, e.g. air, electricity, we feel next to nothing. There might be plenty of forces of which we are unaware constantly affecting us. Sensations like pleasure and pain are rather few and far between compared with the countless stimuli that cells or organs impart to other cells or organs. This is the phase of the humility of consciousness. Finally, we see even the conscious self as only an instrument in the service of that superior, superintending intellect, and then we may ask whether all conscious volition, all conscious intentions, all value judgments, are not perhaps only means for the attainment of something essentially different from what within consciousness seems to be the case. We mean, if it were a question of our pleasure and pain, but pleasure and pain might be the means by which we accomplish something which lies outside our consciousness. The object is to show how superficial everything conscious really is, how an action and the picture we have of it differ, how little we know of what precedes an action, how fanciful our impressions of free will, of cause and effect are, how thoughts are but pictures, and words are but the signs of thought, the inscrutability of every action, the superficiality of all praise and blame, how figments of the imagination are essential to our conscious lives, how in all our words we speak of nothing but these figments, even our emotions, and how human relations seem to rest on the composition and transmission of them while the real human relation, procreation, goes unrecognized. Has mankind been in any way altered by belief in these common human figments? Or is the whole body of intellectual and evaluative judgments in itself only an expression of unrecognized changes? Are there really such things as volition, intention, thought and value? Is the whole of conscious life perhaps no more than a reflection of something else? And even when a value judgment seems to determine a man's character, is what is really happening something quite different? In short, suppose it were possible to explain the purposiveness in the workings of nature without the assumption of an intelligence behind them, might not our intentions, volition, etc. be only symbolic gestures expressing something quite different, that is to say, something involuntary and unconscious? Something which, although bearing but the faintest resemblance to that natural purposiveness in the organic world, is not essentially different from it? Briefly, perhaps the progress of the human mind is entirely a matter of the body, that a superior physique is forming which is the tangible and prospective history of that progress. The organic is rising to still higher levels. Our thirst for natural knowledge is the body's means of self-perfection. Or rather, hundreds of thousands of experiments are being made to change the body's diet, habitat, and way of life, consciousness and its value judgments, every kind of pleasure and pain, are indications of these changes and experiments. In the end, it is not a question of man at all, for he shall be surpassed. 677. Will to truth. Interpretation. To what extent are all interpretations of the world a symptom of a dominant impulse? The artistic view of the world, to be a spectator of life. But we still lack an analysis of aesthetic intuition, its roots in cruelty, its sense of assurance, of the authority to pass judgment, lofty indifference, etc. We also require a critique of the artist himself, and of his psychology, that is, of the play impulse as a release of energy, of the delight in change, in leaving the stamp of one's personality, the absolute egoism of the artist, etc. What impulses does he render sublime? The scientific and scholarly view of the world, critique of the psychological need for science and scholarship. The desire to make everything comprehensible, the desire to make everything practical, useful, serviceable, to what extent is all of this anti-aesthetic? The sole value is that which may be quantified and calculated. The extent to which a mediocre kind of man wants to attain predominance. It would be terrible if even history, the domain of the superior man, of the man who passes judgment, were to be taken possession of in this way. What impulses he sublimates? The religious view of the world, critique of the religious man. He is not necessarily the same as the moral man, but rather a man who ascends to heights of exaltation, who descends to depths of despair, and who interprets these states with gratitude or suspicion, without, however, attributing either of them, especially not the latter, to a source within himself. He is essentially a man who feels himself to be unfree, and who renders this condition, his instinctive tendency to submit, sublime. The moral view of the world, the sense of social order is projected onto the universe, because immutability, the rule of law, categorization, equal status are so highly prized, they are sought even in the highest places, above everything or behind everything. Similarly, what they have in common, the dominant impulses also wish to be regarded as possessing supreme authority to pass judgment with respect to values in general, even as being creative and ruling powers. It goes without saying that these impulses are either hostile towards one another or subjugate one another, probably by forming a synthetic unity as well, or alternate in their supremacy. Their profound antagonism is so great that, where they all clamor for satisfaction, a man of profound mediocrity is to be expected. 678. Value of truth and error. The origin of our value judgments lies in our needs. Should the origin of our apparent knowledge be sought in our older value judgments, which are so firmly incorporated that they have become second nature to us? Is it but a matter of more recent needs being pitted against the product of the oldest needs? The world is understood, felt, and interpreted as it is, so that organic life may be preserved by means of this interpretative point of view. A man is no mere individual, but rather the living organic totality in one particular line. The fact that he endures thereby proves that a species of interpretation, albeit one constantly under construction, has also endured. It proves that the system of interpretation has not changed. Adaptation. Our dissatisfaction, our ideal, etc. are perhaps the consequence of this incorporated bit of interpretation, of our perspectival aspect. Perhaps the organic world will ultimately perish of it, in the same way that, in organisms, the division of labor, together with an atrophy and weakening of the parts, eventually brings with it the death of the whole. Organic life in its highest form is as subject to destruction as the individual is. 679. Individuation, judged from the standpoint of the theory of common descent, shows the constant decomposition of one into two, and the equally constant passing away of many individuals for the sake of the few individuals who continue the evolution. The overwhelming majority die off each time, the body. The fundamental phenomenon is that innumerable individuals are sacrificed for the sake of a few, in order to enable their existence. We must not deceive ourselves, it is the same with peoples and races, they form the body for producing isolated, valuable individuals, who continue the great process. 680. I am opposed to the theory that the individual deliberately sacrifices his own interests for those of his species and its progeny. That is only an illusion. The enormous importance which the individual attaches to the sexual instinct is not a consequence of its importance to the species, for procreation is the actual accomplishment of the individual and thus it is his supreme interest, the supreme expression of his power, judged, of course, not in terms of his conscious desires, but in terms of the central tendency of the whole process. 681. Principle of life. The fundamental errors of previous biologists, it is not a matter of the species, but of stronger, more effective individuals, the many are mere means. Life is not adaptation of internal to external conditions, but the will to power, which, proceeding from these internal conditions, subjects more and more of the external world to its control and incorporates it into itself. These biologists perpetuate moral value judgments, the intrinsically higher value of altruism, the hostility towards ambition, towards war, towards impracticality, towards hierarchy and caste. 682. In natural science, the moral disparagement of the ego goes hand in hand with the overestimation of the species. But the species is just as illusory as the ego, for here a false distinction has been made. The ego is 100 times more than a mere link in a chain, it is nothing less than the chain itself, and the species is a mere abstraction from the multiplicity of these chains and their partial similarity. The idea that the individual is sacrificed to the species, as is often asserted, is by no means the fact of the matter, but rather the very model of an erroneous interpretation. 683. The formula for the superstitious belief in progress, by a famous physiologist of the cerebral activities, el animal ne fait jamais de progrès comme espèce, l'homme seul fait de progrès comme espèce 24 no. 684. Against Darwin. The domestication of man, what definitive value can it have? Or has domestication a definitive value at all? There are reasons for denying the latter. The school of Darwin makes the utmost effort to persuade us to the contrary, it endeavors to show that the influence of domestication may be profound, even fundamental. For the time being, we adhere to the older opinion. So far, domestication has been shown to have nothing but a very superficial effect, or else degeneration. And everything which escapes human control and cultivation almost immediately reverts to its natural state. The type remains constant, one cannot denature law nature. The Darwinists rely upon the struggle for existence, the death of the weaker creatures and the survival of the most robust and most gifted, consequently they imagine a continuous increase in the perfection of all creatures. We, on the contrary, are quite assured that in the struggle for existence, chance serves the weak as well as the strong, that cunning often advantageously substitutes itself for strength, that the fruitfulness of a species bears a remarkable relation to the likelihood of its destruction. They attribute to natural selection both gradual and limitless metamorphoses. They wish to believe that every advantageous trait is hereditary and is expressed more strongly with each successive generation, whereas heredity is in fact so capricious, that they observe the successful adaptations of certain creatures to very special conditions of life, and explain that they are obtained through the influence of the milieu. Nowhere do we find examples of unconscious selection, not in the slightest. The most disparate individuals breed with one another, the extremes blend into one another and are lost in the throng. They all compete with each other to preserve the type. Creatures whose external markings protect them from certain dangers do not lose them when they find themselves in circumstances where they may live without danger. When they live in places where their protective covering ceases to conceal them, they do not approximate themselves to their milieu in any way. The Darwinists have exaggerated the importance of selection of the most beautiful in nature in such a way that it goes far beyond the impulse towards beauty in our own race. In fact, the most beautiful creature couples with the disfavored, and the largest ones with the smallest ones. We almost always observe males and females taking advantage of any chance encounter, with no fastidiousness at all. They think that modification through climate and diet is important, but it is a matter of absolute indifference. There are no intermediate forms. They trace different kinds back to one. But experience says that unions between different kinds will be condemned to sterility and a type will again become dominant. They assert that the evolution of creatures is cumulative, a principle for which there is no foundation. Each type has its limits, beyond which there is no evolution. Up to that point, there is absolute regularity. Primitive creatures are supposed to be the ancestors of those of the present day. But a look at the fauna and flora of the Tertiary period only allows us to conceive of an as yet unexplored environment, where there are types which do not exist elsewhere, and are akin to each other, and even those which do exist elsewhere. My conclusions. My general point of view. First proposition, man as a species is not progressing. Higher types are indeed produced, but they do not endure. The general level of the species is not raised. Second proposition, man as a species does not represent progress in comparison with any other animal. Flora and fauna as a whole do not evolve from lower to higher. Rather, everything evolves simultaneously, with each species superimposed on the others, the whole in confusion and conflict. The most fruitful and complex forms, because the phrase higher type means no more than this, perish more readily, and the lowest types possess an apparent immortality. The former are seldom attained, and maintain their superiority at great cost to themselves, the latter are embarrassingly prolific. Even with mankind, the higher types, evolution's strokes of good fortune, perish more readily under changing circumstances of prosperity and adversity. They are exposed to every kind of decadence, they are extreme, and for that reason alone, almost already decadents. The short duration of beauty, of genius, of Caesar, is sui generis, such things are not passed down to future generations. By contrast, a type is passed down, a type is nothing extreme, no stroke of good fortune. This is not due to the malignancy of nature, or a peculiar doom which befalls the higher type, but simply what it is to be a higher type. The higher type involves an incomparably greater degree of complexity, a greater sum of coordinated elements, but for this reason disintegration becomes incomparably more probable. Genius is the most sublime machine there is, and thus the most fragile. Third proposition, the domestication, the culture, of man does not go very deep. When it does, it immediately becomes degeneration, the Christian being typical in this respect. The wild man, or, expressed in moral terms, the evil man, is a return to nature, and, in a certain sense, its restoration, its recovery from the effects of culture. 685. The contrary movement, against Darwin. What surprises me most on making a general survey of the grand destinies of man, is that I invariably see the opposite of what today Darwin and his school sees or wishes to see, the progress of the species, and selection in favor of the stronger and fitter. Precisely the opposite of this is palpable, the elimination of the strokes of good fortune, the inutility of the more highly developed types, the inevitable preponderance of the average, and even of the below-average types. Unless we are shown some reason why man is an exception among creatures, I tend to assume that Darwin's school is entirely mistaken. That will to power in which I recognize the ultimate ground and character of all change provides us with the means to assess why selection is never in favor of the exceptions and of the strokes of good fortune. The strongest and most serendipitous individuals are at a disadvantage when they are opposed by the organized gregarious instincts and timidity of the weak, of the majority. My general view of the world of values shows that the select types, the strokes of good fortune, do not have the upper hand when it comes to the supreme values which are now imposed upon mankind, but rather the types of decadence. Perhaps there is nothing more interesting in the world than this unwelcome spectacle. Strange as it may sound, one always has to arm the strong against the weak, the serendipitous against the hapless, the wholesome against the corrupt and congenitally afflicted. If we drew our morality from reality, then it would read thus: the ordinary are more valuable than the extraordinary, and the forms of decadence more valuable than the ordinary. The desire for nothingness has the upper hand over the desire for life, and the general aim now is, to express it in Christian, Buddhistic, Schopenhauerian terms, better not to be than to be. I am outraged by this way of drawing morality from reality, and therefore regard Christianity with a mortal loathing, because it created sublime phrases and gestures in order to cloak an execrable reality in the mantle of justice, virtue, and godliness. I see all philosophers, scientists, and scholars on their knees before a reality which is the opposite of the struggle for existence, as Darwin and his school teach it. That is to say, for the most part it is those who are in the ascendant, those who persist, who are an embarrassment to life and its value. The error of Darwin's school became a problem to me, for how can one be so blind as to not see this? That species represent any progress is the most idle assertion in the world. For the time being, they represent a plateau. There is no evidence thus far that higher organisms have evolved from lower ones. I see that the lower types, owing to their numbers, their shrewdness, and their cunning, now predominate, and I fail to see an instance in which an accidental variation was advantageous, at least not over a long stretch of time. Why an accidental variation had become so well established would be yet another thing which calls for explanation. I find the much remarked cruelty of nature elsewhere, for she is cruel to her fortunate children. She shelters and protects and loves lay humbles, just as, in summa, the increase of a species' power may be ensured not so much by the preponderance of its strong, fortunate children as by the preponderance of its average and inferior ones. The latter possess great fertility and endurance, the former are increasingly subject to danger, swift destruction, and rapid decline in numbers. 686. N.B. Hitherto, man has been the man of the future in embryo, so to speak. All the forces for development in that direction can be found in him, and because these forces are prodigious, for the modern individual, the more he determines the future, the more he will suffer. This is the deepest view of suffering. The forces for development get in each other's way. We must not be deceived by the isolation of the individual. In truth, some tendency deeper than these individuals continually runs through them. The individual may feel isolated, but that part of the process serves as the most powerful spur towards the most distant aims. It is his pursuit of his own happiness that tempers these forces and gives them coherence so that they do not destroy each other. 687. An excess of intellectual strength directs itself towards new aims. It is by no means limited to commanding and leading for the sake of the inferior world, or for the sake of preserving the organism, the individual. We are more than individuals. We are still the whole chain of events which led up to us, and inherit all of its future tasks. 3. Theory of the will to power and of values. 688. A unitary conception of psychology. We are accustomed to maintain that the embodiment of a vast abundance of forms is compatible with a single origin. The fact is that the will to power is the most elementary form of emotion, and that all other emotions are only the embodiments of it, that it is most enlightening to substitute power for unalloyed happiness, after which every living organism is supposed to strive. There is striving for more power. Pleasure is only a symptom of the feeling of attaining power, the consciousness of a difference. There is no striving for pleasure, rather, pleasure occurs when we attain that which we strive for. Pleasure is an accompaniment, not a motivation. The fact is that all motive force is the will to power, and that there is no other force, either physical, dynamical or psychological. In our science, where the concept of cause and effect is reduced to an equation, in which the ambition is to demonstrate that the same amount of force is found on each side, the motive force is absent. We observe only results, postulate that they are equal with respect to the force they contain, and neglect to inquire into the cause of a change. It is a mere matter of experience that change never ceases. We have not the slightest assurance that one change must follow upon another. On the contrary, any state which had been attained would seem obliged to maintain itself, unless it has the capacity to wish not to maintain itself. Spinoza's proposition concerning self-preservation 25 should actually put an end to change. But the proposition is false, the contrary is true. It is precisely a living organism in which it is most clearly shown that it does what it does not to preserve itself, but to become something more. 689. Critique of the notion causality. Considered psychologically, the notion cause is thus our sense of power in the act which is called willing. Our notion effect is the superstition that the sense of power is itself what moves things. A state which accompanies an event and is already an effect of that event is projected as the sufficient reason of the same. The tension in our sense of power, pleasure as the sense of power, of resistance overcome, are these things illusions? If we translate the notion cause back into the only familiar sphere from which we have taken it, we cannot envisage any change in which the will to power is not present. We do not know how to account for a change which is not an encroachment of one power on another. Mechanics only shows us the consequences, and then only figuratively. Motion is a figure of speech. Gravitation itself has no mechanical cause, because it is itself the reason why there are mechanical consequences in the first place. We tend to regard the desire to accumulate strength as specific to the phenomenon of life, to nutrition, procreation, heredity, or as specific to society, the state, custom and authority. Should we not be permitted to assume that this will is also the motive cause in chemistry? And in the cosmic order? Not only is there conservation of energy, but maximum economy in its consumption, so that the sole reality is the desire to become stronger by every center of force, not self-preservation, but rather appropriation, the desire to become master, to become more, to become stronger. Is the fact that science is possible the proof of any principle of causation? Of such principles as from like causes, like effects, a permanent law of things or an invariable order? Because something is predictable, is it therefore necessary? The fact that something happens thus and not otherwise implies quanta of force whose essence consists in wielding power over all other quanta of force, not that there is a principle, law, or order involved. With regard to the belief in cause and effect, the main thing is always forgotten, the event itself. In postulating an agent which produces the action, we have merely hypothesized the action all over again. Can we assume the existence of a striving after power without a sensation of pleasure and pain, i.e. without an increase or reduction in the sense of power? Is mechanism only a symbolic language for the factual world of fighting and conquering quanta of will concealed within? All of the presuppositions of mechanism, matter, atoms, pressure, and impact, gravity are not facts in themselves, but interpretations arrived at with the help of psychological fictions. Life, as the form of existence which is most familiar to us, is specifically the desire to accumulate strength. All the processes of life hinge on this. No being merely seeks to preserve itself, rather, everything it seeks is to be aggregated and accumulated. I take life as an isolated case, and extrapolate from there to the overall character of existence. Life strives for the maximum sense of power. Life is essentially a striving for more power. Striving as such is nothing but a striving for power. This will remains the most fundamental fact, the innermost fact. Mechanism is merely the semiotics of its consequences. 690. We cannot find the reason why there is any evolution at all by way of research into evolution itself. We should not try to understand evolution as coming into being, let alone as having come into being. The will to power cannot have come into being. 691. How does the whole organic process comport itself in opposition to the rest of nature? That is where the fundamental will reveals itself. 692. A unitary conception of psychology. Is the will to power a kind of will, or is it identical with the notion of the will? Is it equivalent to desiring? Or commanding? Is it the will which Schopenhauer believed to be the thing in itself? My proposition is that the will of psychology so far has been an unjustified generalization, that no such will as this exists, that instead of apprehending that one specific kind of will unfolds itself into many different forms, Schopenhauer in particular eliminated the character of will, owing to the fact that he subtracted its content, its whither. What he calls will is but an empty word. It is even less a matter of a will to live, for life is just an isolated example of the will to power. It is quite arbitrary to assert that everything is striving to subscribe to this form of the will to power. 693. If the innermost essence of being is the will to power, if pleasure is solely a matter of increase in power, and pain is solely the feeling of not being able to resist and dominate, may we not then postulate pleasure and pain as cardinal facts? Is will possible without both of these oscillations between affirmation and negation? But who is it that feels pleasure? But who is it that seeks power? These are absurd questions. If the essence itself, and with it the feelings of pleasure and pain, is the power-seeking will. Nevertheless, it requires opposition and resistance, and therefore, relatively speaking, unities which encroach on one another's spheres. And they must be localized. In order for A to have an effect on B, A must first have a separate location from B. 694. The more resistance which a force seeks to overcome, the greater grows the amount of failure and disaster to which it is subject, and in so far as every force can discharge itself only on something which resists it, an ingredient of displeasure is an inevitable part of any action. But this displeasure whets the appetite for life, and strengthens the will to power. 695. Decadence in general. If pleasure and pain are related to the sense of power, life would have to represent an increase in power such that the difference, the sense of more power, would enter consciousness. If a degree of power were maintained, pleasure could only be measured in terms of reductions in the degree of pain, not of pleasure. The desire for more is of the essence of pleasure, it is the experience of power increasing, of the difference in power entering consciousness. With decadence, past a certain point a difference in the opposite direction is felt, and the decrease in power enters consciousness. The recollection of moments of strength in times gone by depresses the present sensations of pleasure, and this comparison now weakens our sense of pleasure. 696. It is not the satisfaction of the will 26 which causes pleasure. I particularly wish to combat this most superficial of theories, and the preposterous psychological misrepresentation it involves of the things which are closest to us. Rather, the cause of pleasure is the fact that the will presses onwards and prevails against all that stands in its way. It is precisely to the dissatisfaction of the will that the feeling of pleasure is attributable, for, without limits and obstacles, the will is never satisfied. To be happy is the ideal of the gregarious. 697. The normal dissatisfaction of our drives, e.g. of hunger, of sex, of movement, is by no means intrinsically depressing, it serves rather to entice us into a sense of vitality, and like all the rhythms of irritating stimuli, it invigorates, whatever the pessimists may say to the contrary. This dissatisfaction, rather than spoiling life for us, serves as the great stimulus to it. We might even describe pleasure in general as a rhythm of irritating stimuli. 698. Kant says, I subscribe to these tenets of Count Varese, 1781 Discorso sul indole dal piacere e dal dolor, with full conviction. Il solo principio motori dell'uomo e il dolor. Il dolor precede ogni piacere. Il piacere non è un essere positivo. 27. 699. Psychology of the will to power, pleasure, pain. Pain is something different from pleasure, by which I do not mean that it is the opposite of pleasure. While the essence of pleasure has been aptly described as an increased sense of power, and thus as the sense of a difference which presupposes a comparison, the essence of pain is not so easily defined. The false oppositions which are the objects of popular belief, and which are consequently enshrined in language, always put dangerous fetters on the progress towards truth. There are even cases where a kind of pleasure is conditioned by a certain rhythmic sequence of irritating stimuli. In this way a very rapid increase in the sense of power and in the sense of pleasure is attained. This is the case, e.g. with titillation, also with sexual titillation in the act of coitus. Here we see pain as an active ingredient of pleasure. It appears that a little obstruction has been overcome, immediately followed by another little obstruction, which in turn is overcome. This play of resistance and victory most strongly excites that whole sense of excessive and superfluous power which constitutes the very essence of pleasure. The contrary case, bringing about an increase in the sense of pain by introducing a succession of little pleasurable stimuli, does not occur. Pleasure and pain are simply not contraries. Pain is an intellectual process in which a judgment is made, the judgment harmful, which contains the accumulated lessons of long experience. There is no such thing as pain in itself. It is not the injury which hurts, it is the experience of the dire consequences an injury may have for the entire organism, which speaks in the form of that profound agitation which we call pain. With harmful influences which were unknown to ancient mankind, e.g. the poisonous effects of new chemical compounds, the message of pain is absent, and we are lost. What is peculiar to pain is the prolonged agitation, the repercussions of a terrible shock. 28 In the cerebral centers of the nervous system, we do not actually suffer from the cause of pain, some kind of violation, for example, but from the protracted disturbance of our equilibrium in consequence of each shock. Pain is a disorder of the cerebral nerve centers, pleasure is not a disorder at all. The idea that pain is the cause of bodily movement has appearances and even philosophical prejudice in its favor, but in the case of sudden pains, if we observe more closely, we find that the bodily movement occurs appreciably earlier than the sensation of pain. I would be in a bad way when I stumbled if I had to wait until that fact had rung the bell of consciousness, and a hint of what was to be done had been telegraphed back to me. Rather, what I discern as clearly as possible is that first, my foot reacts in order to prevent the fall, and then, after a measurable period of time, a kind of painful wave in my forehead is suddenly palpable. We do not, then, respond to pain with bodily movement. Pain is subsequently projected into the site of the injury. Nevertheless, the essence of this localized pain remains the expression of something other than the local injury. Its essence is to be a mere signal which the nerve centers receive, the intensity and tone of which is in accordance with the nature of the injury from which the signal comes. The fact that in consequence of this shock, the muscular strength of the organism is measurably reduced in no way indicates that the essence of pain is to be sought in the reduction of the sense of power. Again, it is not in response to pain that we move. Pain is no cause of action. Pain itself is a kind of response, the bodily movement is another and an earlier process, each has its own distinct starting point. 700. The intellectual nature of pain. Pain does not indicate what is immediately damaged, but what the damage has cost the individual as a whole. Are there any sorts of pain which affect the species but not the individual? What do active and passive mean? Is it not gaining ascendancy and being subjugated, becoming subject and object? 701. The sum of pain outweighs the sum of pleasure, hence the non-existence of the world would be better than its existence. Such twaddle is what today calls itself pessimism. The world is something which, in all reason, ought not to be, because it causes the sentient subject more pain than pleasure. Pleasure and pain are purely incidental, and do not cause anything. They are secondary judgments derived from a primary governing value, judgments that something is useful or harmful, expressed in the form of a feeling. Pleasure and pain are therefore absolutely ephemeral and dependent. For with each such judgment, there are still 100 different questions to ask regarding what ultimate ends are to be chosen. I despise this pessimism of sensitivity. It is itself a sign of a profound impoverishment of life. I will never tolerate the fact that such a puny ape as Eduard von Hartmann speaks of his philosophical pessimism. 702. The will to power as life. Man does not seek pleasure and does not avoid pain. The reader will surely recognize the famous prejudice I am here contradicting. Pleasure and pain are mere effects, mere epiphenomena. What every man wants, what the least part of a living organism wants, is an increase of power. In striving after this, both pleasure and pain ensue, of its own accord. The organism seeks things which resist it, needs something to oppose it. Pain as an obstacle to its will to power is therefore a normal condition, a normal ingredient of every organic event. Man is not free to avoid it, on the contrary, he is constantly in need of it. Every triumph, every pleasurable sensation, every event presupposes resistance overcome. Let us take the simplest case, that of primitive nutrition. The protoplasm extends its pseudopodia in search of something which offers resistance, not out of hunger, but out of the will to power. As a result, it makes the attempt to overcome, appropriate and assimilate what resists it. What we call nutrition is merely a subsequent phenomenon, a practical application of the original intention to become stronger. Asterisk. Pain is so far from acting to reduce our sense of power that it usually serves to excite this very sensation. The obstacle is the stimulant of the will to power. 703. We tend to confound one kind of pain, exhaustion, with pain in general, for exhaustion does in fact represent a profound reduction and discouragement of the will to power, a measurable loss of strength. That is to say, pain may serve as an irritant leading to an intensification of power, and pain may follow a dissipation of power. In the first case it is a stimulant, in the second it is the consequence of excessive irritation. The inability to resist is peculiar to the latter form of pain. The provocation of that which resists is a part of the former. In the state of exhaustion, the only pleasure which remains is that of falling asleep. In the other case, pleasure lies in victory. It has been a source of great confusion that psychologists have not adequately distinguished between these two kinds of pleasure, that of falling asleep, and that of victory. Those who are exhausted seek rest, relaxation, peace, and tranquility, the things which constitute happiness for nihilistic religions and philosophies. The rich and vigorous seek victory, defeated adversaries, and a sense of power spreading over still wider areas than before. All normal functions of the organism have this need, and the whole organism until the age of puberty is just such a complex of systems, struggling for an increase in the sense of power. 704. How is it that the fundamental articles of faith in psychology are all the worst misrepresentations and forgeries? Take, example, man strives for happiness. What is true in it? In order to understand what life is, and what kind of striving and straining it involves, the formula must apply not only to animals, but to trees and plants as well. What do plants strive for? The very question presupposes a false unity which does not exist, for if we begin with the crude unity plant, we thereby conceal and deny the existence of an enormously complex growth, each element of which has initiatives all its own, or at least partially so. It is immediately apparent that the ultimate and smallest indivisible constituents cannot be understood in terms of metaphysical indivisibility. As atoms, their sphere of power is constantly shifting, but when each of them is transformed in such a manner, can it really be said that it strives for its happiness? But all this propagation, incorporation, and growth involves striving against resistance. Movement is essentially connected to painful conditions. In any case, the impetus here must desire something else, for it to desire and constantly seek out pain in such a manner. To what end do the trees of the primeval forests struggle with each other? For happiness. For power. Man has mastered the forces of nature, as well as his own savagery and licentiousness. The passions have obeyed and learned to be useful. Man, in comparison with his pre-human ancestors, represents an enormous amount of power, not an increase in happiness. How can we assert that he has striven after happiness? 705. As I say this 29 I see above me, shining among the stars, a disastrous train of errors, errors previously regarded as mankind's greatest inspiration. All happiness is the product of virtue, all virtue is the product of free will, and which has, among other things, a long life and many descendants in consequence. Cornarism, point 30. Let us reverse the evaluations which say that all excellence is a consequence of being virtuous, and that all freedom is a consequence of excellence. By contrast, freedom is being understood here as freedom and facility in self-direction. Every artist will understand me. It is a matter of having a fortuitous organization. 706. Values. The value of life, but life is an isolated case. We must justify all of existence, and not only life. The justifying principle is one through which life is to be explained. Life itself is no means to something, it is the expression of the growth of power in all its forms. 707. Necessity of an objective determination of value. The conscious world of sensations, intentions, and value judgments is but a small sample of the enormous number of collaborative and antagonistic processes which comprise the whole life of each organism. There is no justification whatsoever for regarding this bit of consciousness as the end, the reason, for the whole phenomenon of life. It is obvious that becoming conscious is only an additional means employed by life in the course of its development and the extension of its power. That is why it is a piece of naivete to regard pleasure, or intellectuality, or morality, or any other detail in the sphere of consciousness, as the supreme value, and perhaps even to justify the world with it. This is my fundamental objection to all philosophical moral cosmodices and theodicies, to all the reasons and supreme values offered by philosophy and theology hitherto. One kind of means has been misunderstood as an end. Conversely, life and its increase in power were reduced to a mere means. If we wished to postulate an adequate end of life, it might not coincide with any category of conscious life. Rather, such an end must explain conscious life as a means to that end. The denial of life as the aim of life, the aim of development, existence as a huge mistake, such an insane interpretation is only the unfortunate offspring of measuring life with reference to states of consciousness, pleasure and pain, good and evil. Here the means are deemed an objection to the end, the unholy, preposterous and, above all, disagreeable means. How can the end be something worthwhile when it requires such means? But the error lies in the fact that we assume from the beginning the very end which excludes such means, instead of seeking the end which explains the necessity of such means, i.e. we took the desirability of certain means, namely, the agreeable, rational and virtuous ones, and made it into a norm, and only then did we determine which comprehensive end is desirable. The fundamental error lies in the fact that we always regard self-consciousness as the standard, as the supremely valuable condition in life, instead of as an instrument and a mere detail. In short, the erroneous point of view of the apart ad totem. 31 That is why all philosophers are instinctively eager to imagine a comprehensive consciousness, a conscious living and willing which accompanies all that occurs, a spirit, a God. But they need to be told that it is in just this way that existence would become a monster, that a God and a general sensorium would without question be something on whose account existence would have to be condemned. The very fact that we eliminated the comprehensive consciousness which determines ends and means comes as a great relief, after which we no longer have to be pessimists. The greatest reproach we ever cast upon existence was our belief in the existence of God. 708. If the world process really did have some end state, it should have been attained. The only fundamental fact, however, is that the world has no such state, and every philosophy or scientific hypothesis, e.g. mechanism, in which such an end state is deemed necessary, is refuted by this fact alone. I seek a conception of the world which does justice to this fact. Becoming ought to be explained without recourse to such teleological tendencies. Becoming must appear justified at every moment, or it must defy all evaluation, which comes to the same thing. The present must on no account be justified by a possible future, nor the past for the sake of the present. Necessity does not take the form of an overarching, comprehensive governing power or prime mover, still less is it the necessary condition of some valuable result. For this purpose it is necessary to deny the existence of a comprehensive consciousness of becoming, a God, so that events may not be brought under the purview of a being who knows us, and suffers with us, but intends nothing. God is useless if he intends nothing, and if he does intend something, a sum total of suffering and irrationality is thereby presupposed which would diminish the whole value of becoming. Happily, just such a comprehensive power is lacking, a suffering but all knowing God, a general sensorium and universal spirit, that would be the greatest objection to being. Strictly speaking, the very idea of being is altogether inadmissible, because otherwise becoming would lose all value, and would almost appear to be meaningless and superfluous. Consequently, we must turn our attention to how the illusion of being is possible, or even inevitable, and, relatedly, how all value judgments which rest upon the hypothesis that there is such a thing as being are devalued when that illusion is dispelled, whereby it becomes apparent that this hypothesis about being, the better world, the world of truth, the world beyond, the thing in itself, is the source of all the slander to which the world is subjected. 1. Becoming has no end state, it does not lead to any sort of being. 2. Becoming is not an illusory state, perhaps the world of being is an illusion. 3. Becoming has the same value at every moment, the sum of its value always remains the same, in other words, it has no specific value, for we lack anything whereby it might be measured and with respect to which the term value has any meaning. The whole value of the world is not susceptible to devaluation, consequently, philosophical pessimism is ludicrous. 709. Values. Let us not make our aspirations into the basis for judgments about being. Let us not place the mature stage of our development, e.g. spirit, behind that development a second time as its intrinsic nature. 710. Our knowledge has become scientific to the extent that it is able to quantify and measure. We should try to determine whether a scientific order of values might not be constructed simply on the basis of a quantitative scale for measuring strength. All other values are prejudices, pieces of naivete and misunderstandings. They are all reducible to that quantitative scale for measuring strength. Moving upwards on this scale indicates an increase in value, moving downwards on this scale indicates a decrease in value. Here appearances and prejudices are against us. 711. I maintain that in the process as a whole, the work of mankind does not come into consideration, because a comprehensive process, regarded as a system, simply does not exist, that there is no whole, and that no debasement of human existence or human ends is possible with respect to something which does not exist, that necessity, causality, and teleology are useful illusions, that the elevation of consciousness is not the end, but rather an increase in power, of which the usefulness of consciousness is but a part, with pleasure being of no more importance in this regard than pain, that we ought not to take the means for the highest standard of value, and that we therefore ought not to take states of consciousness like pleasure and pain for such a standard, if becoming conscious is itself but a means, that the world is in no wise an organism, but a chaos, that the development of the intellect is a means whereby an organized whole attains a relative permanence. And that what strikes us as desirable has no significance in relation to the overall character of being. 712. We might say that what we call God is a culminating moment, and existence an eternal process of deification and its opposite. However, such a moment would not constitute a zenith of value, but rather a zenith of power. Mechanism and materialism should be completely ruled out, the two together are only a form of expression employed by inferior men, and the least intelligent form of emotion, of the will to power, at that. It is their desire to make the world appear utterly stupid, itself a consequence of their will to power, which makes them portray its elements as completely independent of each other. Beauty is a sign that the victorious have become accustomed to and pampered by their circumstances. Ugliness is the expression of many defeats, within the organism itself. None of this is hereditary. The chain as a whole is growing. The decline from the zenith of this process, the supreme intellectualization of power for the most slavish of reasons, may be represented as a result of this supreme power turning against itself and having nothing left to organize, using its power to disorganize. A. The ever greater surrender of societies, and their subjugation by stronger men of smaller numbers. B. The ever greater surrender of these privileged and stronger men, and the subsequent emergence of democracy, with the elements dissolving into anarchy in the end. 713. Value. The highest amount of power that a man can assimilate, a man, not mankind. Mankind is much more a means than an end. It is a question of type. Mankind is merely the experimental material, the vast superfluity of failures, a field of debris. 714. When a value is put into words, a flag is planted to mark the discovery of a new source of felicity, a new feeling. 715. A thing's value is relative to complex, comparatively enduring forms of life within the world of becoming, that is, to their conditions of preservation and improvement. There are no ultimate, permanent units, no atoms, no monads. Here too, the notion being must first be introduced by us, for practical, utilitarian reasons which are applicable only from certain points of view. The forms of domination, the sphere of domination is constantly increasing, or it is periodically waxing and waning, or it changes in response to favorable or unfavorable circumstances, e.g. with respect to nutrition. A thing's value is necessarily relative to the waxing or waning of these dominating centers, pluralities in any case, for units are simply not present in the world of becoming, by its very nature. A quantum of power, a process, in so far as nothing therein has the character of being, in so far as linguistic expression is inadequate to describe processes, the supposition of a cruder world of permanent entities, of things, etc. is a consequence of the unavoidable necessity of self-preservation. We may speak of atoms and monads in a relative sense, and this much is certain, the world of the least lasting is the longest lasting world. There is no such thing as the will, there are only provisional agreements of will, which are constantly gaining or losing their power. Part 3. The will to power as society and individual. 1. Society and state. 716. Egoism. We take it as a fundamental principle that only individuals feel any responsibility. Collectives were invented to do that for which the individual lacks the courage. For this reason all communities and societies are 100 times more straightforward and instructive about the nature of man than the individual, who is too weak to have the courage to act upon his own desires. The whole of altruism is the result of the prudence of the private man. Societies are not altruistic towards one another. The commandment to love thy neighbor has never been extended to include neighboring countries. Rather, what Manu recommends here is still applicable. The king must always take for his enemies all the princes whose kingdoms border his own, and he has for friends and allies those who are the immediate neighbors of his enemies. 32. The remedy. The study of society is invaluable, because man in the aggregate is far more naive than man as a unit. Society has never regarded virtue as anything else than a means to strength, power, and order. How guileless and self-assured are the words of Manu: punishment governs all that exists, virtue would hardly be supported by its own forces. It is the fear of punishment that keeps all the classes within the limits assigned to them, and allows everyone to enjoy in peace what they have amassed. 33. 717. The state, or organized immorality, acts internally, in the form of the police, the penal code, class, commerce, and the family, and externally, in the form of the will to power, to war, to conquest and to revenge. How is it that it succeeds in doing a great number of things which an individual would never countenance? Through division of responsibility, of command and execution, through interposing the virtues of obedience, duty, patriotism, and fealty, and the maintenance of pride, severity, strength, hate and revenge, in short, all the typical traits which are incompatible with the gregarious type. 718. None of you has the courage to whip a man, let alone to kill him, but the monstrous machinery of the state overwhelms the individual so that he disavows responsibility for what he does, through obedience, oath, etc. All that a man does in the service of the state, all that he learns in preparation for it, is contrary to his nature. This is accomplished through division of labor, so that no one bears all the responsibility, neither those who make the law nor those who execute it, neither the disciplinarian nor those who have grown hard and severe under that discipline. The state is essentially organized violence. Point 34. 719. A division of labor exists within society as regards the emotions, such that individuals and classes produce partial, but more useful, kinds of psyches. Observe the extent to which some emotions have become almost rudimentary in each type of man within society, the better to cultivate more intensively some other emotion. Several justifications of morality are possible. The economic justification, the intent of utilizing, as far as possible, the energies of the individual, and preventing the waste of everything exceptional. The aesthetic justification, the formation of established types, together with the delight in one's own. The political justification, as an art of withstanding the heavy strain produced by men of differing degrees of power, and the physiological justification, as an imaginary superior estimation of those who have come off badly or indifferently, the better to preserve the weak. 720. The most terrible and most fundamental desire in man, his impulse towards power, what they call the impulse towards freedom, for the longest time was the impulse most in need of restraint. That is why ethical training and cultivation previously sought, albeit instinctively and unconsciously, to curb the appetite for power. Ethical discourse disparages the tyrannical individual, while simultaneously glorying in the welfare of the community and in love of country. The emphasis is always on the herd's instinct for power and giving it free rein. 721. The incapacity to attain power, in its hypocrisy and shrewdness, manifests itself as obedience, subordination, pride in duty, morality, submission, devotion, love, the idealization and deification of the commander as a kind of compensation, and indirect self-transfiguration, fatalism and resignation, objectivity, self-tyranny, stoicism, asceticism, depersonalization, sanctification. Everywhere we see the expression of a necessity either of exercising some kind of power, or of creating for oneself the temporary illusion of a power, as intoxication, critique, pessimism, indignation, making a nuisance of oneself, beautiful soul, virtue, self-sanctification, detachment, unworldliness, etc. My insight into the incapacity to attain power disguising itself as disdain. There are men who desire power for the sake of the advantages it procures with respect to happiness, e.g. political parties. Other men seek power, despite obvious disadvantages, and the sacrifice in happiness and well-being. They are the ambitiosi. 35 Yet other men seek power only to prevent it from falling into the hands of others on whom they do not wish to be dependent. 722. Critique of justice and equality before the law. What are they supposed to eliminate? Tension, enmity, hatred. but it is a mistake to think that we thereby increase happiness. The Corsicans enjoy more happiness than the Continentals. 723. Reciprocity, the expectation of reward, is one of the most insidious forms which the debasement of mankind takes. It goes hand in hand with that equality which takes exception to all disparities as instances of immorality. 36. 724. NB. What is useful is entirely dependent upon the intention, the wherefore, which in turn is entirely dependent upon the degree of power. For that reason, utilitarianism cannot be the foundation, and is only a doctrine of consequences, and is not absolutely obligatory for all. 725. At one time, the idea of the state as the result of a utilitarian calculus was just a theory. Now, it is also the practice. The age of the kings is past, because their subjects are no longer worthy of them. They do not want to see their king as an embodiment of their ideal, but rather as an instrument for their benefit. That is the whole truth. 726. I am attempting to grasp the absolute rationality of social judgment and value judgment, independent of the intentions of those who form them, while at the same time disregarding any moral results, of the extent to which psychological falseness and opacity are required to sanctify the emotions essential to preservation and increase in power, i.e. to create a good conscience for them, of the extent to which stupidity is required so that common rules and values remain possible, including education, supervision of cultural elements, training, of the extent to which inquisition, suspicion, and intolerance are required to deal with and suppress the exceptions, by treating them as criminals, in order to give them bad consciences, so that their exceptional nature sickens them. 727. Morality is essentially a shield, a means of defense, and thus a sign of immaturity in a man. P. 123-37, armored, stoical. The mature man is primarily armed with weapons, he is aggressive, he attacks. Implements of war are converted into implements of peace, from scales and carapaces, feathers and hair develop. 728. The notion egoism. The very notion of life implies that a living thing must grow, that it must extend its power, and thus must incorporate alien forces into itself. Our minds befogged by morality, we speak of the individual's right to defend himself, we might just as well speak of his right to attack someone else. After all, both, and the latter more than the former, are necessities for every living thing. Aggressive and defensive egoism are not matters of choice, let alone of free will, but rather the inevitable concomitants of life itself. This is equally true whether we envisage an individual, a living body, or an ambitious society. The right to punish, or society's self-defense, has been arrived at only through a fundamental misuse of the term right. A right is acquired by contract, but the right to resist and defend oneself does not rest upon such a basis. A nation might just as well describe its desire for conquest, its lust for power, whether by force of arms, or by trade, commerce, and colonization, as a right, the right to grow, perhaps. A society which definitively and instinctively rejects war and conquest is in decline, it is ripe for becoming a democracy, a nation of shopkeepers. In most cases, of course, assurances of peace are merely the means of lulling an adversary into a false sense of security. 729. The maintenance of the military state is the last remaining means of taking up and retaining the great tradition, with respect to the higher type of man, the strong type. And all notions which perpetuate animosity and difference in rank between the states, e.g. nationalism, protective tariffs, would appear to be sanctioned for that very reason. The strong type is maintained as that which sets the standard. 730. For something to exist which lasts longer than an individual, for a work to outlive the individual who may have created it, all manner of restrictions and partiality must be imposed on individuals. But by what means? It is facilitated by love, devotion, and gratitude towards the person who created the work, or the fact that our ancestors fought for it, or the fact that my descendants are secure only if the work is, which I must therefore seek to protect, e.g. service to the pi lambda iota. 38 Morality is essentially the means, above and beyond the individual, or, rather, through the enslavement of the individual, of bringing about the permanence of something. It goes without saying that the view from below will find expression in a very different manner than the view from above. How is a power complex preserved? By the fact that many generations sacrifice themselves to it, i.e. 731. The continuum. Marriage, property, language, tradition, descent, family, people, and the state, each of these things exhibits a lower or higher degree of continuity. Their economics consists in the extent to which the advantages of continuous labor, as well as of multiplication, exceed the disadvantages, that is, the greater costs associated with replacing parts or making them durable. However, the working parts which are reproduced frequently remain unemployed, thus incurring greater acquisition costs and not insignificant costs of maintenance. The advantage consists in the disruptions avoided, and the losses arising from them which are saved. Nothing is more costly than new beginnings. The greater the advantages in the struggle for survival, the greater will be the expense of maintenance and production, nutrition and reproduction, and the greater will be the risk and the probability of perishing before reaching the summit of life. 39. 732. Marriages among the bourgeoisie, understood in the most honorable sense of the word marriage, are no more a matter of love than they are of money, for no institution can be founded on love, but of giving two people permission to gratify each other sexually, subject to certain conditions, of course, but conditions devised with a view to the interests of society. It is obvious that among the various presuppositions of such a contract will be the parties' delight in, and substantial goodwill towards, each other, a goodwill shown by their willingness to be patient, sympathetic and tender with one another, but we should not misuse the word love to refer to such a union. For two lovers, in the fullest sense of the word, even sexual gratification is nothing essential and is merely a symbol, for one, of unconditional submission, and, for the other, of his assent to that submission, and of his taking possession of what has been offered. Marriage in the noble sense of the word, marriage as antiquity understood it, was a matter of breeding a race, and is there still a nobility nowadays? Queritur, 40, and therefore a matter of maintaining a fixed and definite type which is fit to rule, to which end the desires of husbands and wives had to be sacrificed. It goes without saying that neither love, nor that measure of goodwill upon which the good bourgeois marriage depends, were prerequisites to such marriages. On the contrary. The interest of one's lineage took precedence, and beyond that the interest of the class. Such a conception of marriage has prevailed in every healthy aristocracy from ancient Athens to 18th century Europe. Warm-blooded, tender-hearted creatures that we are, we moderns are scarcely able to suppress a slight shudder at the cold calculation all this involves. But it is precisely the strictness of marriage in the aristocratic world which explains why romantic love, passion in the greatest sense of the word, was invented there, where restraint and austerity were also the greatest. 733. Concerning the future of marriage. Additional tax on inheritance, etc., also additional military service for bachelors of a certain minimum age within the community. Advantages of all sorts for fathers who bring more boys into the world, under certain circumstances, plural votes. A medical protocol prior to any marriage, signed by community boards, in which more specific questions must be answered by the betrothed and physicians, of family history. As a remedy for prostitution, or as a means of endowing it with respectability, legalizing temporary marriages, for a term of years, months, or days, with guarantees for the children. Every marriage sponsored and endorsed by a certain number of trusted members of the community, as a matter of interest to the community. 734. Another commandment of philanthropy. There are cases in which having children would be a crime, for example, cases of chronic illness and nervous exhaustion. What is to be done with them? We might at least try to persuade them to make vows of chastity, aided, perhaps, by the music of Parsifal. Parsifal himself, that typical idiot, had ample reason not to procreate. The problem is, a certain inability to control oneself, not to react to stimuli, even the smallest sexual stimuli, is precisely a regular consequence of complete exhaustion. For example, it would be a mistake to imagine that someone like Leopardi could be chaste. Here, the priest and the moralist are playing a losing game. They would do better to send such a man to the chemist. In the end, society has a duty to fulfill, and there are few obligations more urgent or more fundamental. Society, as the great representative of life, must answer to life itself for failed lives. It also has to atone for them, consequently, it should prevent them. In many such cases, society should act to prevent procreation. To this end, and without regard to birth, rank, or intellect, it may avail itself of the most severe measures of coercion and deprivations of liberty, and under certain circumstances castration. The biblical prohibition "thou shalt not kill" is a piece of naivete in comparison with the seriousness of the prohibition life itself addresses to decadence, "thou shalt not procreate." For life itself recognizes no solidarity, no equal rights between the healthy and degenerate parts of an organism. The latter must be excised, lest the whole perish. To have compassion for decadence, to demand equal rights for the ill-constituted, would be profoundly immoral. It would be to take what is contrary to nature for morality itself. 735. There are men of delicate and sickly constitution, so-called idealists, who lack the energy for anything more than a crime. Crew, Verd, 41. Yet this becomes the great justification of their pallid little lives, their redemption from a long habit of cowardice and dishonesty, their brief moment of strength. And afterwards, it destroys them. 736. In our civilized world, for the most part we only hear of the degenerate criminal, the criminal who is overwhelmed by the contempt and execration of society, who distrusts even himself, and who oftentimes belittles and maligns his own actions, that is to say, the unsuccessful kind of criminal. And we resist the idea that all great men were criminals but on a grand scale instead of a paltry one, that crime is inherent in greatness, for such is the testimony of all who have tried the reins and sounded the depths of great souls. To become an outlaw from tradition, conscience, and duty, every great man is acquainted with this danger. And yet, he would not have it be otherwise, for he wills great ends, and therefore wills their means. 737. The ages in which men were governed by rewards and punishments were ages in which society was concerned with men of a lower, more primitive type. It dealt with them as with children. In our latter-day culture, the unavoidable effect of degeneration is something which completely takes away the point of reward and punishment. This paternalistic determination of action by the prospect of reward and punishment presupposes young, strong, and vigorous races. In old and decrepit races, impulses are so irresistible that a mere idea is quite powerless against them. The inability to offer any resistance to a stimulus, the compulsion to react to it, this extreme sensitivity of decadence renders such systems of punishment and betterment completely meaningless. The notion betterment rests on the presupposition of a normal and strong man whose individual action should somehow be adjusted, to prevent him from being lost, to prevent him from becoming an enemy. 738. The effect of prohibition. Every power which prohibits something, which knows how to excite fear in the man to whom it is prohibited, gives rise to a bad conscience, i.e. a desire for something, coupled with a sense of the danger involved in gratifying it, and thus with the necessity of secrecy, clandestine means, and caution. Every prohibition corrupts the character of those who do not submit to it voluntarily, but are compelled to do so. 739. Reward and punishment. These two things stand or fall together. Nowadays we seek no reward, and we acknowledge no one's right to punish. This has put us on a war footing. We want something, we meet with opposition. Perhaps the most reasonable way to attain our object is to come to terms with each other, to make a contract. A modern society regards each individual as having made a contract, and the criminal as one who has violated it. Whatever one may think of this, the notion seems clear enough. It would seem to follow that we ought not to tolerate anarchists and principled opponents of a particular social arrangement within said society. 740. Crime falls under the concept revolt against the social order. One does not punish a rebel, one suppresses him. He may be a paltry and contemptible man, but there is nothing intrinsically contemptible about rebellion, and as far as it goes, to be rebellious against our kind of society does not diminish the value of a man. There are cases in which we would honor such rebels precisely because they perceive something in our society against which war should be waged, cases in which such a man rouses us from our slumbers. The fact that the criminal performs a particular deed against a particular person does not alter the fact that his whole nature is instinctively at war with the whole social system. The deed is a mere symptom. The notion of punishment ought to be reduced to the notion of a suppression of a rebellion, a security measure, total or partial imprisonment, against those suppressed. But punishment should not be an expression of contempt. A criminal is in any case a man who has risked his life, his honor, his freedom, a man of courage. Nor should we regard the punishment as penance or retribution, as if there is an exchange relation between guilt and punishment. Punishment does not purify, because crime does not defile. We should not preclude the possibility of the criminal making his peace with society, provided he does not belong to a race of criminals. In the latter case, we should wage war against him even before he commits a hostile deed. The first operation as soon as he is in custody should be to castrate him. We should not hold the criminal's bad manners or even his low degree of intelligence against him. Nothing is more common than for a criminal to misunderstand himself, especially when he has not yet reflected on his rebellious instinct. The Rancune du déclassé 42 due to a faute de lecture. Point 43. Nothing is more common than for a criminal to malign and dishonour his deed under the influence of fear at its failure. This is quite distinct from those cases in which, upon closer examination, the criminal is found to have yielded to an impulse he himself misunderstood, and, by virtue of a subsidiary action performed at the time, has imputed the wrong motive to his deed, such as a robbery, when what mattered to him was the bloodshed. We should take care not to measure the worth of a man by an isolated act. Napoleon warned us against this. Our haute relief 44 deeds are especially insignificant. If one of us has no crime, e.g. murder, on our conscience, why is that? Because, for us, a few favorable circumstances were missing. And supposing we had committed a few crimes, would that diminish our value? On the contrary, not everyone is in a position to commit a few crimes. We would be objects of contempt were we not deemed capable of killing a man under certain circumstances. Nearly every crime is the expression of character traits which no man should be without. Dostoevsky has said, and not without justification, that the inmates of the Siberian penal settlements constituted the strongest and most valuable portion of the Russian people. 45 If for us the criminal is a malnourished and languishing creature, then it reflects badly on our social relations. During the Renaissance the criminal flourished, and acquired his own kind of virtue, of course, as the men of the Renaissance understood it, virtue, moraline free virtue. We are able to elevate only those whom we do not despise. Moral contempt is a greater indignity and injury than any crime. 741. Opprobrium became a part of punishment when certain penalties were associated with those most despised, e.g. slaves. It was they who were most frequently punished, and eventually punishment itself was a reproach. 742. In ancient penal codes a religious notion was influential, the expiatory power of punishment. Punishment purified. In modern society, however, punishment sullies. Punishment discharged a debt, a man was actually rid of that for which he had so willingly suffered. Provided that he believed in the power of punishment, afterwards there was a sigh of relief, which actually approximated a restoration of health. He not only made his peace with society, but he also regained his self-respect, and became pure. Today, however, the stigma of punishment isolates the criminal even more than his law-breaking did. His subsequent undoing has become so great as to be irremediable. When he emerges from punishment, society regards him as an enemy. And henceforth, he joins the ranks of those who are its enemy in fact. The Jus Talionis 46 may be dictated by the spirit of retaliation, i.e. by a sort of moderation of the instinct for revenge, but in Manu, example it is the necessity of having some equivalent in order to atone, in order to be religiously free again. 743. My fairly radical objection to all your criminal laws is this: supposing that the punishment should fit the crime, and, at bottom, that is what you all want. Then it must be meted out to each criminal in proportion to his sensitivity to pain, that is, would an antecedently established punishment, a penal code, not be impermissible? But it would be no easy matter to determine the degrees of pleasure and pain which are correlated with specific crimes and punishments for a particular criminal. In praxis, we would probably have to abstain from punishment altogether, would we not? What a shame, no. Consequently. 744. Jurisprudence. That is a science which, like all moral sciences, is not even in nappies. Even among free-thinking jurists, people still misunderstand, example the earliest meaning of punishment, it is not understood at all. Until jurisprudence is built on a new foundation, namely history and ethnological comparison, it will remain embroiled in unfortunate debates about essentially false abstractions which pass for jurisprudence nowadays. However, all of these abstractions are taken from modern man, and being such a tangled skein, even with regard to his legal value judgments, he admits of the most diverse interpretations. 745. A Chinese elder once said he had heard that mighty empires were doomed when they began to have too many laws. 47. 746. Schopenhauer would have had all rogues castrated, and all the silly geese cloistered. 48. But from what standpoint would this be desirable? The rogue has the advantage over the mediocre in that he is not mediocre, and the fool has the advantage over us in that he does not suffer at the sight of mediocrity. It would be more desirable to widen the gulf, such that roguery and foolishness would increase. In this way human nature is enlarged. But in the end, this is precisely what has to happen, and it does not depend upon whether we like it or not. Foolishness and roguery increase, this is part of progress. 747. In today's society, people exhibit a great deal of thoughtfulness, of tact and consideration, of willing observance of others' rights and even of their demands. Still more, they instinctively make certain charitable assumptions about the worth of men which reveal themselves in all sorts of expressions of trust and confidence, respect for men, and not only for the most virtuous. This is perhaps the element which most sharply distinguishes us from the Christian attitude. We hear those who still preach morality with a keen sense of irony. A man lowers himself in our estimation and becomes ridiculous when he preaches morality. This tolerant manner in which we exercise moral judgment is one of the most promising signs of the times in which we live. When we find cases in which this tolerance is decidedly lacking, it seems to us like an illness, the case of Carlyle in England, of Ibsen in Norway and of Catholic priests throughout Europe. If anything reconciles us to our own time, it is the considerable amount of immorality which we allow ourselves without thinking less of ourselves. On the contrary, what, then, constitutes the superiority of culture over barbarism? Of the Renaissance over the Middle Ages? This alone, the considerable amount of acknowledged immorality. It follows of necessity that, in the eyes of the moral fanatic, every height of human development must represent the non plus ultra of corruption. Let us recall Plato's judgment of Athens under Pericles, Savonarola's judgment of Florence, Luther's judgment of Rome, Rousseau's judgment of the Society of Voltaire and Germany's judgment contra Goethe. 748. A little fresh air. This ridiculous condition that Europe is in cannot last much longer. Is there any thought at all behind all this cattle-like nationalism? What possible value can there be in encouraging this sort of brutal self-regard when everything today points to larger common interests? And to think that it calls itself a Christian state. And that we find in the highest circles this rogue of a chaplain, 49. And that the new German Empire has been founded upon the most obsolete and rejected of ideas, equal rights and universal suffrage. On one side, a party of peace, free from sentimentality, which forbids its members or their children to wage war, which forbids recourse to courts of law, which provokes conflict and opposition, and invites its own persecution, the party of the oppressed, at least for a while, but soon thereafter the great party, a party antagonistic towards feelings of revenge and regret. On the other side, a party of war, equally principled and self-disciplined, proceeding in the opposite direction. Asterisk. And that obviously takes place under conditions of intellectual interdependence and increasing cosmopolitanism, in which the real value and significance of contemporary culture lie in hybridization and cross-fertilization. Both the economic unification of Europe, and the response to it, the party of peace, are inevitable. What a struggle for ascendancy there is under these unfavorable conditions, within this culture of metropolises and newspapers, with its feverish pace and aimlessness. 749. European princes should really consider whether they can do without our support. We immoralists, today we are the only power which needs no allies to be victorious, with that we are by far the strongest of the strong. We do not even have to lie, what other power could dispense with that? A strong seduction fights for us, perhaps the strongest there is, the seduction of the truth. The truth? Who put this word into my mouth? But I spit it out again, scorning proud words, we have no need of them, and would be mighty and victorious even without the truth. The enchantment which fights for us, the eye of Venus which bewitches and blinds even our opponents, is the magic of the extreme, the seduction exercised by everything extreme. We immoralists, we are the most extreme. 750. The eradication of the instincts. Virtues which are unattainable, or virtues which slaves who are controlled by priests esteem the most. The corrupt ruling classes have ruined the image of rulers. The state, exercising judicial power, is a piece of cowardice, because there is no great man by whom one can be judged. Ultimately the feeling of insecurity becomes so great that men grovel before anyone who commands with confidence and authority. N.B. Scorn for kings with petit bourgeois virtues. 751. The will to power is so hated in democratic ages that the whole of psychology seems directed at belittling and slandering it. The type of man who seeks the highest honors is supposed to be someone like Napoleon, and Caesar, and Alexander. As if these were not the very men who had most despised honor. And Helvetius adduces that we strive for power in order to enjoy those pleasures the powerful have at their command. He understands this striving for power as the desire for pleasure, as hedonism. 752. There is oligarchic or democratic rule, depending on whether a people feels that the few have the prerogative, the judiciousness, the gift of leadership, etc., or that the many have it. Monarchy symbolically expresses the belief in one who is wholly superior, a leader, a savior, a demigod. Aristocracy symbolically expresses the belief in an elite of mankind and in a higher caste. Democracy symbolically expresses the disbelief in great men and in elite society. Everybody is equal to everybody. At bottom, the lot of us are self-serving cattle and mob. 753. I am opposed to 1. Socialism because of all that gregarious nonsense about goodness, truth, beauty, and about equal rights, which are the dream of every socialist. Anarchism has the same ideal, but pursues it in a more brutal manner. And 2. Parliamentarianism and the press, because these are the means whereby the gregarious animal becomes master. 754. The arming of the people, is ultimately the arming of the mob. 755. Socialists seem ridiculous to me, with their silly optimism about the inherently good man who will come out from behind the bushes as soon as we abolish the existing order and give free rein to all our natural impulses. But the opposition is just as ridiculous, because they refuse to acknowledge the violence with which the law acts, the hardness and selfishness in every kind of authority. I and my kind shall remain and prevail, whoever is depraved must be expelled or exterminated. This feeling lies at the basis of every ancient act of legislation. The idea of a superior sort of man excites more hatred than any monarch. The anti-aristocratic affect hatred of monarchs, but only as a mask, and 756. How treacherous are all parties! For a party brings something of its leader to light which he may have taken great care to hide under a bushel. 757. Modern socialism wants to create a secular version of Jesuitism, everybody a perfect instrument. But the purpose remains to be discovered. What is it all for? 758. The slavery of the present age, barbarism. Where are the masters for whom these slaves work? One must not always expect the simultaneous appearance of the two complementary social castes. Utility and pleasure are slave theories of life, the blessing of work is an ennobling phrase for slaves. Incapacity for odium. 50. 759. There is no such thing as a right to life, a right to work or a right to happiness. In this respect man is not different from the lowest worm. 51. 760. We must think of the masses as ruthlessly as nature herself, they preserve the species. 761. We look wistfully upon the neediness of the masses, they desire something of which we are capable, the irony. 762. European democracy is an unfettering of energies only to a small extent, above all, it is an escape of sloth, lassitude, and weakness from the bonds which formerly confined them. 763. Workers should learn to feel like soldiers. They should receive an honorarium, a stipend, but no wages. There should be no relationship between compensation and performance, rather, the individual should be placed, each according to his nature, so that he achieves the highest performance at whatever comes within his purview. 764. One day workers shall live as the bourgeois do now, but above them, as the higher caste, distinguishing themselves by their austerity. Therefore poorer and simpler, but in possession of power. Asterisk. Zarathustra 3, the others may obey, but their vanity demands that they seem to depend, not on great men but on principles. Asterisk. For inferior men, the value judgments are reversed, it is a matter of implanting virtues in them. Absolute commands, terrible taskmasters, they tear away from a life of ease. 52. 765. The atonement for all sin. 1. People speak of the profound injustice of the social pact, as if the fact that one man is born under favorable circumstances whereas another is born under unfavorable ones, were from the very beginning an injustice, or even that it is already an injustice for one man to be born with certain inherent characteristics when the other is not. The more sincere among these enemies of society decree, we ourselves, with all our admittedly bad, morbid, and criminal characteristics, are only the inevitable consequence of worldly oppression of the weak by the strong, they lay the guilt for their character on the ruling classes. And so they threaten, they rage, they curse, they become virtuous out of indignation, they do not wish to have become bad men and Canaile for nothing. I am given to understand that this posture, an invention of recent decades, is even called pessimism, that is to say, the pessimism of indignation. Here the claim is made to judge history, to divest it of its inevitability, in order to discover who is responsible for it, who is to blame. For they need someone to blame. The unfortunates, the decadents of all kinds, are up in arms about themselves, and require someone to sacrifice, so as not to quench their thirst for destruction by destroying themselves, which in itself would perhaps be a reasonable course of action for them. To that end they require a semblance of justification, that is, a theory according to which the fact of their existence, of their being as they are, could be shifted to a scapegoat. This scapegoat may be God. In Russia there is no lack of such atheists born of ressentiment, or the social order, or education and upbringing, or the Jews, or the nobility, or finally, all manner of men who have turned out well. It is a crime for a man to be born under favorable circumstances, for in so doing he disinherits others, pushing them aside and condemning them to vice or even to labor. How is it my fault that I am miserable? But it must be someone's fault, otherwise it would be unbearable. In short, the pessimism of indignation invents responsibility in order to create an agreeable sensation, revenge. Sweeter than honey, old Homer called it. Point 53. 2. That the meaning of such a theory can no longer be properly discerned, or should I say, despised, is due to that lingering trace of Christianity coursing through our veins, so that we are tolerant towards things simply because they have a faint odor of Christianity about them. Socialists appeal to Christian instincts, which is subtly clever of them. Thanks to Christianity, we have now grown accustomed to the superstitious notion of the soul, to the immortal soul, to the monadic soul, which actually belongs somewhere else, and under certain circumstances just happens to fall into earthly existence, as it were, it just happens to become flesh, but without its essence being affected by it, let alone dependent on it. Social, familial, and historical circumstances at most furnish the soul with opportunities or, perhaps, quandaries. In any case, it is not the product of them. With this idea, the individual is transformed into something transcendent. It allows him to attach an absurd amount of importance to himself. As a matter of fact, it was Christianity which first invited the individual to arrogate to himself the position of judge of anything and everything, which almost made megalomania obligatory. It has even tried to enforce eternal rights against everything temporal and conditional, with utter disregard for the state, society, legal tradition, and physiology. Here speaks something beyond the world of becoming, something immutable throughout history. Here speaks something immortal, something divine, a soul. Another, no less mad, Christian notion which has been even more deeply incorporated into the tissue of modernity is that of the equality of all souls before God. It is the prototype of all theories of equal rights. Mankind was first taught to babble the principle of equality in a religious way. Later, a morality was made out of it, and no wonder man ends up taking it in a serious sense, taking it in a practical sense. That is, a political, democratic, socialistic, indignantly pessimistic sense. Wherever responsibility has been sought, it was the instinct for revenge which did the seeking. In the course of thousands of years, this instinct for revenge came to dominate mankind to such an extent that the whole of metaphysics, psychology, the idea of history and, above all, morality, bears its signature. In so far as man has thought, he has infected things with revenge. He has made God himself sick with it, and deprived existence in general of its innocence, that is to say, by attributing every manner of being to the will, to intentions, to acts for which someone must be held responsible. The whole doctrine of the will, the most disastrous falsification in psychology hitherto, was invented essentially for the purpose of revenge. It was the social utility of punishment which lent this notion its dignity, its power, its truth. The originators of this psychology, the psychology of the will, must be sought in those classes which administered criminal justice. First and foremost among the priests at the head of the most ancient polities, they wanted to create for themselves a right to take revenge, or wanted God to create it for them. To this end, man was considered free. To this end, every action had to be considered voluntary, and the origin of every action had to be considered as falling within consciousness. In these propositions alone is the old psychology preserved. Today, when Europe seems to be moving in the opposite direction, when we Halcyonians in particular are striving with all our might to withdraw, to remove, to eliminate the notions of guilt and punishment, when our most serious efforts are directed towards cleansing psychology, morality, history, nature, social institutions, and sanctions, and even God himself, of this filth, who must be regarded as our most natural antagonists. Precisely those apostles of revenge and resentment, those indignant pessimists par excellence who make it their mission to sanctify their filth under the name of indignation. The rest of us who wish that the world of becoming would regain its innocence would prefer to be the missionaries of a purer notion, that no one has given to man his qualities, neither God, nor society, nor his parents and ancestors, nor he himself, that no one is to blame for him. There is no being who could be held responsible for the fact that someone exists at all, that someone is a particular way, that someone was born under these circumstances and in this environment. It is a great relief that there is no such being. We are not the result of some eternal purpose, of a will, of a wish, we are not a part of some attempt to attain an ideal of perfection, an ideal of happiness or an ideal of virtue, nor are we a mistake on God's part, the contemplation of which would inspire anxiety even in him, a thought with which it is well known that the Old Testament begins. Point 54 There is no place, purpose, or meaning to which we could shift responsibility for our existence or the manner of our existence. Above all, no one is in a position to do this, it is quite impossible to judge, measure, compare or even deny the whole. Why not? For 5 reasons, all of them available even to those of modest intelligence, for example, because there is no thing outside the whole. And, I repeat, this is a great relief, for therein lies the innocence of all existence. To the individual. 766. It is a fundamental error to regard the herd as an end and not isolated individuals. The herd is only a means, nothing more. But now we are trying to conceive of the herd as an individual, and to ascribe a greater degree of importance to it than to the individual, a profound misunderstanding. Similarly, that which fosters gregariousness, sympathy, is characterized as the more valuable aspect of our nature. 767. The individual is something quite new, and makes something new. The individual is something absolute, and all his actions are entirely his own. In the end he determines the value of his actions himself, because he has to attach an entirely individual meaning even to the words handed down to him. At least his interpretation of a formula is personal, even if he does not create the formula itself, as an interpreter, he is still creative. 768. The ego enslaves and kills, it works like a cell in an organism, it is predatory and violent. It wants to regenerate itself, pregnancy. It wants to give birth to its God and see all mankind at its feet. 769. Every organism reaches as far as its strength permits, subduing the weaker, thus enjoying itself. What makes this tendency increasingly human in character is beginning to feel ever more acutely how difficult it is really to absorb the other, while inflicting grosser forms of injury make clear our power over him, they also alienate him from us, and thus make it more difficult to subdue him. 770. The highest form of individual freedom, of sovereignty, would in all probability be found not 5 paces from its opposite, that is to say, where the danger of slavery hangs over life, like 100 swords of Damocles. Let us review history from this point of view, the times when the individual ripens to perfection, that is, becomes free, when the classical type, the sovereign man, is attained. Oh no! These were no humane times. We must have no choice, we must be either at the top, or at the bottom, like a serpent, despised, destroyed and trodden underfoot. We must be pitted against tyrants to become tyrants, i.e. to become free. It is no small advantage to have 100 swords of Damocles hanging over our heads, it is in this way that we learn to dance, that we achieve freedom of movement. Point 55. 771. More than any animal, man was originally altruistic, hence his prolonged development, his upbringing, through education, from infancy to adulthood, hence, too, his utmost and last form of egoism. Beasts of prey are much more individualistic. 772. Observe the involuntary naivete of La Rochefoucauld, who believed that he was saying something bold, subtle, and paradoxical. At that time, the truth in psychological matters was something that produced astonishment, when he said, Les grandes aims ne sont pas celles qui ont moins de passions et plus de vertu que les aims communes mais celles seulement qui ont de plus grands desseins. 56. To be sure, J. Stuart Mill, who calls Chamfort the more high-minded and more philosophic Rochefoucauld of the 18th century, sees in him only the most astute observer of everything in the human breast which is due to habitual selfishness, and adds, a generous spirit could not have borne to chain itself down to the contemplation of littleness and meanness, unless for the express purpose of showing to others against what degrading influences, and in what an ungenial atmosphere, it was possible to maintain elevation of feeling and nobleness of conduct. 57. 773. The morphology of the sense of self-esteem. First aspect. A. The extent to which a sense of sympathy and community are the lower or preparatory stages, at a time when personal self-esteem and initiative in the determination of values on the part of individuals is not yet possible. B. The extent to which the height of collective self-esteem, the pride in the distinction of the clan, the sense of difference and the aversion towards conciliation, equality, appeasement, is the school for individual self-esteem, especially in so far as it compels the individual to represent the pride of the whole. He must speak and act with extreme respect for himself, in so far as he represents the community in his person. Similarly, when the individual feels himself to be the instrument and voice of the Godhead. C. The extent to which these forms of depersonalization actually confer upon the person an immense importance, in so far as higher powers make use of him. Religious awe of oneself is the condition of the prophet, of the poet. D. The extent to which responsibility for the whole enables the individual to permit himself, to assume to himself the right to, a breadth of vision, a stern and terrible hand, a prudence and coldness, a grandeur of bearing, of gesture which he would never allow himself for his own sake. In summa, collective self-esteem is the great preparatory school for personal sovereignty. The nobility is the class for which this tutorial is its inheritance. 774. The masked forms of the will to power. 1. The desire for freedom and independence, also for balance, peace, and harmony, also the hermit, freedom of thought, in its lowest form, the will to exist at all, the impulse towards self-preservation. 2. Subsumption into the larger whole in order to satisfy its will to power, submission, making oneself indispensable and useful to those in power, love, a secret path to the heart of the more powerful, in order to exercise control over him. 3. The sense of duty, conscience, the comforting delusion of having a higher rank than the actual authorities, the recognition of a hierarchy which allows one to stand in judgment, even over the more powerful, self-condemnation. The invention of new standards, the Jews being the classical example. 775. What is praise? Harvests, good weather, victory, weddings, peace, all festivals require some subject or other, so that we may give vent to feelings of praise and gratitude towards them. We wish for everything good which happens to us to be done to us on purpose, we wish for there to be an agent behind it. The same holds true of an artwork. We are not content with it unless we can praise the artist. What is it to praise then? It is a kind of compensation for benefits received, a way of returning them, an attestation of our power. He who praises thereby assesses, expresses approval, judges and passes sentence. He arrogates to himself the right to, the ability to, express approval, to confer honors. An elevated sense of happiness and vitality is also an elevated sense of power, inspired by the sensation. A man praises, inspired by the sensation, he seeks, or invents, an agent, a subject. Gratitude is thus the good kind of revenge. It is most rigorously demanded and exercised where both equality and pride must be maintained, where revenge is best exercised. 776. Concerning the Machiavellianism of power, of the unconscious variety. The will to power appears a. As a desire for freedom among the oppressed and slaves of every kind. Merely getting away from something seems to be the goal, or to put it in moral and religious terms, being responsible to one's conscience alone, evangelical freedom, etc. b. As a desire for supremacy by a stronger kind of man who is coming into power. If he is initially unsuccessful, he will limit himself to a desire for justice, i.e. for the same rights as the other, dominant kind of man possesses. A struggle for equal rights ensues. c. As love, among the strongest, richest, most independent, and bravest, the love of mankind, of the people, of the gospel, of the truth, of God, as compassion, self-sacrifice, etc., as overpowering, abducting, pressing into service, as an instinctive identification with the great quantum of power to which one is able to give direction, the hero, the prophet, the Caesar, the savior, the shepherd. Sexual love also belongs to this category. It seeks to overpower, to possess. It merely seems like self-surrender. At bottom, it is only a man's love of his instrument, of his mount. His conviction that something belongs to him because he is in a position to use it. Freedom, justice, and love. 777. Love. Peer inside this love, this compassion of woman, what could be more egoistic? And when they sacrifice themselves, their honor, their reputation, to whom do they sacrifice themselves? To the man? Or rather to their own wanton desires? These lusts of theirs are just as selfish, regardless of whether they do good to others and implant gratitude. It is remarkable the extent to which such a hyperfetation 58 of a single assessment can sanctify everything else. 778. Senses, passions. When a fear of the senses, of the desires, of the passions, goes so far as to dissuade us from them, this is already a symptom of weakness. Extreme measures always indicate abnormal conditions. What is lacking here, or more precisely, what is waning, is the strength to resist an impulse. When we instinctively feel that we must yield to an impulse, i.e. that we must react, then we had best avoid the opportunities, temptations, to do so. The stimulation of the senses is only a temptation for those creatures whose systems are too easily moved and dominated. In the contrary case, with creatures whose systems show great firmness and stolidity, strong stimuli are necessary to set the functions in motion. To us, dissipation is only an objection in those who have no right to it, and almost all the passions have fallen into disrepute on account of those who were not strong enough to turn them to their own advantage. We must understand that passions are open to the same objections as diseases, yet we dare not do without disease, and still less without passion. We need the abnormal. We give life a tremendous shock with these major diseases. Asterisk. In particular, we must distinguish between the following. 1. The dominating passion, which is accompanied by the supreme form of health, in this case the coordination of the internal systems and their operations in the service of the whole organism is best attained, but that is almost a definition of health. 2. The antagonism of the passions, when one has 2, 3, or many souls in one breast. 59. A very unhealthy condition of inner ruin and disintegration, betraying and increasing an inner discord and anarchy, unless one passion becomes master. Restoration of health. 3. The coexistence of passions, with neither antagonism nor alliance between them, often coming and going at regular intervals, and then, once the pattern becomes stable, the condition may even be a healthy one. The most interesting men belong here, the chameleons. They are not at odds with themselves, they are happy and secure, but they undergo no real development. Their states coexist, however different from each other they may be. Such men alter, but they do not become. 779. Concerning the perspective from which value judgments are made. The influence of the magnitude, great or petty, of the ends. The influence of the intellectuality of the means. The influence of bearing on the action. The influence of success or failure. The influence of opposing forces and their worth. The influence of what is permitted and what is prohibited. The magnitude of the aims and its effect on the perspective from which value judgments are made, the great and the petty criminal. The magnitude of the aims sought also determines whether he who seeks them has self-respect, or feels pusillanimous and miserable. Then, the degree of intellectuality of the means employed and its effect on the perspective from which value judgments are made. How different the impression conveyed by the philosophical innovator, experimenter, and man of authority, as contrasted with robbers, barbarians, and adventurers. He conveys the appearance of being disinterested. Finally, noble bearing, demeanor, valor, self-confidence, how they alter the assessment of what has been accomplished in this way. 780. The artifices by which actions, measures, and emotions are made possible, which from an individual standpoint are no longer permissible, are no longer even palatable, include art, which makes them palatable for us, which transports us to such alien worlds. The historian, who shows that they possess a certain justification and rationality, travel, exoticism, psychology, criminal law, the madhouse, criminals, sociology. Impersonality, so that as media of a collective entity, we allow ourselves these emotions and actions, the judiciary, jurists, citizens, soldiers, ministers, princes, society, critics. It makes us feel that we would be offering a sacrifice. 781. A preoccupation with oneself and one's eternal salvation is not the expression of a rich and self-assured nature, because such a man does not give a damn about beatitude, he has no interest in happiness in any form, he is force, action, desire incarnate, he imposes himself on things, he violates things. Christianity is a sort of romantic hypochondria afflicting those who cannot stand on their own 2 feet. Whenever the hedonistic point of view comes to the fore, we may infer the presence of suffering and a certain infirmity. 782. When Parisian philosophers such as M. Fouillé speak of the growing autonomy of the individual 60, they would do well to consider the race moutonnière 61 to which they themselves belong. Open your eyes, you sociologists of the future. The individual has become strong under the opposite conditions, you describe the most extreme weakening and atrophy of man, you even wish it, and to that end need the whole dishonest apparatus of the old ideal. You are of the kind that actually considers your needs, the needs of a gregarious animal, ideal. What a complete lack of psychological integrity. 783. I have at last come to understand that the modern European is characterized by 2 seemingly opposite traits, individualism and the demand for equal rights. To wit, the individual is exceedingly prone to vanity and, being aware that his vanity is easily wounded, demands that all others are to be regarded as his equal, that he is only inter pares. This is characteristic of a social race in which the gifts and abilities of its members do not in fact differ appreciably. The pride which makes a man prefer solitude or the company of a few admirers defies comprehension. A truly great success is achieved only through the people, although one scarcely understands that in reality, a popular success is always a petty success, for pulchrum est pauperum hominum. 62 Moralities know nothing of a hierarchy among men, jurists know nothing of the conscience of a community. The principle of individualism rejects truly great men, and among equals requires a keen eye for, and ready recognition of, a talent, and because in a mature and civilized culture where such a principle prevails, everyone has his share of talents, and can therefore expect to receive his share of honor, today we find an emphasis on minor achievements as never before. This gives the age a patina of being infinitely fair. Where it is unfair is in its infinite hatred, not of tyrants and sycophants, including those in the arts, but of noble men who scorn popular acclaim. The demand for equal rights, e.g. the right to sit in judgment on everything and everybody, is anti-aristocratic. Just as noble men are foreign to the age, so too is the assimilation of men into great types, the absence of any real individuality or the desire to possess it. For many elevated men in the past, the greatest poets among them, it was this which they pursued with diligence and in which they sought distinction. Just as foreign to the age is the desire to be a part of a city-state, as in Greece, or the Jesuit order, or the Prussian officer corps, or a bureaucracy, or to be an apprentice and successor to a great master, to which end, an unsociable disposition and the absence of petty vanity are necessary. 784. Individualism is a modest and still unconscious form of the will to power. Here, it seems to the individual sufficient to free himself from the superior forces of society, be these of the state or of the church. He does not place himself in opposition as a person, but merely as an individual. He represents all individuals as against the collective. In other words, he instinctively regards himself as equal to any individual. Whatever he wins, he does not win for himself as a person, but as a singular being. 63 as against a collective one. Socialism is merely a means of agitation employed by individuals. The socialist grasps the fact that in order to achieve something, one must organize, take collective action and become a power. But what the socialist desires is not that the individual sacrifice himself to society as an end in itself, but that society serve as a means of enabling many individuals to pursue ends of their own. This is the instinctive tendency of socialists, about which they frequently deceive themselves, setting aside the fact that in order to prevail, they must frequently deceive. Altruistic moral preaching in the service of individual egoism is one of the most common forms of hypocrisy in the 19th century. Anarchism, in turn, is also merely a means of agitation employed by socialism. With it the socialist inspires fear, with fear he begins to fascinate and to terrorize. Above all, he draws the courageous and bold to his side, even those who are so as yet only in spirit. But for all that, individualism is the most modest stage of the will to power. Even when one has attained a certain degree of independence, one always wishes for more. A differentiation emerges according to degree of strength. The individual no longer regards himself as equal without further ado, rather, he seeks out his equals, he contrasts with others. Individualism is followed by the formation of members and organs. Related tendencies consolidate themselves and become active as powers, and between these centers of power there arises friction, war, knowledge of respective strengths, counterbalancing, rapprochement and establishment of reciprocity. In the end, a hierarchy is established. NB 1. The individuals emancipate themselves. 2. They enter into conflict, and agree on equal rights, justice, as an end. 3. Once this is attained, the actual inequalities of strength begin to produce an enlarged effect, because peace reigns for the most part, and many with smaller amounts of strength discern differences which in the past amounted to almost nothing. Now the individuals organize themselves into groups. These groups then strive for privilege and predominance. The conflict rages anew, albeit in a milder form. NB. We wish for freedom only when we have no power. Once we attain power, we wish for supremacy. If we do not gain it, if we are still too weak for it, then we wish for justice, i.e. equal power. 785. Clarification of the idea of egoism. When we grasp in what way the notion individuum is a mistake, but rather that every individual being just is the whole process which leads directly to him, not merely as an inheritance, but as he himself. This individual being then acquires an immensely great importance. The voice of instinct is quite correct with regard to that. When the strength of this instinct begins to wane, i.e. when the individual seeks his worth only in service to others, we may safely infer that exhaustion and degeneration have set in. An altruistic disposition, when it is fundamental and without tartuffery, is the instinctive tendency to create a secondary value for oneself in the service of the egoism of others. On the whole, however, it is only apparent, a circuitous path to the preservation of one's own sense of vitality and worth. 786. The history of moralization and demoralization. First proposition. There are no such things as moral actions, they are purely imaginary. They are not only indemonstrable, a fact which e.g. both Kant and Christianity admitted, but they are not even possible. Owing to a psychological misunderstanding, an opposition to the motive forces was invented, and it was believed that a different kind of motive force was being described. A primum mobile was invented which simply does not exist. If we were to adopt the position according to which there is an opposition between moral and immoral, we would have to say that there are only immoral intentions and actions. Second proposition. This whole distinction between moral and immoral assumes that moral as well as immoral actions are actions of a free spontaneity, in short, that there is such a thing, or, in other words, that moral judgment in general only applies to a particular genus of intentions and actions, the free ones. But this whole category of intentions and actions is purely imaginary. The world to which moral standards alone are applicable simply does not exist. There are neither moral nor immoral actions. The psychological error out of which the notion that there is an opposition between moral and immoral action arose, and that some actions are selfless, unegoistic, self-denying, when all of them are unreal, invented, was an erroneous dogmatism with respect to the ego. It was taken for something atomistic, and falsely opposed to what is not the self. It was detached from the world of becoming, and regarded as something which belonged to the world of being. The false substantialization of the self, in the belief in individual immortality, was made an article of faith under the pressure of religio-moral discipline. Following this artificial separation of the ego and the declaration of its self-sufficiency, a seemingly incontestable distinction presented itself between the value of the individual ego and the value of the immense domain of what is not the self. It seemed obvious that the value of the individual ego could only lie in how it relates itself to the immense domain of what is not the self, by subordinating itself to it and existing for its sake. Here, the influence of the gregarious instincts was decisive. Nothing is more contrary to these instincts than the sovereignty of the individual. But if we suppose that the ego is self-sufficient, then its value must lie in self-denial. Thus, 1. The false independence of the individual as an atom. 2. The appraisal of the herd, which abhors the desire to remain an atom, and perceives it to be hostile. 3. As a consequence, the individual is overcome by shifting his aims. 4. At this point, there seemed to be actions which were self-denying. A whole sphere of oppositions was imagined with respect to them. 5. It was asked, in which kind of actions does man most strongly affirm himself? Upon these, sexuality, avarice, ambition, cruelty, etc., prohibition, hate and contempt were heaped. It was believed that there were such things as unselfish motives. Everything selfish was condemned, unselfishness was demanded. 6. And what is the consequence of all this? The strongest, the most natural, the only real motives have been prohibited. Henceforth, in order to find an action praiseworthy, we must deny the presence of such motives behind it. This involves an immense falsification in psychologicis. Even every kind of self-satisfaction must first be rendered possible again by misunderstanding and construing it sub specie boni. Conversely, that species of men who found their advantage in depriving man of his self-satisfaction, those representatives of the gregarious instinct, such as priests and philosophers, were subtle and psychologically perceptive in showing how selfishness nonetheless prevailed everywhere. The Christian conclusion was that everything is sin, even our virtues. Man is utterly reprehensible. Selfless actions are impossible, that man is subject to original sin. In short, once man had opposed his instincts to a purely imaginary world of goodness, he ended with self-contempt for his inability to perform good actions. N.B. As a result, Christianity represents progress in psychological insight, La Rochefoucauld and Pascal. It grasped that human actions are essentially equal, and that on the whole they are equal in value, that is, they are all immoral. Now one set about in earnest to form men, priests, saints, in whom selfishness was extinguished. And if there was some doubt as to whether perfection was possible, there was no doubt as to what it was. The psychology of the saint, of the priest and of the good man, turned out to be purely phantasmagorical. The actual motive of action had been declared bad, in order to be able to prescribe actions, in order to be able to act at all, actions which are quite impossible had to be characterized as possible and, as it were, sanctified. The same falsehood which had been used to slander was now used to honor and idealize. Inveighing against the vital instincts came to be regarded as sacred and worthy of veneration. The priestly ideal, absolute chastity, absolute obedience, absolute poverty. The lay ideal, almsgiving, compassion, self-sacrifice, chivalry, renunciation of beauty, of reason and of sensuality, and a morose view of all the strong qualities one possesses. We take a step forwards. The slandered instincts also attempt to create a justification for themselves, e.g. in Luther's Reformation, where the crudest form of moral hypocrisy appeared in the guise of evangelical freedom, we christen them with holy names. The slandered instincts attempt to demonstrate that they are necessary in order for virtuous men to be possible at all. We must vivre pour autrui. 64 Egoism becomes a means to an end. We go further, and attempt to confer the right to exist upon both the egoistic and altruistic motives, thinking that from the utilitarian standpoint there should be rights as much for the one as the other. But we go still further and see an even greater benefit in preferring the egoistic standpoint over the altruistic, greater benefit in the sense of more happiness for the majority, or of the furtherance of mankind, etc. Thus there is an emphasis on the rights of the egoistic, but from an extremely altruistic perspective, the collective benefit of mankind. We attempt to reconcile the altruistic mode of action with what is natural. We attempt to show that the altruistic is inherent in life itself. We attempt to show that the altruistic and the egoistic are equally inherent in the essence of life and of nature. We dream of the disappearance of the opposition between them in some future when, through continued adaptation, the egoistic becomes at the same time the altruistic. At last we grasp that altruistic actions are merely a species of the egoistic, and that the degree to which a man loves and spends himself is a proof of the degree of individual power and personality. In short, that as we make man more evil, we make him better, and that a man cannot be the one without the other. With that, the curtain rises which concealed the immense falsification of the psychology of man hitherto. Consequences. There are only immoral intentions and actions, the so-called moral ones therefore must be shown to be immoral. This is the task of the Tractatus Politicus. All emotions must be derived from a single will to power, they are consubstantial. The notion of life, in the apparent opposition, between good and evil, degrees of power in the instincts are expressed. A temporary hierarchy is established according to which certain instincts are either held in check or pressed into service. Morality is economically justified, etc. Against the second proposition. Determinism is the attempt to rescue the moral world by translocating it into the unknown. Determinism is only a way of making our value judgments disappear, once they no longer have a place in a world conceived in mechanistic terms. We must therefore attack and undermine determinism, just as we must dispute our right to a separation of a world of things in themselves from that of phenomena. 787. It is absolutely necessary to get rid of higher purposes entirely, otherwise we may fail to make an effort of our own either, and end by surrendering ourselves and abandoning all self-discipline. Only the innocence of becoming gives us the greatest courage and the greatest freedom. 788. N.B. To restore to the evil man a good conscience, has this been my involuntary endeavor all along? That is to say, the evil man in so far as he is the strong man. Dostoevsky's judgment about criminals in prison should be mentioned here. Point 65. 789. What a sense of freedom we emancipated minds have in feeling that we are not saddled with a teleological system in which everything serves some purpose. Likewise, that the notions reward and punishment do not have their seat in the nature of existence. Likewise, that good and evil actions are not good or evil per se, but are so called only from the point of view of their propensity to contribute to the self-preservation of particular kinds of human communities. Likewise, that our account balances with regard to pleasure and pain have no cosmic, let alone metaphysical, significance. That pessimism which offers to weigh on the scales the pleasure and pain of existence themselves, with its arbitrary confinement within that old pre-Copernican prison and perspective, would be something backwards and backsliding, if it isn't just some Berliner's idea of a joke, Eduard von Hartmann's pessimism. 790. If the why of one's life is clear, then the how will take care of itself. It is already a sign of doubt in the why, in the purpose and meaning of life, indeed, a sign of a lack of will, when the value of pleasure and pain come to the fore, when hedonistic and pessimistic teachings find a sympathetic ear. Renunciation, resignation, virtue, objectivity, these may be signs that the absence of the most important factor, the ability to set goals for oneself, is already beginning to be felt. 791. There has been as yet no German culture. Against this, it is no objection to say that there have been isolated examples of great men in Germany, e.g. Goethe, for they had their own culture. But it was just these men who were always surrounded and opposed by the remainder of all things German, it was just these mighty, defiant, and lonely crags that were always surrounded by this marshy, soft and uncertain ground. And with every step foreigners took upon it, they made an impression and created forms, for German cultivation possessed no character of its own and offered almost no resistance. 792. Germany, which is full of clever and well-tutored scholars, is so lacking in great souls or mighty spirits that it seems to have forgotten what they are, and nowadays men who are mediocre, and ill-mannered to boot, stand in the public square with something like a clear conscience and, devoid of embarrassment, laud themselves as great men and reformers, as it is with Eugen Düring, for instance, a clever and well-tutored scholar who betrays in almost every word he utters that he harbors a petty soul, bruised feelings, and an intense envy, and who also betrays that it is not a mighty, exuberant, beneficent, and lavish spirit that drives him, but ambition. In this day and age, to covet honors is more unworthy of a philosopher than ever before, now that the mob rules, now that the mob confers the honors. 793. My future. A rigorous polytechnic education, as well as conscription, so that as a rule every man of the higher classes should hold the rank of an officer, whatever else he may be. Part 4. The will to power as art. 794. Second chapter. Historical proof that religion, morality, and philosophy are decadent forms of mankind. 1. The world of truth and the world of illusion. 2. The philosopher as a type of decadence. 3. The religious man as a type of decadence. 4. The good man as a type of decadence. 5. The contrary movement, art, the problem of tragedy. 6. Paganism in religion. 7. Science against philosophy. 8. Politica. 9. Critique of the present. 10. Nihilism and its counter-image, those who return. 11. The will to power. 795. For the preface. Perhaps a sequel, the artist-philosopher, the scientific attitude towards religion and politics hitherto mentioned, a superior notion of art. The question is whether man is able to stand at so great a distance from other men in order to mold them. Preliminary exercises. 1. The man who forms himself, the hermit. 2. The artist hitherto, i.e. to reach a small degree of perfection in a certain medium. No. This includes the ranking of superior men, which must be shown. 796. The work of art where it appears without an artist, e.g. as a body, an organization, Prussian officers' corps, the Jesuit order. The extent to which the artist is only a preliminary stage. What does subject signify? The world as a work of art which gives birth to itself. 797. The phenomenon, artist, is the most transparent, through it we behold the fundamental instincts of power, of nature, etc. Even of religion and morality. Play, that which is useless, is the ideal of him who is lavish with his strength, is childlike. The childlikeness of God, pi alpha zeta omega nu. 66. 798. Apollonian, Dionysian. There are two states in man in which art arises as an elemental force, and disposes of him whether he wishes it or not, on the one hand, an irresistible impulse towards the visionary, and on the other hand, an irresistible impulse towards the orgiastic. Both states are also present in normal life, though in the weaker forms of dreaming and of intoxication. But the same contrast as exists between the visionary and the orgiastic also exists between dreaming and intoxication. Both states unleash artistic powers within us, but each of them does so in a fundamentally different manner. Dreaming unleashes the power of vision, of association, of poetry; intoxication unleashes gesture, passion, song, and dance. 799. Dionysian intoxication contains sexuality and voluptuousness, it is usually lacking in the Apollonian state. There must also be a difference of tempo between the states. The extreme calm of certain feelings of intoxication, or, more strictly, the diminution of the sense of time and space, is reflected in the vision of the calmest gestures and acts of the soul. The classical style essentially represents calm, simplification, abbreviation, and concentration. The intoxication of nature, the supreme sense of power, is concentrated in the classical type. Slow to respond, enlarged consciousness, no sense of struggle. 800. The contrary movement, art. The sense of intoxication actually corresponds to an increase of strength. It is strongest in the mating season. It is associated with new organs, accomplishments, colors, forms. Beautification is a consequence of elevated strength. Beautification is an inevitable consequence of the elevation of strength. It is an expression of a victorious will, of an increased coordination and harmonization of all the strong appetites, of an unerring poise and emphasis. Logical and geometrical simplification is a consequence of an elevation of strength. Conversely, the perception of such a simplification in turn elevates the sense of strength. The zenith of development, the grand style. Ugliness signifies the decadence of a type. Opposition and imperfect coordination among the appetites within signifies a decline in the ability to organize, or, physiologically speaking, in the will. The state of pleasure which we call intoxication is precisely a superior sense of power. Perceptions of space and time are altered, tremendous distances are surveyed, and first become perceivable, as it were, the expansion of the vision to encompass greater masses and distances, the refinement of the faculty for the perception of the smallest and most transitory things, divination, the power of understanding at the slightest hint or suggestion, that is, an intelligent sensibility. Strength as a sense of muscular control, as suppleness of, and delight in, movement, as dance, as ease and presto; strength as the desire to prove one's strength, as bravado, adventurousness, fearlessness, the strength of a heedless creature. All these elevated moments of life stimulate each other, the imagery and imagination of the one suffices as a suggestion for the other. Such states which are perhaps better kept apart finally intertwine with each other. For example, the sense of religious rapture and sexual excitement, two profound sensations which are found in combination to an extent which is well nigh amazing. What is it that pleases all pious women, both young and old? The answer: a saint with handsome legs, still young, still an idiot. For another example, cruelty and compassion in tragedy, which are also normally found in combination. Springtime, dance, music, all competition of the sexes, and even that Faustian infinite longing. Artists, if they are worth anything, are strong, even physically, extravagant, powerful animals, sensual, without a certain sexual overheating, a man like Raphael is inconceivable. To make music is also a kind of procreation. Chastity is sometimes merely the artist's method of economizing his energies, and in any case even with artists, artistic productivity ceases along with sexual potency. Artists should not see things as they are, but fuller, simpler, stronger, and to that end they must possess a kind of eternal youth and springtime, and embody a kind of habitual intoxication. Bale 67 and Flaubert, two men who are reliable in such matters, in fact commended chastity to artists for the sake of their craft. I would also mention that Renan gives the same advice. Renan, however, is a priest. 801. Aesthetica. Aesthetic states involve projecting our own states of transfiguration and abundance into things and poetizing about them, until these things reflect our own abundance and love of life back to us. Such states include sexuality, intoxication, feast, springtime, victory over our enemies, scorn, bravado, cruelty, and the ecstasy of religious feeling. Primarily three elements are involved: sexuality, intoxication, cruelty. All these belong to the oldest festive joys of man, and all these likewise predominate in budding artists. Conversely, when we encounter things which themselves exhibit this transfiguration and abundance, our animal existence responds with excitement in each sphere where these various pleasurable states are situated, and the aesthetic state consists precisely in a blending of these very delicate nuances of our animal sense of well-being and our animal desires. This state occurs only in men whose natural bodily vigor is such that they are capable of bestowing and overflowing at all. Such vigor is always the primum mobile. Sober, weary, exhausted, dried up souls, e.g. that of the scholar, can derive absolutely nothing from art because they lack the one thing necessary to art, the elemental force from which it springs, inner riches. Perfection, in these states, sexual love in particular, etc., what the deepest instinct regards as superior, more desirable, and more valuable in general betrays itself, the ascending movement of its type, and likewise towards what state this upward movement is actually striving. Perfection consists in the extraordinary expansion of its sense of power, riches, and the inevitable spilling over of all boundaries. 802. Aesthetica. Art reminds us of states of animal vigor. On the one hand, it is the product of an excess of flourishing bodily health, flowing out into the world of images and fantasies. On the other hand, art serves to incite the animal functions by means of images and fantasies of increased vitality, to elevate and stimulate the sense of vitality. To what extent can the ugly also possess this power? In so far as it still imparts something of the victorious energy of the artist who has become master over the ugly and the terrible, or in so far as it gently excites our delight in cruelty, in some circumstances even the delight in doing ourselves harm, in self-violation, and thus in the sense of power over ourselves. 803. To the artist, beauty is therefore something not within any hierarchy, because in beauty all opposition is quelled. That is the supreme sign of power, to wit, power over opposing forces, and, moreover, without any tension between them. The fact that violence is no longer necessary, that everything so readily conforms to his intentions, and obeys him with such an amiable mien, this is what so delights the artist's power-seeking will. 804. Aesthetica, on the origin of beauty and ugliness. Those things which we instinctively regard as aesthetically repulsive are the very things which the whole course of human experience has shown are harmful, dangerous, and suspicious. The sudden expression of the aesthetic instinct, e.g. in disgust, includes a judgment. In this respect, the beautiful falls within the general category of biological values, along with the useful, the beneficial, the life-enhancing, but in such a way that a host of stimuli which are distantly associated with, and reminiscent of, beneficial things and conditions, affect us with a sense of beauty, i.e. the augmentation of a sense of power, and therefore not just things, but the sensations which accompany such things, or their symbols. With this, beauty and ugliness are recognized as conditioned, that is, by our supreme values with respect to self-preservation. Apart from this, choosing to regard anything as beautiful or ugly is quite meaningless. Objects can no more be intrinsically beautiful than acts can be intrinsically good, or propositions intrinsically true. In each individual instance, it is again a matter of the conditions for the preservation of a certain type of man, thus the gregarious man will be affected with a sense of beauty by other things than the exceptional or the superior man. It is the foreground perspective, which only takes into consideration the immediate consequences, that gives rise to the value of the beautiful, or for that matter, the good or the true. All instinctive judgments are short-sighted with regard to the chain of consequences, they merely advise what must be done at once. The human understanding is essentially an inhibitory apparatus which guards against an immediate reaction on the basis of instinctive judgments, it constrains, it engages in further deliberation, it takes into account more remote consequences. Judgments of beauty and ugliness are short-sighted, they always have the understanding against them, but they are extremely persuasive, they appeal to our instincts where the latter unhesitatingly decide and say yes or no before the understanding has an opportunity to speak. The usual affirmations of beauty incite and excite each other, where the aesthetic impulse is at work, an abundance of perfections which have their origin elsewhere begin to crystallize around the individual instance of beauty. It is impossible to remain objective, or to suspend the interpreting, supplementing, completing, and poetizing power, the latter is the very nexus of affirmations of beauty. The sight of a beautiful woman. Therefore, 1. The judgment of beauty is short-sighted, in that it sees only immediate consequences, 2. It lavishes upon the object which provokes it an allure which is conditioned by the association of various judgments of beauty, which, however, is quite alien to the essence of the object. To perceive a thing as beautiful means inevitably to perceive it incorrectly. Which is incidentally the reason why marriage for love is, socially speaking, the most unreasonable kind of marriage. 805. On the genesis of art. The tendency of a cerebral system overloaded with sexual energies is to transform the world into an image of perfection. An evening with the beloved transfigures the least coincidences, life is a succession of sublime things, the sorrows of the unfortunate lover are worth more than anything else. On the other hand, everything perfect and beautiful serves as an unconscious reminder of that amorous condition and of its manner of seeing, every perfection and all the beauty of things is reawakened by contiguity 68 to this aphrodisiac bliss. Physiologically, it is a matter of the creative instinct of the artist and the distribution of his semen in his blood. The longing for art and beauty is an indirect longing for the ecstasies of the sexual impulse, which is communicated to the cerebrum. The world made perfect through love. 806. Sensuality in its various disguises. Sensuality appears as idealism, in Plato, peculiar to youth, creating the same kind of concave mirror image as the image which the beloved manifests, bejeweling, magnifying, and transfiguring everything, conferring upon them a sense of infinity. In the religion of love, a handsome young man and a beautiful woman, in some way divine, a bridegroom, a bride of the soul. In art, as the power of embellishment, just as a man sees a woman and confers upon her every excellence, so too the sensuality of the artist invests an object with whatever else he honors and cherishes, in such a way he completes an object, he idealizes it. The woman, well aware of what the man feels in relation to woman, accommodates his endeavor to idealize her by adorning herself, by walking and dancing gracefully, by expressing tender thoughts. Similarly, she conducts herself with modesty, restraint, and reserve, with the instinctive knowledge that in so doing, she increases the man's faculty of idealization. Given the tremendous subtlety of the feminine instincts, modesty is by no means an expression of conscious hypocrisy. She divines that it is precisely ingenuous and unaffected modesty by which man is most easily seduced and driven to an exaggerated opinion of her. That is why woman is ingenuous, out of instinctive subtlety, which advises her of the advantages of innocence. A willful closing of one's eyes to oneself. Whenever the disguise is more effective when it is unconscious, it becomes unconscious. 807. What makes all things possible, like that state of intoxication called love, and yet which is something other than love? But each man has his own knowledge of that. The muscular strength of a girl increases as soon as a man comes near. There are instruments which can measure this. When the sexes are in an even closer relationship, for example, as is entailed by dancing and other social practices, this strength increases to such an extent as to enable actual feats of strength. In the end, we cannot believe our eyes, or our watches. To be sure, we must take into account the fact that dancing itself, like every kind of brisk movement, already involves a kind of intoxication of the vascular, nervous, and muscular systems as a whole. In this case, we are dealing with the combined effects of a double intoxication. And how wise it is sometimes to have a little tingle. There are certain realities which people must never acknowledge, not even to themselves, but then, we are speaking of women, are we not? Of those who possess all the feminine pudeurs. 69. Yes, those young creatures dancing over there are obviously out of touch with reality. They dance with nothing but ideals in tangible form. What is more, they even see ideals sitting around them, their mothers. Here is an opportunity to cite Faust 70. They look incomparably better, the pretty creatures, when they have their little tingle. Oh, how well they know that too. They are even amiable because they know that. Lastly, they are inspired by their finery, which is their third little source of intoxication. They believe in their dressmaker as they believe in God, and who would dissuade them from this faith? The faith makes them blessed. And self-admiration is healthy. Self-admiration protects one from catching a cold. Question: did a pretty woman ever catch cold when knew she was well dressed? Never. I myself assume she was hardly dressed at all. 808. Love. Do you wish to see the most stupendous proof of how far the transfiguring power of intoxication extends? The proof is love, or what is everywhere called love, in all that is said or left unsaid. In the intoxication of love, the lover copes with reality in such a way that the cause of this condition is effaced from his consciousness and something else seems to take its place, a flickering and a flashing in all the magic mirrors of Circe. It makes no difference whether he is man or beast, let alone whether he possesses intelligence, virtue, or integrity. If he is fine, he is made a fine fool; if he is gross, he is made a gross fool. But love, and even where it is the love of God, the saintly love of redeemed souls, remains in essence the same, a fever which has good reason to transfigure itself, an intoxication which does well to lie about itself. And in any case, when a man loves, he lies well, both to himself and about himself. He thinks himself transfigured, stronger, richer, more perfect. He is more perfect. Here we find that art serves an organic function. We find it expediently placed within the most angelic instinct of life. We find that it is the greatest stimulus of life, and hence that art is sublimely expedient for us, even in the fact that it lies. But we do it an injustice if we stop with its power to lie. It does more than merely imagine, it changes value itself, and not just by changing the impression of what is valuable. The lover is more valuable, he is stronger. In animals, new weapons, ornaments, colors, and forms spring from this condition, especially new movements, new rhythms, new love calls, and seductions. In man it is just the same. He who loves is richer than ever, mightier, more whole than he who does not. He becomes a spendthrift, he is rich enough to do so. He dares as he has never dared before, he becomes an adventurer, he becomes asinine in his magnanimity and innocence, he believes in God again, he believes in virtue because he believes in love, and on the other hand, this happy idiot grows wings and new abilities, even the door to art is open to him. If we remove from the poetry of tones and words any suggestion of this internal fever, what remains of poetry and music? L'art pour l'art perhaps, the virtuoso croaking of impotent frogs, despairing in their swamp. All the rest was created by love. 809. The contrary movement, art. All art exercises the power of suggestion over the muscles and the senses, which were originally active in the naive artistic temperament. It only ever speaks to artists, it speaks to this kind of subtle irritability of the body. The term layman is a misnomer. The deaf man is not a subspecies of those with good hearing. All art operates as a tonic, increasing strength, kindling desire, i.e. the sense of strength, exciting all the subtler memories of intoxication. There is a special kind of remembrance which descends upon us in such states, a distant, fleeting world of sensations returns. Ugliness, i.e., the antithesis of art, is that which is excluded from art, its negation, whenever decline, impoverishment of life, impotence, dissolution, or corruption are suggested, however faintly, the aesthetic man reacts with his negation of them. Ugliness operates as a depressant, as the expression of a depressed state, sapping strength, impoverishing, oppressing. Being in an ugly mood suggests ugly things. Health conditions may serve to demonstrate the various ways in which being indisposed also increases the ability to imagine ugly things. The selection of subject matter, interests, and questions alters. Being in a logical frame of mind is a condition closely related to being in an ugly mood. It is ponderous and dull. When we are in an ugly mood, mechanically speaking, our balance is lost, we stumble and fall. It is the opposite of the divine ease of the dancer. The aesthetic state possesses a superabundance of means of communication, together with an extreme receptivity to stimuli and signs. It is the culmination of the ability living beings possess to communicate and convey thoughts to each other. It is the source of languages. It is here that languages have their point of origin, whether they consist of tones, gestures, or glances. The wider phenomenon always comes at the beginning. Our abilities as civilized men are drawn from a wider range of abilities. But even today we still hear with our muscles, even read with our muscles. Every mature art rests upon a multitude of conventions, in so far as it is a language. Convention is a condition of great art, not a hindrance to it. Every elevation of life likewise increases the human capacity for communication and likewise the human capacity for understanding. The ability to see through another's eyes originally had nothing to do with morality, but with a physiological susceptibility to suggestion. Sympathy, or what is called altruism, is a mere embodiment of that psychomotor rapport which is attributable to the intellect. Induction psychomotrice, with ch. Fair, .71. We never communicate thoughts, we communicate movements, mimetic signs which we read back into thoughts. 810. Compared with music, all communication by means of words is shameless. Words dilute our meaning and dull our minds. Words depersonalize, words render common that which is uncommon. 811. The contrary movement, art. There are three exceptional conditions which determine the character of the artist. All three conditions are deeply related and intertwined with pathological phenomena in such a way that it does not seem possible to be an artist and not be ill. The physiological conditions which are bred, as it were, into the personality of the artist and which are inherent to some degree in every man, are 1. Intoxication, the elevated sense of power, the inner compulsion to make things a reflection of our own fullness and perfection. 2. The extreme acuteness of certain senses, which makes them capable of understanding, and creating, a totally different language of signs, the same condition which seems to be connected with some nervous diseases, the extraordinary volubility, from which an extraordinary eloquence arises, the desire to speak on the part of everything which knows how to make signs, a need to unburden oneself, as it were, by means of signs and gestures, the ability to speak of oneself in 100 different figures of speech. An explosive condition. We must first imagine a state of exuberance in which one is compelled to unburden oneself of inner tension by means of all sorts of muscular activity and movement, then as an involuntary coordination of this movement with inner processes, images, thoughts, desires, a kind of automatism of the whole muscular system as it is impelled from within by the operation of strong stimuli, the inability to inhibit reaction. The inhibitory apparatus is, as it were, suspended. Every inward motion, feeling, thought, emotion, is accompanied by vascular changes and consequently by changes in color, temperature, and secretion, as is the case with the suggestive power of music, its suggestion mental. 72. 3. The compulsion to imitate, extreme irritability, in which a certain example becomes contagious, a state is divined and represented after only a few signs. An inwardly appearing image already sets the limbs in motion. A certain suspension of the will occurs, as in Schopenhauer. There is a kind of deafness and blindness towards the external world, the realm of tolerated stimuli is sharply circumscribed. This is what differentiates the artist from the layman. He who merely appreciates art, the latter reaches the height of his sensibility in receiving, the former in giving, such that the antagonism between these two gifts is not only natural but desirable. These conditions have opposing points of view, demanding of the artist that he adopt the point of view of the spectator, or of the critic, means demanding that he waste himself and his peculiar strength. There is here a kind of difference between the sexes. We should not demand of the artist who gives that he become female, that he receive. Our aesthetics have hitherto been a female aesthetics, in so far as only those who receive have reduced their experiences of what is beautiful to formulas. Up to now, the whole of philosophy has passed over the artist in silence. That, as suggested above, is an unavoidable error. Were the artist to begin to grasp himself, he would thereby mishandle himself. He must not look back on what he has done, he must not look at all, he must give. It is to an artist's credit that he is incapable of critique. Otherwise he is neither one thing nor another, he is modern. 812. I set down here the psychological conditions which are signs of a full and flourishing life, conditions which nowadays we are accustomed to adjudge unhealthy. But we know better now than to speak of an opposition between healthy and unhealthy. It is a matter of degree. My contention in this instance is that what is called healthy nowadays represents a lower level of what under favorable circumstances would be healthy. And that we are, relatively speaking, unhealthy. The artist belongs to a still stronger race. What to us would be harmful, what for us would be unhealthy, for him is natural. An overabundance of vital fluids and forces can just as easily bring in their train symptoms of partial automatism, from sensory hallucinations or from susceptibility to suggestion, as the impoverishment of life can. The stimulus has a different cause, but the effect remains the same. But more particularly, the subsequent effect is not the same. The extreme lack of physiological tone in all naturally morbid individuals, in accordance with their nervous eccentricities, has nothing in common with the states of the artist. The artist does not have to atone for his better moments. He is rich enough for that, he can squander without impoverishing himself. Just as genius might be adjudged a form of neurosis nowadays, the same might perhaps be said of the artistic power of suggestion, and our artists, as a matter of fact, are all too similar to hysterical females. But that is more a criticism of nowadays than it is of artists. One might object that it is precisely the impoverishment of the apparatus which renders this extravagant susceptibility to every suggestion possible, witness our hysterical little females. Or, for that matter, our psychic researchers. Inspiration, description. The inartistic states are those of objectivity, reflection, suspension of the will. Schopenhauer's scandalous misunderstanding consisted in regarding art as a bridge to the denial of life. The inartistic states are those which impoverish, disengage, and deflate, states under whose gaze life suffers. The Christian. 813. The modern artist who, in his physiology, is akin to the hysteric, is also distinguished in possessing a character arising from this morbidity. The hysteric is false, he lies for the sheer joy of lying, he is wondrously gifted in all the arts of dissimulation, unless his morbid vanity plays a trick on him. This vanity is like a constant fever which requires the administration of stupefacients and which recoils from no self-deception and from no farce which promises relief, however fleeting it may be. The inability to experience pride and the unceasing need to take revenge for a deep-seated self-contempt, this is almost the definition of this sort of vanity. The extraordinary irritability of his nervous system, which creates a crisis out of every trifle and invests every incident in life with an element of the dramatic, thereby deprives him of a life of regularity and predictability. He is no longer a person, he is at most an assemblage of personalities which assert themselves, one by one, with shameless assurance. It is precisely on this account that he is great as an actor. All these poor spineless, submissive people, whom doctors study so closely, prove astonishingly adept at mimicry, at transfiguration, in their ability to assume almost any character required. 814. Artists are not men of great passion, whatever tale they would like to tell us or even tell themselves. And that is so for two reasons: they are utterly shameless towards themselves, they watch themselves while they live, they spy upon themselves, they are much too inquisitive, and they are utterly shameless in the presence of great passion. As artists they exploit it with all the avarice of their talent. Second, though, their vampire, that is to say, their talent, usually will not begrudge the expenditure of energy on what is called great passion, and, b, their artistic avarice protects them from passion. He who has a talent is sacrificed to a talent and lives subject to the vampirism of his talent, he lives for it. A man does not satisfy his passions by way of representing them, rather, he satisfies his passions and then he represents them. Goethe taught otherwise. He wanted to misunderstand himself in this regard, he sensed the indelicacy. 815. On living reasonably. A relative chastity, a principled and prudent caution in regard to erotic matters, even in thought, may be a great part of living reasonably even for those with richly endowed and whole natures. The principle applies in particular to artists, it is a better part of wisdom for them. Thoroughly trustworthy voices have already been raised in this regard, for example, Stendhal, Th. Gautier and even Flaubert. The artist is perhaps by his very nature necessarily a sensual man, generally excitable, receptive in every sense to stimuli, accommodating to even the faintest suggestion of a stimulus. Nevertheless, given the authority his task has over him and his determination to attain mastery in it, as a rule he is actually a moderate and often even a chaste man. His dominating instinct demands this of him, it does not allow him to spend himself in this or that fashion. It is one and the same kind of strength which is spent in artistic conception and in the sexual act, there is only one kind of strength. For the artist to yield here, to spend himself here, is treacherous, it betrays a lack of instinct, of will in general, it may be a sign of decadence, in any case, it diminishes the value of his art to an incalculable degree. 816. In comparison with the artist, the appearance of the scientific man is, in fact, a sign of a certain curtailment and abasement of life, but also of an increase of strength, rigor, severity, and will-power. There is a way in which falseness and indifference towards truth and utility may be a sign of youth, of childishness, in an artist. Note their habitual manner, their unreasonableness, their ignorance about themselves, their indifference to eternal values, their seriousness at play. In their lack of dignity, they are buffoons and God's cheek by jowl, both saints and Canaile 73. For the artist, imitation is an imperious instinct. Those who affirm as opposed to the artists of decline. Artists of ascent, artists of decline, the question is whether they do not belong to all phases. Yes. 817. Would any link be missing in the whole chain of science and art if women's work, were absent from it? Granting the occasional exception, they prove the rule: woman is capable of perfection in everything which does not spring from a sense of vocation, in letters, in memoirs, in the most delicate handiwork, precisely because she perfects herself in them, because she thereby obeys that sole artistic impulse which she possesses, namely, to please. But what has woman to do with the passionate indifference of the genuine artist, who attaches more importance to a tone, a shade, a piece of tomfoolery, than to himself? Who paws at his own innermost secrets? Who attaches no value to a thing that does not know how to give itself form, to reveal itself, to make itself public? Art as it is practiced by the artist, do you not understand what it is? An attempt to assassinate all pudeurs? It was not until this century that woman dared to take a turn at literature, vers la cana il plumier, écrivassière, in the words of old Mirabeau, 74. She writes, she paints, she loses her instincts. And to what end, if I may be so bold? 818. The price of being an artist is that what everyone else calls form becomes for him the content, the matter itself. Thus the artist lives, of course, in a world turned upside down, for he soon finds that content has also become for him something merely formal, his own life included. 819. Physiology of art. The truly modern sense for and delight in nuance, in the idiosyncratic, runs counter to the impulse whose delight and strength lie in capturing the typical, like Greek taste in its best period. In such a taste, an abundance of vitality is subdued and moderation prevails. What underlies it is the tranquility of a strong soul who is slow to act and averse to an excess of vitality. The general case, the law, is honored and emphasized, conversely, the exception is set aside and nuance effaced. That which is firm, mighty and substantial, the life which is formidable in repose and conceals this strength, that is what ultimately pleases, i.e. what corresponds with what we think of ourselves. 820. In the main, I consider the artists to be more in the right than any previous philosophers. They have not lost track of what life is, they love the things of this world, they love their own senses. To strive for desensualization seems to me a mistake, or a disease, or a cure for one, when it is not merely hypocrisy or self-deception. What I want for myself and for all who live, and must live, without the pangs of a puritanical conscience, is an ever-growing intellectualization and variegation of the senses. Indeed, we should be grateful to the senses for their acuity, scope, and power and offer them in return the best we have in the way of intellect. What do we care about priestly and metaphysical denunciations of the senses? We have no further need of them. It is a mark of a good constitution when someone like Goethe embraces with ever greater warmth and joy the things of this world. In this way he holds fast to the grand conception of man, the conception of man as he who, in learning to transfigure himself, transfigures existence. What are you talking about, you may well ask? Is it not precisely among artists today that one finds the worst pessimists? What about Richard Wagner, for instance? Isn't he a pessimist? I scratch my head. 821. The contrary movement, art, pessimism in art. The artist gradually becomes enamored of artistic means through which the state of intoxication can be discerned and comes to regard them as ends in themselves, extremely delicate as well as resplendent color, clarity of line, nuance of tone, distinctness where normally distinctness is absent and so on. Everything distinct, every nuance, in so far as it calls to mind the extreme increase in strength which intoxication produces, awakens the sense of intoxication in reverse. The effect of the work of art is to excite in the spectator the state of the artist, to excite intoxication. The essence of art lies in the perfecting of existence, in the bringing forth of perfection and abundance. Art is essentially the affirmation, blessing, and deification of existence. What does it mean to call an art pessimistic? Is that not a contradictionary? Yes. Schopenhauer is wrong to think that certain portions of art promote pessimism. Tragedy does not teach resignation. To represent terrible and questionable things is, in and of itself, an expression of the artist's instinctive desire for power and glory. He does not fear them. There is no such thing as pessimistic art. Art affirms. Job affirms. But Zola? The Goncourt brothers? The things they show are ugly, but the fact that they show them stems from their delight in ugliness. There is no avoiding it. You deceive yourselves if you think otherwise. How liberating Dostoevsky is. 822. Fundamental insight, what is beautiful and ugly, Aesthetica. If my readers have been sufficiently initiated into the doctrine that in the great, universal drama of life, even the good man represents a form of exhaustion, then they will have to admire Christianity for its consistency in having conceived of the good man as ugly. Christianity was right about that. It is unworthy of a philosopher to say that the good and the beautiful are one. If he goes so far as to add and also the true, we should thrash him. Truth is ugly, we have art lest we perish from the truth. 823. The moralization of the arts. Art as freedom from moral narrow-mindedness and parochial perspectives, or as mockery of them. The flight to nature, where the beautiful is paired with the terrible. The conception of the great man. Fragile, useless, self-indulgent souls, who are made gloomy by almost nothing, beautiful souls. Awaken faded ideals, in their relentless severity and brutality, as the magnificent monsters that they are. An exultant delight at the psychological insight into the unknowing deviousness and theatricality of all artists who moralize. Bring to light the falseness of art, its immorality. Bring to light the fundamental idealizing powers, sensuality, intoxication, exuberant animality. 824. Aesthetica. Modern counterfeiting in the arts understood as necessary, that is to say, as commensurate with the underlying needs of the modern soul. The artist fills up the gaps in his talent and still more in his education, his knowledge of tradition and his technical training, in the following way. First, he seeks a less artistic public which is unconditional in its love, and is ready to fall on its knees before a personality. To that end, the superstition of our century, the superstitious belief in genius, serves nicely. Second, he harangues the obscure instincts of the dissatisfied, ambitious and self-deceived of a democratic age, the importance of poses. Third, the artist transfers the procedures of one art to the realm of another, confounding the purposes of art with those of science, or the church, or the interests of the race, nationalism, or with philosophy. He rings all bells at once and awakens the vague suspicion that he is a god. Fourth, the artist flatters women, the suffering, and the indignant. He also brings narcotica and opiatica into preponderance in art. He tickles the fancy of cultured people, of readers of poetry and ancient history. 825. N.B. The separation between public and private spheres. In the former, a man today must be a charlatan, in the latter, he must be a virtuoso and nothing more. The geniuses of our century bridged the gap between them and were great in both. The great charlatanism of Victor Hugo and R. Wagner was coupled with such genuine virtuosity that it satisfied even the most refined artistic connoisseurs. Hence the lack of greatness, the aspect under which they appear keeps alternating, now catering to the coarsest needs, now to the most refined. 826. False strengthening. In romanticism this unremitting espressivo does not indicate strength, but rather a sense of deficiency. Picturesque, or so-called dramatic music, is above all easier, as is also the brutal colportage and the juxtaposition of fates and traits in the novel of naturalism. Passion is a matter of nerves and weary souls, as is the delight in high mountains, deserts, storms, orgies and horrors, in everything massive and formidable, e.g. historians. In fact, there is a cult of excessive feeling. How is it that the strong ages have a need for the opposite from their art, a need for something which transcends passion? The colors, the harmony, the nervous brutality of orchestral sound, the garish colors in the novel. The preference for exciting material, erotica or socialistica or pathologica, all these things indicate for whom the artist labors today, for the overworked and distracted, or else for the debilitated. The artist is obliged to play the tyrant in order to be effective at all. 827. Modern art as the art of tyrannizing. A heavy-handed and rigorously worked-out logic of delineation, the motif reduced to a formula, and then the formula plays the tyrant. Within the lines, a wild diversity and overwhelming mass, before which the senses are confused, brutality of coloration, of subject matter, of desires. For example, Zola, Wagner and, on a more intellectual level, Taine. Thus everything is reduced to logic, mass, and brutality. 828. Physiology of art. In regard to the painter, 2 ces modern sunt de poets qui ont voulu être painters. L'unichurch drams dans l'histoire, l'autre de scenes d'amours, celui ci traduit de religions, celui là en philosophie 75. This one imitates Raphael, that one the early Italian masters, the landscape painters employ trees and clouds to make odes and elegies. Not one of them is simply a painter, they are all archaeologists, psychologists, and impresarios of any number of remembrances or theories. They enjoy themselves with our erudition and our philosophy. Like us, they are filled to excess with general ideas. They are enamored of forms, not for what they are, but for what they express. They are the sons of a learned, tormented generation, pale reflections of the past, 1,000 miles away from the old masters, who never read and only thought to feast their eyes. 829. At bottom, even Wagner's music is still literature, no less than the whole of French Romanticism is. Over sentimental stay-at-homes it exercises the charm of exoticism, of strange times, customs and passions. It offers the delight of entering immeasurably distant, strange, primeval lands, accessible only through books in which the whole horizon has been painted with new colors and possibilities. Intimations of still more distant and undiscovered worlds, disdain towards the boulevard. We must admit that nationalism is also only a form of exoticism. Romantic musicians merely relate what exotic books have made of them. They would like to experience exotica and landscapes in the Florentine or Venetian style. Ultimately they content themselves by seeking them in a picture. What is essential for them is a kind of new desire, a kind of wish to imitate the lives and works of those who went before them, the better to cloak and conceal their souls. In this sense, romantic art is only a makeshift for a defective reality. With Napoleon, we see a new passion, new possibilities of the soul. An enlargement of the soul. One attempts to do new things, the revolution, Napoleon's ambitions. But when the will becomes exhausted, the desire to feel, imagine, and dream new things becomes all the more licentious. The experience of excessive things has as its consequence a craving for excessive sensations. And it was foreign literatures which afforded the strongest spices. 830. Winckelmann's and Goethe's Greeks, v. Hugo's Les Orientals 76. Wagner's characters from the Edda 77. W. Scott's 13th century Englishman 78. Some day the whole comedy will be exposed. All of it was historically false beyond measure, but modern. Truly. 831. On the characteristics of national genius with regard to what is foreign and borrowed. The English coarsen and naturalize everything they receive. The French dilute, simplify, rationalize, tidy up. The Germans mix, mediate, complicate and imbue with moral significance. The Italians have made by far the freest and finest use of borrowed material and have put 100 times more into it than they have extracted from it. As those with the richest national genius, they had the most to give. 832. The Jews have touched upon genius in the realm of art with H. Heine and Offenbach. Offenbach was the wittiest and most high-spirited of satyrs, a musician who held fast to the great tradition and who offered, for those who listen with more than just their ears, a suitable deliverance from the sentimental and ultimately degenerate music of German Romanticism. 833. Offenbach, French music imbued with a Voltairean wit, free, haughty, with a little sardonic grin, but light and witty almost to the point of banality. He never uses makeup, and without that mignardise 79 of morbid or blonde Viennese sensuality. 834. If by artistic genius we understand the greatest freedom under law, divine ease and insouciance in what is most difficult, then Offenbach, or EDM. Auditran, 80 has even more claim to the title genius than Wagner has. Wagner is heavy and ponderous, nothing is more foreign to him than the moments of the most high-spirited perfection which this buffoon Offenbach achieves as many as 5 or 6 times in almost every one of his buffooneries. But perhaps we may be allowed to understand something else by genius. 835. A chapter, Music. On the doctrine of intoxication, enumeration, e.g. adoration of Petit's Fates, point 81 German and French and Italian music. Our lowest periods politically are the most fruitful culturally. The Slavs? The cultural and historical ballet, it has conquered the opera. It is a mistake to think that what Wagner has created is a form, it is a kind of formlessness. The possibility of a dramatic construction remains to be found. Music for the stage versus music for musicians. Rhythmic. Expression at any cost. In honor of Carmen. In honor of H. Schutz, and the Liszt Society. Meretricious instrumentation. In honor of Mendelssohn, an element of Goethe in him and nowhere else. Just as another element of Goethe came to perfection in Rahel, 82 and a third in H. Heine. 836. Descriptive music lets reality work its effects on the listener. All these kinds of art are easier to produce and more readily lend themselves to imitation, which is why the untalented resort to them. It is a form of art which appeals to the instincts, suggestive art. 83. 837. Aesthetica. With regard to our modern music, the decay of melody is the same thing as the decay of ideas, of dialectic and of the freedom of the most intellectual activity. It is merely ungainly and cloying, qualities which evolve into new feats of daring and even principles, but in the end, a man has only the principles of his gifts, or the limitations of his gifts. In what concerns the basic conditions of genius, Offenbach was as much a genius as Wagner. Dramatic music? Nonsense. It is simply bad music, as surely as music drama is bad music. Instead, music should give us the surrogates of scorn, dancing and mocking intellectuality. Feeling and passion are surrogates for high intellectuality and delight in same, e.g. Voltaire's, when one no longer knows how to attain them. Technically speaking, feeling and passion are easier, they presuppose much poorer artists. The recourse to drama betrays that an artist is a master of means which are more apparent than genuine. Thus we have dramatic painting, dramatic poetry, etc. 838. What we lack in music is an aesthetic which would know how to impose rules on musicians and create a conscience in them, and we consequently lack a real struggle over principles, for as musicians we laugh at Herbart's velleities in this domain just as much as we laugh at Schopenhauer's. As a matter of fact, a great difficulty presents itself here. We no longer know how to justify our notions of what constitutes an artistic model, or an artist's mastery, or perfection in a work. We grope about blindly in a realm of values, instinctively guided by our old affection and admiration, almost believing that good is whatever pleases us. I am always suspicious when I hear Beethoven everywhere referred to in all innocence as a classical composer. On the contrary, I would most strictly maintain that, in other arts, Beethoven is the very opposite of classical. But when Wagner's even more complete and glaringly obvious dissolution of style, his so-called dramatic style, is taught and revered as an exemplar, as a form of mastery, as a kind of progress, then my patience is at an end. Dramatic style in music as Wagner understood it is the renunciation of style in general. It is the assumption that something is 100 times more important than music, namely, drama. Wagner could paint, he used music not for its own sake, but to lend strength to his poses and his poetry. Ultimately, he appealed to fine sentiments and heaving bosoms, just as any other theatrical artist does. With it all he persuaded women and even Philistines. But what do women and Philistines care about music? None of them are conscientious about art. None of them suffer when all of the cardinal and indispensable virtues of an art are trampled underfoot and made light of in favor of incidental purposes, as ancilla dramaturgica. What good is any enlargement of the means of expression, if that which is expressed, art itself, has lost its own self-governance? The picturesque grandeur and power of tones, the symbolism of sound, rhythm, the color tones of harmony and disharmony, the suggestive significance of music with respect to the other arts, the whole sensuality of music in which Wagner achieved mastery, all this Wagner discerned in music, drew out of it and developed. Victor Hugo did something similar for language, but already the French are asking themselves with regard to the case of Victor Hugo, whether this did not lead to a corruption of language. Whether the increase of sensuality in language has not led to the suppression of reason, intellectuality and profound lawfulness in language. The fact that the poets in France have become sculptors, that the musicians in Germany have become actors and cultural paint-slingers, are these not signs of decadence? Wagner makes all sorts of things possible with the help of music which is not really music. He gives us intimations of enlargement, virtue, and passion. For him, music is merely a means to an end. But as a result, has music not lost all the more intellectual forms of beauty? Has it not lost the high and haughty perfection which still embraces gracefulness in feats of daring, the ravishing leap and dance of logic, the 839? There is nowadays a sort of musician's pessimism even among those who are not musicians. Who has not experienced him? Who has not cursed him? I mean the unhappy youth who tortures his piano until it cries out in despair and who personally wallows in the mire of the darkest and most turbid harmonies. This enables us to recognize his pessimism. But whether it also enables us to recognize his musicality is a point on which I remain unconvinced. A Wagnerian per sang 84 is unmusical. He is subject to the elemental forces of music in much the same way that a woman is subject to the will of a hypnotist, and in order to be able to do so, he must not be made suspicious by a strict and refined conscience in rebus musicis et musicantibus. I said in much the same way that, but perhaps what we are dealing with here is more than a mere likeness. Consider the means of producing an effect which Wagner preferred to employ, means which he, for the most part, had to invent: first choice of tempos, the timbre of his orchestration, the appalling estual of any structure in rhythmic phrasing, the skulking, stalking, mysterious, hysterical character of his endless melody. They are disconcertingly similar to the means by which hypnosis is induced. And is the state into which, for example, the prelude to Lohengrin sends men in the audience, let alone the women, essentially any different from a somnambulistic trance? After listening to the aforementioned prelude, I heard an Italian woman say, with that comely, ecstatic expression in her eyes which female Wagnerians are so adept at making, come si dorm con questa musica, 85. 840. German means, religion in music. How much satisfaction all religious needs still receive in Wagnerian music, although this remains unavowed or even unknown. How much prayer, virtue, unction, virginity, salvation, still speaks through it? Oh, what an advantage it derives from the fact that music may dispense with words or concepts, this wily saint who leads us back, seduces us back, to everything in which we once believed. Our intellectual conscience need not be ashamed, it remains uninvolved, when some ancient instinct drinks with trembling lips from forbidden cups. This is prudent, healthy, and even a good sign, in so far as it betrays shame in the presence of satisfaction of the religious instinct. Insidious Christianity, this is the type of music we find in late Wagner. 841. Courage. I distinguish between courage before persons, courage before things, and courage before the written word. David Strauss's courage, for example, was of the last variety. I further distinguish between the courage before witnesses and the courage without witnesses. The courage of a Christian, or of believers in God in general, can never be the courage without witnesses, but this alone cheapens it. I finally distinguish between the courage which is merely the expression of temperament and the courage which is the fear of one's own fear. Moral courage is a particular instance of the last species. In this connection, we should add the courage born of despair. Wagner as seducer, Wagner possessed such courage. his position in regard to music was, at bottom, a desperate one. He was deficient in the two capacities which good musicians possess, nature and culture, a predisposition for music and discipline and training in music. But he had courage, he made a principle of his deficiencies, he devised for himself a new species of music. Dramatic music as devised by him was the music of which Wagner was capable, its very notion is defined in terms of Wagner's limitations. And he was misunderstood, or was he? 5/6 of the artists of today are in his situation. Wagner is their savior, and incidentally, 5/6 is rather on the low side. Wherever nature has shown herself to be inclement to the artist and wherever his culture has remained haphazard, tentative, dilettantish, he turns instinctively, what am I saying? Enthusiastically, to Wagner, in the words of the poet, half-pulled, half-plunging. 86. Wagner's success is itself a great seducer. Let us suppose that the seducer were to learn to speak, that it assumed the form of a wise friend and counselor of conscience to young musicians who carry in the depth of their bosoms a small catastrophe, and we were to hear it speak, friendly and respectable, out of an angelic tolerance for all small catastrophes. 842. The will to power as art, music and the grand style. The greatness of an artist is not to be measured by the fine sentiments which he excites, as the little old ladies would like to believe. Rather, it should be measured by the degree to which he approximates the grand style, is capable of the grand style. This style resembles great passion in that it disdains to please, in that it forgets to persuade, in that it commands, in that it wills. To become master of the chaos within oneself, to compel this chaos to assume form, for this form to become necessary, logical, simple, unambiguous, mathematical, for it to become law, that is the great ambition here. It keeps us at arm's length, nothing inspires more love for such authoritative men than this, a desert forms around them, a stillness, a fear as before some great sacrilege. All the other arts are familiar with such men who aspire to the grand style, why are they lacking in music? Has any musician yet created anything comparable to the work of the architect who designed the Palazzo Pitti? 87. Herein lies a problem. Did music perhaps belong to that culture in which the realm of authoritative men had already come to an end? Is the very notion of the grand style already at odds with the soul of music, with the woman in our music? With this, I touch upon a cardinal question: where does the whole of our music belong? How should it be classified? The age of classical taste knows nothing comparable to it. It blossomed when the world of the Renaissance was in its twilight, when freedom had already bidden farewell to customs and even to aspirations. Is it characteristic of music to be a part of a counter-Renaissance? Or, in other words, an art of decadence? Somewhat as the Baroque style is an art of decadence. Is it the sister of that Baroque style, since in any case it is its contemporary? Is music, modern music, not already a form of decadence? Music is a counter-Renaissance development in the arts, it is also a form of decadence as social expression. I have put my finger on this question before. Is our music not an instance of counter-Renaissance art? Is it not closely akin to the Baroque style? Has it not grown in opposition to every classical taste, so that it would of its own accord forbid itself any aspiration to classicism? There could be no doubt about the answer to this question of the first importance, if there had been a proper appreciation of the fact that music in the form of Romanticism attains to its greatest maturity and abundance, likewise in the form of a reactionary movement against classicism. Asterisk. Mozart is a tender and loving soul, but entirely of the 18th century, even in his seriousness. Beethoven is the first great romantic in the French sense of the term, just as Wagner is the last great romantic. Both of them instinctive opponents of classical taste, of severe style, to say nothing of grand style. Both of them. 843. The man of substance and magnanimity, as opposed to the man of yearning and aspiration. The aesthetic conditions are twofold. Asterisk. The romantic, an ambiguous figure, like all modern figures. 88. 844. A romantic is an artist whose great dissatisfaction with himself has become creative, whose eyes are drawn away from himself and his contemporaries and towards the past. 845. Is art a consequence of dissatisfaction with reality? Or is it the expression of gratitude for the happiness one has enjoyed? In the first case, it is romanticism; in the second, aureole and dithyramb, in short, an art of apotheosis. Raphael belongs here too, apart from the fact that it was somewhat duplicitous of him to deify a semblance of the Christian interpretation of the world. He felt gratitude for existence where it did not appear specifically Christian. With the moral interpretation the world becomes unbearable. Christianity was the attempt thereby to overcome the world, that is, to negate it. In praxis such an attack of madness, a mad conceit of man's in the face of the world, had the consequence of darkening, belittling and impoverishing man, the only kind of man that it took into account, that it furthered, if you will, was the most mediocre, the most innocuous kind, the gregarious kind of man. Homer was an artist of apotheosis, as was Rubens. Music has not yet had such an artist. The idealization of the great transgressor, the sense of his greatness, is Greek; the depreciation, defamation and denigration of the sinner, is Jewish and Christian. 846. What is Romanticism? With regard to all aesthetic values I now avail myself of this fundamental distinction. In every case I ask myself, has want or rather abundance been creative here? From the outset, another distinction would seem to have more to recommend it. It is far more obvious, namely, whether the desire for the fixed and eternal, for being, on the one hand, or rather the desire for destruction, for change, for becoming, on the other, has been the principle of creation. But both kinds of desire prove on closer examination to be ambiguous, that is to say, explicable precisely in accordance with the preceding scheme to which I have, and, it seems to me, rightly, given pride of place. The desire for destruction, for change, for becoming, can be the expression of a power overflowing and pregnant with hope. My terminus for this, as is well known, is Dionysian, but it can also be the hatred of the ill-constituted, deprived and unfortunate man who destroys and must destroy, because he is provoked and enraged by what exists, indeed, by existence itself. On the other hand, the desire to immortalize in art or letters can be the product of gratitude and love. Works born of such a desire are always a kind of apotheosis, perhaps a dithyrambic one, as in Rubens, or a blissful one, as in Hafez, or a bright and benevolent one, as in Goethe, works which spread an Homeric nimbus of light over all things. However, this desire can also be the expression of the tyrannical will of a great sufferer who would make what is most personal, individual and intimate, what is actually idiosyncratic about his suffering, into a binding law and constraint, and to take his revenge upon all things, so to speak, stamping and branding them with his own image, the image of his torment. The latter impulse finds its most expressive form in romantic pessimism, whether it be as Schopenhauer's philosophy of the will, or as Wagner's music. 89. 847. Might not the antithesis, active and reactive, be what lies hidden behind that other antithesis, classical and romantic? 848. Aesthetica. To be classical, one must be possessed of all the strong and apparently contradictory gifts and passions, but in such a way that they are harnessed together at just the right time to bring a genus of literature or art or politics to its highest pinnacle, but not after this has already taken place, in such a way that they reflect in one's deepest and innermost soul a comprehensive condition, be it one's people or one's culture, at a time when such a condition still exists and has not yet been painted over by the imitation of something alien, or is still dependent, not a reactive spirit, but rather a spirit which brings what has gone before to a conclusion, while at the same time pointing the way towards what is to come, a spirit which is affirmative in all circumstances, even in its hatreds. Is the highest personal worthiness not a part of it as well? We should consider whether moral prejudices do not perhaps play a role here, and whether great moral attainments are not perhaps at odds with what is classical. To Mediterraneanize music, that is my watchword. We should consider whether moral monsters must not of necessity be romantics in word and deed. Such a preponderance of any one trait over others, as in the case of the moral monster, is even inimical to the classical ability to maintain equilibrium. Supposing someone possessed these attainments in morality and were nevertheless classical, we should without hesitation conclude that he also possessed similar attainments in immorality. This was perhaps the case with Shakespeare, assuming that he was really Lord Bacon. 849. Things of the future. Against the romanticism of great passion. It is important to understand that a certain amount of coldness, lucidity, and rigor is inseparable from all classical taste, above all, logic, delight in intellectuality, the three unities and concentration, hatred of everything sentimental, comfortable, or witty, hatred of everything complex, uncertain, aimless, or portentous, as well as of everything cursory, intricate, pretty or good-natured. Artistic formulas should not be trifled with. Life should be refashioned in such a way that it subsequently demands to be formulated. The fact that the contemporaries of Herder, Winckelmann, Goethe, and Hegel claim to have rediscovered the classical ideal, and at the same time, Shakespeare, was a light farce at which we have only now learned to laugh, because it is only now that we have begun to understand it. And this same generation had in the most shameful fashion turned apostate from the school of French classicism. As if the essential thing could not have been learned there just as well as here. But what was wanted was nature, naturalness. Oh, the stupidity of it all. These Germans thought that Greek classicism was a kind of naturalness. We should thoroughly consider, without prejudice or sentiment, on what soil a classical taste can grow. Becoming harder, simpler, stronger and more evil are inseparable from each other. Each is necessary if a man is to develop a classical taste. Such a man will have a preference for logical and psychological simplification and a contempt for detail, complexity, or indeterminacy. The German Romantics did not protest against classicism, but against reason, enlightenment, taste, the 18th century. The sensibility of Romantic Wagnerian music, antithesis, the classical sensibility. The Romantics had the determination to impose unity, because when one imposes unity, one plays the tyrant, namely, over the listener and the spectator, but lacked the ability which would have allowed them to play the tyrant with respect to what is most important, namely the work itself, by omission, abbreviation, clarification, simplification. Wagner, Victor Hugo, Zola, Taine, they all overwhelm us with mass but never with their own greatness. 90. 850. The nihilism of artists. Nature is cruel in her serenity, cynical in her sunrises. We are antagonistic towards tender emotions. One flees to where nature moves our senses and our imagination, where we have nothing to love, where we are not reminded of the moral speciousness and scrupulousness of this northern nature of ours, and so it is with the arts. We prefer that which no longer reminds us of good and evil. Our moralistic irritability and vulnerability are, however, redeemed in a formidable and fortunate nature, in the senses and energies which fate has given us. Life without goodness. The benefit consists in the sight of nature's magnificent indifference to good and evil. There is no justice in history, no goodness in nature. That is why the pessimist, if he is an artist, takes an interest in subjects in historicis where the absence of justice is displayed with admirable naivete, where downright perfection is expressed. And he likewise takes an interest in nature, where her characteristic wickedness and indifference are not concealed, where she exhibits her characteristic perfection. The nihilistic artist betrays himself in his choice of, and preference for, cynical history, cynical nature. 851. What is tragic? I have repeatedly put my finger on the following error in Aristotle, his belief that he had discerned in two depressing emotions, fear and pity, the emotions of tragedy. 91. Had he been right, Tragedy would be a life-threatening form of art, one would have to warn against it as something disreputable and a public menace. Art, ordinarily the great stimulus of life, a form of intoxication with life, an expression of the desire for life, would find itself in the service of a downward movement, and as a servant to pessimism, so to speak, would have become harmful to health. For to suppose, as Aristotle seems to have believed, that by exciting these emotions tragedy purges us of them is simply not true. For to conceive of something which habitually excites fear or pity, disrupts, weakens and discourages, and further supposing Schopenhauer were right in maintaining that therefore the lesson to be drawn from tragedy is resignation, i.e. a meek renunciation of happiness, of hope, and of the will to live, this would be to conceive of an art in which art denies itself. Tragedy would then signify a process of dissolution, and the instincts of life would destroy themselves in the instinct of art. Christianity, nihilism, tragic art, physiological decadence, these things would go hand in hand, they would become preponderant at the same time and impel each other onwards, downwards. Tragedy would thus be a symptom of decline. This theory can be refuted in the most cold-blooded way, namely by measuring the effect of a tragic emotion with a dynamometer. And the result would be something which ultimately only a system builder completely taken in by his own disingenuousness would be psychologically capable of misunderstanding, that tragedy is a tonicum. If Schopenhauer refused to grasp this point, if he regarded general depression as a tragic state, if he would have given the Greeks, who much to his chagrin were not resigned, to understand that they did not have the loftiest view of the world, that is merely parti pre 92 the need for consistency in his system, the fraudulence of a system builder, one of the many pernicious frauds with which Schopenhauer step by step corrupted his whole psychology, he deliberately and willfully misunderstood genius, art itself, morality, pagan religion, beauty, knowledge and almost everything else. 852. Aesthetica, the tragic artist. Whether and where the judgment beautiful is made depends on an individual's or a people's strength. The sense of abundance, of accumulated strength which bravely and cheerfully accepts many things before which the weakling trembles, a man suffused with a sense of power judges beautiful even things and conditions which the instinctively impotent condemn, they can only regard something hateful as ugly. 93 Our ability to follow the scent of those things which would nearly put an end to us were we to confront them in the flesh as dangers, problems, temptations, this ability likewise determines our aesthetic affirmation. This is beautiful is an affirmation. From this it follows that, on the whole, a penchant for questionable and terrible things is a symptom of strength, whereas the taste for pretty and dainty things is characteristic of weak and delicate constitutions. Delight in tragedy is a symptom of strong ages and strong constitutions, its non plus ultra is perhaps the Divina Commedia. It is the heroic spirits who in tragic cruelty affirm themselves, who are hardy enough to feel pain as delightful. On the other hand, supposing the weak wish to receive enjoyment from an art which was not intended for them, what will they do to make tragedy more palatable for them? They will read their own sense of what is valuable into it, e.g. the triumph of the moral world order, or the doctrine of the worthlessness of existence, or the call to resignation, or even semi-medicinal and semi-moral emotional discharges, a la Aristotle. Finally, the art of the terrifying, in so far as it excites the nerves, may be highly regarded by the weak and exhausted as a stimulans, which is the reason why, example Wagnerian art is so highly regarded today. It is a sign of our sense of well-being and power how much we allow ourselves to acknowledge of things their terrible, their questionable character and whether we are in need of any solution at the end. This kind of artist's pessimism is exactly the opposite of that religio-moral pessimism of people who suffer from the corruption of man and the riddle of existence. This requires a solution to the riddle, or at least the hope of a solution. The suffering, the despondent, the inherently suspicious, in a word, the sick, have always had need of rapturous visions in order to endure it. This is the origin of the notion beatitude. A related case would be that of the decadent artists, who maintain an essentially nihilistic attitude towards life and take refuge in the beauty of form. In those select instances in which nature has become perfect, in which she is indifferently great and indifferently beautiful. The love of the beautiful may therefore be something other than the ability to see or create the beautiful, it may be precisely the expression of the inability to do so. The truly formidable artists who produce harmony from discord are those who allow things to enjoy the benefit of their own might and self-redemption. They express their innermost experience in the symbolism of each work of art. Their act of creation is a form of gratitude for their existence. The profundity of the tragic artist consists in the fact that his aesthetic instinct surveys the more distant consequences, that he does not linger briefly on that which is nearest, that he affirms the large-scale economy which justifies the terrible, the evil, and the questionable. And more than justifies it. 853. 1. The conception of the world which lies behind this book is peculiarly dark and disagreeable. Among the previously known types of pessimism, none seems to have attained this degree of molly goodnighting. Here you will find no trace of the opposition between a true and apparent world. There is but one world, and it is false, cruel, contradictory, seductive, and senseless. A world so constituted is the world as it truly is. We are in need of lies in order to triumph over this reality, this truth, that is, in order to live. The lie which is needed in order to live is part and parcel of the terrible and questionable character of existence. Metaphysics, morality, religion, science, they are portrayed in this book as nothing more than different forms of deception. With their help we can believe in life. Life is supposed to inspire confidence. The task thus imposed is tremendous. In order to solve this problem, man must already be an inveterate liar, but he must above all else be an artist. And so he is. Metaphysics, religion, morality, science, all are mere artifacts of his determination to create appearances, to lie, to escape from truth, to deny the truth. This ability, man's artistic ability par excellence, thanks to which he violates reality with his lies, he has in common with all that is. After all, he himself is a part of reality, truth, and nature. How could he help but share in its genius for lying? The fact that the character of existence shall be misunderstood, that is the most profound, the most lofty secret intention behind everything that is virtuous, scientific, pious, and artistic. There are many things which man never sees, many things he does not see aright, and many things he thinks he sees which are not there at all. Oh, how clever we are under circumstances where the last thing we think we are is clever. Love, enthusiasm, God, these are only so many subtle forms of extreme self-deception. They represent nothing but temptations to embrace life, expressions of the belief in life. In those moments in which man was deceived, in which he outwitted himself, in which he believed in life, oh, how his heart swelled within him! What delight he took in it! What a sense of power he felt! How much of an artistic triumph there was in that sense of power! Man once more became the master of his materials, the master of the truth. And whenever man rejoices, his joy is always the same. He rejoices as an artist, he enjoys his power, he enjoys the lie as the source of his power. 2. Art and nothing but art. She is the great enabler of life, the great temptress to life, the great stimulant of life. Art is the only opposing force which is superior to the will to deny life in all its forms. Art is the anti-Christian, the anti-Buddhistic, the anti-nihilistic force par excellence. Art is the redemption of the man of knowledge, the redemption of him who sees the terrible and questionable character of existence, who is willing to see it, the redemption of the tragic man of knowledge. Art is the redemption of the man of action, the redemption of him who not only sees the terrible and questionable character of existence, but also lives it and is willing to live it, the redemption of the tragic and warlike man, the hero. Art is the redemption of the man of sorrows. It is a way to states in which pain is willed, transfigured, deified, in which sorrows are a form of great delight. 3. One can see that in this book pessimism, or, to put it more clearly, nihilism is taken to be the truth. But truth is not taken to be the highest standard of value, still less the highest power. The will to appearance, illusion, deception, becoming and change, to objective deception, is here taken to be more profound, more primordial, more metaphysical than the will to truth, reality, and being. The latter is merely a form of the will to illusion. Pleasure is likewise taken to be more primordial than pain. Pain is only taken to be contingent upon and a consequence of the will to pleasure, of the will to becoming, growth, fashioning, that is, to creation. Creation, however, includes destruction. A state is here conceived in which existence is affirmed to the highest degree, a state from which the highest degree of suffering may not be excluded, the tragic and Dionysian state. 4. This book is even to a certain extent anti-pessimistic, that is to say, in the sense that it teaches something which is stronger than pessimism, which is more divine than the truth. No one, it seems, would be more willing seriously to propose not merely a condemnation of life but a radical negation of it, an actual negation by deeds, than the author of this book, but for the fact that he knows, for he has experienced it and perhaps experienced nothing else, that art is of far greater value than the truth. In the preface, in which I seem to extend a personal invitation to Richard Wagner to enter into dialogue with me, this article of faith, this gospel for artists, appears, art as the proper task of life, art as its metaphysical activity. 94. Book 4. Discipline and Cultivation. Part 1. Hierarchy. 1. The doctrine of hierarchy. 854. In this age of suffrage universal, in which everybody is allowed to sit in judgment upon everything and everybody, I feel compelled to re-establish the principle of hierarchy. 855. Rank is determined and distinguished by quantities of power alone, nothing else. 1. 856. For the third book. The will to power. What manner of men they must be who would undertake this revaluation. Degree in the hierarchy is determined by degree of power. War and danger are required, if the standards for a degree in the hierarchy are to be maintained. The most magnificent example of this is man in nature, the weakest of creatures, but also the shrewdest, making himself master, subjugating all the less intelligent forces. 857. I distinguish between the type which represents ascending life and the type which represents decay, degradation, and weakness. Are we really to believe that there is an open question here as to which of these two is higher in rank? 858. What determines your rank is the amount of power which you represent, the rest is cowardice. 859. I stand equally aloof from both moral movements, individualism and collectivism, because the first knows nothing of hierarchy and would give one individual the same freedom as another. To my way of thinking, nothing turns on the degree of freedom which is to be granted to this one or that one or to everyone, but rather on the degree of power which this one or that one should exercise over another, or over all. The question is, to what extent a sacrifice of freedom, or even enslavement, may provide the basis for the production of a higher type. Or, to put the idea in its most extreme form, how could we sacrifice the development of mankind in order to assist a higher species than man to come into existence? 860. Concerning rank. The terrible consequences of equality. In the end everybody thinks he is entitled to every problem. All hierarchy has vanished. 861. It is necessary for the superior men to declare war on the masses. Everywhere we see ordinary people closing ranks to make themselves master. Anything that pampers men, makes them soft, or emphasizes the people or woman, inures to the benefit of suffrage universal, i.e. domination by inferior men. But we should make reprisals by exposing the entire business, which began in Europe with Christianity, and bringing it to the bar of judgment. 862. A doctrine is needed which is harsh enough to cultivate a doctrine that strengthens the strong, but paralyzes the world weary and breaks their spirit. The destruction of the degenerate races. European degeneracy. The destruction of slavish value judgments. Dominion over the earth as a means of producing a higher type. The destruction of the Tartuffery known as morality. Christianity as a hysterical kind of honesty in this regard, Augustine, Bunyan, 2. The destruction of suffrage universal, i.e. that system by virtue of which the naturally inferior prescribe their own nature as a law binding on the superior. The destruction of mediocrity and the prestige afforded by it. The one-sided, the individuals, nations, e.g. the English. During. To strive for natural abundance through the pairing of opposites, the mixture of races to this end. A new courage, no a priori truths, precisely the one sought by those who were accustomed to faith, but free submission to a ruling idea whose time has come, e.g. time as a characteristic of space, etc. To the strong and the weak. 863. The notion stronger and weaker man amounts to nothing more than the fact that in the former case a great deal of strength has been inherited, the strong man represents a summation, in the latter, as yet little, the inheritance is not adequate, or has been dissipated. Weakness may be an initial phenomenon, as yet little, or a terminal phenomenon, no more. The starting point, where great strength is present, where strength is to be discharged, the masses, which represent the totality of the weak, react slowly, defending themselves against much for which they are too weak. Against that from which they receive no benefit, they never create, they never progress. This is set in opposition to the theory which denies the importance of the strong individual and claims that the masses do it all. The difference here is the difference between separate generations. 4 or 5 generations may pass between the active man and the masses. A chronological difference. NB. The values of the weak are in the ascendant because the strong espouse them, in order to lead with them. 864. Why the weak triumph? In summa, the sick and the weak have more sympathy and are more humane, the sick and the weak have more intellect, are more versatile, more complex, more entertaining, and more malicious, the sick alone invented malice. A morbid precocity is often found in the rickety, scrofulous, and tubercular. Esprit is characteristic of more aged races, Jews, Frenchmen, Chinese. The anti-Semites do not forgive the Jews for having intellect, and money. Anti-Semitism is just another word for the unfortunate. The fool and the saint, the two most interesting kinds of men. And closely related to them, the genius, the great adventurers and criminals. The sick and the weak have always had fascination on their side, they are more interesting than the healthy. And all great men, the healthiest first and foremost, at certain periods of their lives fall ill. Great emotions, the passion for power, love, revenge, are all accompanied by profound disturbances. And as for decadence, every man who does not die young embodies it in almost every sense, he therefore knows from experience the instincts which belong to it, for half his life almost every man is decadent. And finally, woman. Half of mankind is weak, chronically ill, wavering, inconstant. Woman requires strength in others in order to cling to it, she also requires a religion of the weak, which glorifies weakness, love, and humility as divine. Or, better still, she makes the strong weak, she prevails when she succeeds in overcoming the strong. Woman has always conspired with priests, the typical decadents, against the mighty, the strong, against men. Women bring children over to the cult of piety, of compassion, of love, the mother convincingly represents altruism. Finally, increasing civilization, which of necessity brings with it a simultaneous increase in morbid elements, e.g. the neurotic and psychiatric element, the criminal element and so on. A sort of intermediate species arises, the artist, who is restrained by his weak will and social timidity from criminality, but is not yet ripe for the madhouse, a being with antennae inquisitively reaching into both spheres, this specific cultural growth, the modern artist, painter, musician and, above all, romancier, who refers to his mode of being with the very improper word naturalisme. Lunatics, criminals, and naturalists are on the increase, a sign of a growing culture plunging headlong towards the abyss, that is, the scrap, the refuse, the waste are gaining in importance, the decline proceeds apace. Finally, the social mishmash, a consequence of the revolution, of the establishment of equal rights, of the superstitious belief in equal men. Thus those who bear within them the instincts of decline, ressentiment, discontent, the impulse to destroy, anarchism and nihilism, including the slavish instincts, the instincts of cowardice, craftiness, and roguery, long confined to the lower strata, mingle with the blood of all the classes. 2 or 3 generations later, the race is no longer recognizable, everything has become rabble. The result is a pervasive, instinctive aversion to selectivity, to privilege of any kind, an aversion of such power and certainty, stubbornness and practical cruelty, that in fact even the privileged classes quickly succumb to it. All those who still wish to hold power flatter the mob, work with the mob and must have the mob on their side, the geniuses first and foremost. The latter become the heralds of those feelings with which one inspires the masses, the note of compassion, of reverence even, for all that suffers, for all that has lived humbly, despised and persecuted, rings out above all other notes. Examples, V. Hugo, R. Wagner. The emergence of the mob means the re-emergence of the old values. With such an extreme movement with respect to tempo and means as characterizes our civilization, man's emphasis shifts. The men on whom the most depends, who take it upon themselves to compensate for the very great danger of such a morbid movement, become procrastinators par excellence, obstinate, tenacious, relatively stable men in the midst of this tremendous transformation and combination of elements. Under such circumstances the emphasis necessarily shifts to the mediocre, against the rule of the mob and of the eccentric, both usually allied with each other. Mediocrity consolidates itself as the custodian of the future. Thus emerges a new opponent for exceptional men, or a new temptation. Provided that they do not accommodate themselves to the mob and appeal to the instincts of the disinherited, they will find it necessary to be mediocre and sound. They know that mediocritas is also aurea, it alone actually has money and gold, has all that glisters, at its disposal. And once again the old virtue and the whole spent world of ideals in general gains a gifted advocate. The result is that mediocrity acquires intellect, wit, and genius, it becomes entertaining, even tempting. Result. One more word about the third force, a high culture, craft, trade, agriculture, science, a great part of art, that is something which can only stand upon a broad basis, upon a strongly and soundly consolidated mediocrity. Science, even art, labor in its service and are served by it in turn. Science could not have wished for anything better, in essence it belongs to an ordinary sort of man, it is out of place among the exceptional, there is nothing instinctively aristocratic, let alone anarchic, about it. The power of the middle classes is then maintained by the marketplace, but, above all, by means of the currency markets. Instinctively, the great financiers oppose any extreme measures. The Jews are therefore at present the most conservative power in this otherwise threatened and precarious Europe of ours. They have no need of revolutions, socialism, or militarism. If they want and need to have power even over the revolutionary party, that is only the consequence of the preceding and it in no way contradicts it. They occasionally need to inspire fear of other extreme tendencies, by showing all that they hold in their hands. But they themselves are instinctively, unalterably, conservative and mediocre. Wherever there is power, they know how to be powerful, but the use of their power always has one tendency. The polite term for mediocre, as is generally known, is the word liberal, which is not particularly amusing and not at all true. Reflection. It is senseless to presuppose that this whole triumph of values is anti-biological. We must try to explain it in terms of a vital interest, to wit, the preservation of the type man, even by way of this method which involves domination by the weak and unfortunate. If things were otherwise, man might cease to exist. Problem. The improvement of the type may prove fatal to the preservation of the species. Why? The lessons of history: the strong races decimate each other, war, lust for power, adventurousness, their existence is costly and brief, they wear each other down. The strong emotions, wastefulness, strength is no longer capitalized. Mental disturbance due to excessive strain, there occur periods of profound lassitude and inertia, all great ages have to be paid for. Afterwards, the strong are weaker, more irresolute, more absurd than ordinary weaklings. They are profligate races. Persistence in itself has no value, we might well prefer a shorter but more valuable existence for the species. Even so, it remains to be seen whether a greater yield in value might not be attained in the case of the longer existence, i.e. that man, as an accumulation of strength, gains a much higher degree of dominion over things if things continue as they are now. We stand before a problem in economics. 865. There is an attitude which calls itself idealism, which will not allow mediocrity to be mediocre or woman to be woman. No regimentation. People must be made to realize just how dearly bought the creation of a virtue is, and that virtue is nothing generally desirable, but a noble madness, a beautiful exception which comes with the privilege of a strong disposition. 866. It is necessary to show that an ever more economical expenditure of men and mankind, an ever more intricately intertwined machinery of interests and activities, contains within it a contrary tendency. For that machinery gives us the luxury of producing and setting aside men who are not strictly necessary to it, and from their midst a stronger type, a higher type, will come to light, one which arises and flourishes under conditions different from those of the common man. As everyone knows, my term, my metaphorical expression for this type, is the word Superman. The first path, which can now be completely surveyed, leads to mutual adaptation, leveling, a higher mandaриnism, instinctive modesty and contentment with the reduction of man, a kind of stagnation in the level of man. Once the total economic administration of the earth is at hand, an event which is both inevitable and imminent, mankind will be able to find its highest purpose as machinery in the service of that administration, as an immense wheelwork of ever smaller and more intricately interlocked cogs and wheels perfectly adapted to one another, as a machine in which all the dominating and commanding elements are becoming ever more superfluous, as a totality possessing immense power whose individual components represent a minimum of power and a minimum of value. To oppose this reduction and adaptation of man to a specialized utility requires an opposite tendency, the production of the man who synthesizes, embodies and justifies it all, that man for whom the mechanization of mankind is a precondition and underpinning of his existence, on the basis of which he can devise his superior mode of being. He is just as much in need of the opposition of the masses, of those who are leveled, the sense of distance from them, he stands upon them, he lives off them. This superior form of aristocracy is the form of the future. Morally speaking, the total machinery and the cooperation of all its cogs and wheels represent a maximum in the exploitation of man, but it presupposes those for whom this exploitation has meaning. Otherwise it would actually be nothing but the total reduction of the human type, its reduction in value, a retrograde phenomenon on a grand scale. One can see that what I am combating is economic optimism, as if the increasing cost borne by all would necessarily increase the benefit to all. The opposite seems to me to be the case, the cost to all adds up to a net loss, man is diminished, we no longer know what purpose this immense process has served. A purpose. A new purpose. That is what mankind requires. 867. Insight into the increase in total power, determine how the decline of individuals, of estates, of ages, and of peoples, is encompassed in this growth. The shift of emphasis in a culture. The costs of every major growth, who bears them? By now they must be enormous. 868. Overview of the future European, he is the most intelligent slave animal, very industrious, at bottom modest, curious to excess, complex, pampered, irresolute, a veritable chaos of cosmopolitan passions and intelligence. How could a stronger kind of man arise from this chaos? One which would have classical taste? This consists of the determination to simplify and strengthen oneself, to make one's good fortune visible, to be formidable, and the courage to be psychologically naked. The determination to simplify oneself is the consequence of the determination to be strong, allowing one's happiness to become visible. Likewise, psychological nakedness is a consequence of the determination to be formidable. In order to fight one's way upwards out of that chaos, to achieve this particular form, this requires a certain urgency. A man must have no choice but to prevail or perish. A master race can only spring from terrible and violent origins. Problem: where are the barbarians of the 20th century? Obviously they will appear and consolidate themselves only after tremendous socialistic crises. They will consist of those elements which are capable of the severest self-discipline and can guarantee the most lasting resolution. 869. The theory of opposites, good, evil, etc., has value as an educational measure because one is forced to take sides. The most powerful and most dangerous passions of man, those passions from which he is most likely to perish, are so thoroughly proscribed that, as a result, the most powerful men have become impossible. At the very least they would be obliged to regard themselves as evil, as harmful and forbidden. This is a great loss, but it has been hitherto necessary, now that a whole host of opposing forces have been cultivated by the temporary suppression of these passions, ambition, delight in change and deception. It has again become possible to unleash them, as they will no longer possess their old barbarity. We allow ourselves a domesticated form of barbarism. Just look at our artists and statesmen. 870. The root of all evils is the fact that slavish morality has triumphed, is the victory of humility, chastity, absolute obedience, and selflessness. Men who are naturally dominant were thus condemned to 1. Hypocrisy and 2. Remorse. Men who are naturally creative felt self-conscious, constrained by eternal values and like rebels against God. The barbarians showed that they were unfamiliar with the capacity for self-restraint. They feared and maligned the passions and natural instincts. The Caesars and ruling classes took a similar view. On the other hand, the suspicion arose that all moderation is a sign of weakness, or of age and exhaustion. Thus La Rochefoucauld had a suspicion that virtue is a euphemism for no longer being able to take pleasure in vice. Self-restraint was represented as a matter of firmness, self-control, asceticism, as a conflict with the devil, etc. The natural delight men of an aesthetic nature take in measure, the enjoyment they derive from the beauty of measure, was overlooked or denied, because one preferred an anti-eudaimonistic morality. In summa, the best things have been denigrated, because weak men and inordinate swine have cast them in a bad light, while the best men have remained concealed and have often misjudged themselves. Asterisk. Belief in the pleasure inherent in self-restraint has been lacking thus far, the pleasure of a rider on a fiery steed. The temperance of men who are naturally weak has been mistaken for the moderation of the strong. 3. 871. The vicious and the unbridled and their depressing influence upon the value of the appetites. It was the appalling barbarity of customs, in the Middle Ages first and foremost, which required the existence of a veritable league of virtue, along with the equally appalling exaggerations about what constitutes the value of man. Civilization, in other words, taming, needed all manner of shackles and instruments of torture in order to preserve itself in its struggle with formidable and naturally predatory men. Here a confusion has arisen between men of power and resolve and men who are vicious and unbridled, which is entirely understandable, even though such a confusion has had the most pernicious influence. What the former are able to demand of themselves is also a measure of what they may also permit themselves. Such men are by nature the very opposite of the vicious and the unbridled, although under certain circumstances they may do things which would convict a lesser man of vice and intemperance. Here the notion equality of men before God would do an extraordinary amount of harm. Actions and sentiments which are by their very nature among the prerogatives of men of strong constitutions were forbidden, as if they were unworthy of man per se. All the propensities of the strong man were brought into disrepute by virtue of the fact that measures designed to protect the weakest, including those for protecting the weakest from themselves, were made a standard of value. The confusion here is so great that people have actually branded the great virtuosos of life, whose self-mastery presents the sharpest contrast to the vicious and the unbridled, with the most ignominious epithets. Even now we feel obliged to disapprove of a Caesar Borgia, which is simply ludicrous. The Church has excommunicated German emperors on account of their vices, as if a monk and a priest should have a say in what a Friedrich II may demand of himself. A Don Juan is sent to hell, which is rather naive. Has anyone ever noticed that there are no interesting men in heaven? This is only a hint to the girls as to where they may best seek their salvation. If we consider the matter more closely and, moreover, with a deeper insight into what a great man is, then there can be no doubt that the Church sends all great men to hell, it combats all greatness in man. 872. The rights that a man claims for himself are proportionate to the duties which he assumes and the tasks he feels up to. The vast majority of men have no right to exist, but are a misfortune to their betters. I do not give the ill-constituted that right. There are also ill-constituted peoples. 4. 873. The naturally vulgar misunderstand egoism. They know nothing of the joys of conquest and the insatiability of great love, and likewise know nothing of the effusion of feelings of strength, of wanting to subdue things and bend them to one's will, of wanting to take oneself seriously. Such egoism is the instinct of an artist for his material, or, if nothing else, the territorial instinct. 5. Seeking territory for itself. In ordinary egoism it is precisely the non-ego, the profoundly mediocre creature, whose desires merely serve the preservation of the human race, and when the latter egoism is perceived by men who are not mediocre, but rare and fine, they become indignant. For they judge, we are nobler. Our preservation is more important than that of cattle. 874. The degeneration of the rulers and of the ruling classes has laid the foundation for the greatest mischief in history. Without the Roman Caesars and Roman society, the madness of Christianity would not have prevailed. There is great danger in lesser men beginning to doubt the very existence of superior men. For that is when they end up discovering that even they have virtues, even the subjugated and the poor in spirit, and that all men are equal before God, which was the most idiotic idea ever conceived, the non plus ultra of errant nonsense. That is to say, superior men eventually measure themselves by a standard of virtue set by slaves, find themselves proud, etc. Find all their superior qualities reprehensible. When Nero and Caracalla sat on the throne, the paradox arose, the most inferior man is still worth more than they are. And an image of God was advanced which was diametrically opposed to the image of the most powerful, the God on the cross. 875. Superior man and gregarious man. When there is a want of great men, one makes gods and demigods of the great men of the past. The outbreak of religion proves that man no longer delights man, nor woman neither, as Hamlet says. Or, lots of men are thrown together in a heap as a parliament, in the hope that they will rule with the same tyranny. Tyrannizing is just how it is with great men, they stupefy lesser men. 876. Buckle affords the best example of the extent to which a plebeian agitator of the mob is incapable of clarifying our understanding of the superior man's nature. The opinion that he so passionately opposed was that great men, individuals, princes, statesmen, geniuses, generals, are the levers and causes of all great movements. But he instinctively misunderstood what constitutes the superiority, as if what were essential and valuable about such men lay in their ability to set the masses in motion, that is, in their effect. But the superiority of the great man lies precisely in his alienness, his ineffability, his aloofness from lesser men, not in any of the effects he may produce, even if he shakes the world. 877. The French Revolution made Napoleon possible, that is its justification. For the sake of such a prize, we should be willing to see our entire civilization collapse into anarchy. Napoleon made nationalism possible, that is his shortcoming. It goes without saying that all of this is separate from the question of his morality and immorality, because these notions do not even begin to determine the value of a man. In the first place, the value of a man does not lie in his usefulness, for it would persist even if there were no one to whom he could be useful. And it might be that the very man who produced the most pernicious effects would be that man who was the best of the entire human type, a man who was so high, so superior, that all would perish with envy of him. 878. To estimate a man's worth by how much he benefits other men, or costs them, or harms them, is no better or worse than estimating a work of art by the effects it produces. That said, a work of art is meant to be compared with other works of art, whereas a man's worth remains completely untouched by a comparison with other men. Moral value judgment, in so far as it is a social judgment, measures a man solely by his effects. A man with his own sense of taste, surrounded and hidden by his solitude, incommunicable, incommunicative, an enigmatic man, i.e. a man of a superior, or at least a different, species, how are you able to deprecate that which is unknowable and incomparable? I find a characteristic piece of stupidity with respect to this kind of worth in the writings of that characteristically English numbskull J.S. Mill, when he says, of a Comte, that he regarded Napoleon's name and memory with a bitterness highly honorable to himself. But in his later writings, he regards Napoleon as a more estimable dictator than Louis Philippe, something which measures the depth to which his moral standard had fallen. 6. Moral depreciation has to a considerable extent impaired our judgment. A man's intrinsic worth is not only not given sufficient weight, it is almost overlooked, if not denied outright. This is the remnant of a naive teleology, in which a man's worth exists only in relation to other men. 879. Preoccupation with moral issues indicates a low position in the intellectual hierarchy. A man thereby shows that he lacks an instinctive sense of privilege, of being apart, the sense of freedom possessed by those who are naturally creative, by those who are children of God, or the devil. And regardless of whether he preaches the prevailing morality or criticizes it for failing to meet his own ideal, he thereby shows that he belongs to the herd, even if only as its foremost need, as its shepherd. 880. We must replace being moral with willing our ends and thus our means, the categorical imperative with the categorical imperator. 881. On hierarchy. Wherein lies the mediocrity of the typical man? In failing to understand that all good things have their inevitable drawbacks, in combating evils as if we could dispense with them, in refusing to accept that the one goes with the other, he would like to efface and obliterate the typical character of a thing, a condition, an era, or a person, endorsing only a portion of their characteristics and wanting to abolish the rest. The aspirations of the mediocre are that which we few who are different combat. They conceive of the ideal as something in which nothing harmful, evil, dangerous, questionable, or destructive should remain. Our view is quite the contrary, that every development of man has its inevitable drawbacks, that the supreme man, if such a notion is admissible, would be that man who most strongly represented the antagonistic character of existence, rather as its glory and its sole justification. Ordinary men may represent only a little nook and corner of this natural character. They perish the moment the multiplicity of opposing elements and the tension between them increase, but this is the precondition of human greatness. That man must become better and more evil is my formula for this inescapable fact. The majority of people represent only bits and pieces of men, only in combination do they result in a complete man. Whole ages and peoples are somewhat fragmentary in this sense. Perhaps it is a part of the economy of man's development that he develop piecemeal. But we cannot for one moment allow ourselves to overlook the fact that our only concern is with the emergence of the synthetic man, that inferior men, the vast majority, are but preludes and rehearsals, out of whose interaction, here and there, a whole man arises, a human milestone who indicates how far mankind has advanced. Mankind does not advance in a straight line. Oftentimes a type which has already been attained is subsequently lost. For example, despite 300 years of effort, we have not yet equaled the man of the Renaissance, and the man of the Renaissance, in turn, remains far behind the man of antiquity. One must have a standard. I distinguish the grand style from all others, I distinguish activity from reactivity, I distinguish extravagant prodigality from passionate suffering, as with the idealists. 882. NB. We acknowledge the superiority of the men of ancient Greece and of the Renaissance, but would prefer to do without their causes and conditions. There is a lack of deeper insight into the Greeks to this very day. 883. Purification of taste can only be the result of the strengthening of the type. Our society today only simulates cultivation, the cultivated man himself is absent. The great synthetic man is absent, the man in whom the various forces are unhesitatingly harnessed together in the service of a common aim. What we have instead is the complicated man, the most interesting example of chaos that has ever existed, but not the chaos which preceded the creation of the world, rather the chaos which followed it. That is what the complicated man is. Goethe is the finest expression of this type, completely and utterly un-Olympian. 884. Handel, Leibniz, Goethe, and Bismarck are characteristic of the strong German type. Living with equanimity amid contradictions, they were full of that supple kind of strength which guards against convictions and doctrines by pitting them against each other, while reserving freedom for itself. 885. This much is clear: if the emergence of great and rare men had been made dependent upon popular acclaim, provided, of course, that the masses knew which characteristics are a part of greatness and likewise at whose expense greatness develops, well, there would never have been any. They would have prevented the emergence of any important men. The fact that things pursue their course without the consent of the majority is the principal reason why a few astonishing things have managed to smuggle themselves into the world at all. 886. The hierarchy of human values. A. Our estimation of a man should not be based on his individual deeds. Actions are superficial. Nothing is rarer than a genuinely personal action. The influence of a class, a caste, an ethnicity, an environment, even sheer accident, any of these are more likely to express themselves in a deed or an act than a person. B. We should by no means presume that very many people are persons. Some are many persons, while most are none. Wherever ordinary qualities predominate, those on which the preservation of the type depends, being a person would be a waste, a luxury. It would make no sense to demand personhood of ordinary men. They are merely bearers of these qualities and instruments of their transmission. C. A person is a relatively isolated fact, in view of the much greater importance of the perpetuation and ordinariness of these qualities. It is almost something unnatural. For a genuine person to emerge, a man must be isolated from an early age, compelled to live a life of offense and defense, as if surrounded by ramparts. He must possess a greater capacity for seclusion, but above all, he must be far less impressionable than ordinary men, whose humane qualities are contagious. The principal question with respect to hierarchy is how gregarious or solitary someone is. In the former case, his value consists in those qualities which help ensure the survival of his herd, his type. In the latter case, it consists in those which set him apart, isolate him, defend him, and which make his solitude possible. Conclusion: the estimation of the solitary type should not be made from the standpoint of the gregarious type, or vice versa. Viewed from above, both types are necessary, as is their antagonism, and nothing is more to be dispelled than the notion of the desirability of developing some third thing out of both, as some sort of hermaphroditic type. That is no more desirable than is the rapprochement and reconciliation between the sexes. The two types must be further developed and the gulf between them widened more and more. The notion of degeneration is applicable in both cases, when the herd begins to take on the qualities of the solitary creature and vice versa, in short, when they begin to converge. Naturally, this notion of degeneration is distinct from any question of moral judgment. 887. Where those who are stronger are to be found. The ruin and degeneration of the solitary species is much greater and more terrible. They have the instinct of the herd and the traditional values against them. Their defenses, their protective instincts, are insufficiently strong or reliable from the outset. They require many favorable accidents if they are to thrive. They thrive among the lowest elements, the elements most forsaken by society. If you are seeking persons, it is there that you will find them, certainly much more so than in the middle classes. When the struggle between the estates, the class struggle which aims at equality of rights, is almost settled, the struggle begins against the solitary person. In a certain sense, the latter can maintain and develop himself most readily in a democratic society, where cruder means of defense are no longer necessary and certain habits of order, honesty, justice, trust, are a part of ordinary conditions. The strongest must be firmly bound, supervised, chained, and guarded, so says the gregarious instinct. For them, a regime of self-subjugation, of ascetic detachment, or of the duty to engage in exhausting labor which prevents them from recovering their self-possession. 888. I am attempting an economic justification of virtue. The task is to make man as useful as possible, as much like an infallible machine as possible. For that purpose he must be endowed with the virtues of a machine. He must learn to regard those states in which he works in a mechanically useful way as supremely valuable. To that end, it is necessary that the other states be as distressing for him as possible, be made as dangerous and disreputable as possible. The first stumbling block is the tedium, the monotony, which all mechanical activity entails. To learn to endure this, and not only to endure it, but to see tedium as invested with a higher charm, has hitherto been the task of all higher education. To learn something which does not concern us, and to feel precisely this objective activity, to be our duty, to learn to ascertain duty without regard to the pleasure it may bring, that is the inestimable benefit and accomplishment of higher education. It is for this reason that the philologist has hitherto been the ideal educator, because his activity itself furnishes the very model of monotonous activity rising to greatness. Under his banner youths learn to cram, which is the first prerequisite to early proficiency in mechanical performance of one's duties, as civil servants, husbands, bureaucratic scribblers, newspaper readers, and soldiers. Such an existence, perhaps more than any other, requires a philosophical justification and transfiguration. Pleasant feelings must be deprecated as inferior by some sort of infallible authority, a sense of inherent duty must be instilled, perhaps even a pathos of reverence with respect to anything unpleasant, and this demand must speak in the imperative mood, as if it transcended all considerations of mere utility, amusement, or expediency. The mechanical form of existence regarded as the supremely venerable form of existence, worshipping itself. Type: Kant as the fanatic of the formal concept thou shalt. 889. The economic assessment of previous ideals. The lawgiver, or the instinct of society, selects a number of states and emotions through whose operation a regular performance is guaranteed, a mechanicalism as a consequence of the regular requirements of those emotions and states. But suppose that ingredients of these states and emotions inflict pain, a means must be found to alleviate them by associating them with an idea of value, by making people experience the displeasure as worthwhile and therefore honorable, i.e. pleasurable. Reduced to formulas, how can something unpleasant become pleasant? For example, when it can serve as a proof of strength, power, self-control. Or when our obedience and our submission to the law are honored by it. Likewise as proof of a sense of community, a sense of neighborliness, a sense of patriotism, of our humanization, altruism, and heroism. That one does unpleasant things gladly. That is the purpose of ideals. 890. The diminution of man must be considered the sole aim for a long while, because a broad foundation must first be created upon which a stronger kind of man may stand, in that, previously, every stronger kind of man has stood upon the basis of an inferior class of men. 891. The principal consideration is that social distances should be opened up, but no opposites created. The intermediate forms must be supplanted and their influence diminished. This is the principal means of preserving social distances. Asterisk. There is an absurd and contemptible form of idealism which would have mediocrity not be mediocre, and which, instead of feeling triumphant at being an exception, is indignant at cowardice, falseness, pettiness, and wretchedness. One should not wish things to be otherwise. The gulf between them should be widened. The superior kind of men should be compelled to distinguish themselves by the sacrifices which they have to make to be what they are. 892. Who would wish to spoil mediocrity for the mediocre? As one can see, I do the opposite, for every step away from it, so I teach, leads to immorality. 893. To hate mediocrity is unworthy of a philosopher. It almost calls into question his right to philosophy. It is precisely because he is the exception and ordinary people are the rule that he has to take them under his protection and clasp them to his bosom. 894. What I struggle against is the notion that the exception should make war on the rule instead of grasping that the continued existence of the rule is a presupposition of the value of the exception. E.g., there are women who, instead of experiencing their abnormal needs as a distinction, would like to change the position of woman in general. 895. The augmentation of strength despite the temporary decline of the individual. To establish a new level. A method of the accumulation of forces, of the preservation of small achievements, as opposed to uneconomical waste. Destructive nature meanwhile subjugated as an instrument of this future economy. The preservation of the weak, because an enormous amount of lesser work needs to be done. The preservation of an attitude by which existence remains possible for the weak and the suffering. To implant an instinctive solidarity as against an instinctive fear and servility. The struggle with accident, including with the accident of great men. 896. The struggle against great men can be justified on economic grounds. Such men are dangerous, they are accidents, exceptions, storms, they are strong enough to call into question things which have taken a long time to build and establish. Explosives are not only to be detonated harmlessly, but, where possible, their formation prevented in the first place. This is the fundamental instinct of civilized society. 897. Anyone contemplating how the human type might be enhanced so as to embody the greatest splendor and power will grasp from the start that he must place himself outside morality, for morality was directed in all its essentials towards the opposite goal, to arrest or annihilate that splendid development wherever it was underway. For, as a matter of fact, such a development consumes such an immense number of people in its service that a movement in the opposite direction is only too natural. The weaker, softer, more ordinary types thus find it necessary to make common cause against those glorious beings so filled with life and strength, and to that end, a new estimation must be placed before them which enables them to condemn, and if possible to destroy, these beings who represent life in its greatest abundance. Morality is therefore essentially a tendency hostile to life, in so far as it wishes to overpower the strongest types of life. 898. The strong who are to come. In the past, it was only by a combination of necessity and chance that the conditions for the production of a stronger kind of man were occasionally realized. But now, we can understand and consciously choose them, we can create the conditions under which such an elevation is possible. So far, education has sought to benefit society, not as much as possible for the sake of mankind's future, but for that of present-day, established society. What was wanted were tools for its use. But suppose the accumulated wealth of energy were greater, we could contemplate the possibility of setting aside a certain amount of that for the purpose of investing, not in society, but in the future. The present form of society is undergoing such a powerful transformation that at some point it will no longer be able to exist for its own sake, but only as an instrument in the hands of a stronger race. The more the extent of this transformation is understood, the more urgent it will be to set such a task. The progressive diminution of man is precisely what compels us to consider the cultivation of a stronger race, a race which would have a surplus of precisely that in which the diminished species had become weak and was growing weaker: will, responsibility, self-assurance, the ability to set goals for oneself. The means to accomplish this would be those which history teaches: isolation by virtue of the fact that one's needs and interests are contrary to those which are usual nowadays, practice in the contrary value judgments, distance as pathos, a clear conscience about what is today most belittled and forbidden. That great process, the levelling of European man, is not to be retarded, it should even be accelerated. The necessity for widening gulfs, for social distance and for hierarchy, is thereby established, not the necessity for slowing that process. This leveled species requires a justification. Once it has been attained, its justification is the service it provides to a superior, sovereign species who stands upon it and can arise and accomplish its tasks only upon this basis. I am not speaking of a master race whose tasks are thereby limited to governing, but a race with its own sphere of existence, with a surplus of energy for beauty, bravery, culture, and manners, even in the most intellectual affairs, an affirmative race which may allow itself to indulge in every great luxury. Strong enough to have no need of the tyrannical imperatives of virtue, rich enough to have no need of frugality and pedantry, beyond good and evil, a greenhouse for rare and exotic plants. 899. Our psychologists, whose attention is irresistibly drawn to the symptoms of decadence, have repeatedly led us to distrust the intellect. All that they see are the pampering, debilitating, and disabling effects of the intellect, but now we are witnessing the emergence of new barbarians, cynics, experimentalists, conquerors, who represent a combination of intellectual superiority with a sense of well-being and an excess of strength. 900. I am pointing out something new. Certainly with such a democratic creature there is the danger of barbarism, but one sees it only in the depths. There is also another kind of barbarian that comes from the heights, a kind of natural conqueror and ruler who comes in search of materials to mold. Prometheus was such a barbarian. 901. The principal consideration is that we must never regard it as the responsibility of a superior species to provide guidance to their inferiors, as E.G. Comte does. Rather, we should regard it as the purpose of the inferior species to assist their superiors in their endeavors and to provide a foundation upon which they can stand. The conditions under which a strong and noble species preserves itself, with regard to intellectual discipline, are the opposite of those under which the industrial masses, the shopkeepers à la Spencer, exist. Idleness, escapades, scepticism, even debauchery, these are only open to the strongest and most productive of men. Indeed, these are what enable them to live. But extending the same liberty to ordinary men would, and also does, lead to their inevitable destruction. Industry, regularity, temperance, and firm conviction, in short, all the gregarious virtues, these are far better suited to them, and under their guidance this ordinary sort of man becomes perfect. 902. The lordly types and their psychology: the man, a consequence of a victory; the legislator, the conqueror; the priest, the shepherd as opposed to the master. The former is a means of preserving the herd, the latter is the reason why the herd is there in the first place. The noblesse. What is beauty? The expression of those who are victorious and have become master. 903. The problem of life, as the will to power. The temporary preponderance of the sense of value associated with sociability is both understandable and useful. It is a matter of building a foundation upon which eventually a stronger species will be made possible. The standard of strength, to be able to live under the contrary value judgments and to will their eternal recurrence. State and society as a foundation, in world economic terms, education as cultivation. 904. An insight lacking among freethinkers is that the very discipline which makes the naturally strong stronger still and capable of great undertakings, withers and breaks the mediocre. Doubt, la largeur de sympathie, 8 experiment, independence. 905. The will to power. an attempt at a revaluation of all values. In 4 books. First book, The Danger of Dangers, Representation of Nihilism, as the necessary consequence of the previous value judgments. Second book, Critique of Values, Logic, etc. Third book, The Problem of the Legislators. How such men must be constituted who make the contrary value judgments. Men who possess all the characteristics of the modern soul, but who are strong enough to transform them into sheer healthiness. Fourth book, The Hammer, Their Means to Their Task. Sils Maria, The Summer of 1886.9. 906. The strong man, a man in whom the instincts characteristic of robust health are powerful, digests his deeds in just the same way that he digests his meals. He can even cope with heavy fare. In the main, however, he is guided by a sound and firm instinct in such a way that he never does anything contrary to his nature, just as he never eats anything contrary to his taste. 907. If only we could foresee the favorable circumstances under which the worthiest creatures arise. The conditions of success are 1,000 times too complicated and the probability of failure is very great, so there is no eagerness to strive for them. Skepticism. On the other hand, we can foster courage, insight, firmness, independence, and the sense of unaccountability, improve the accuracy of our scales and expect that fortuitous events will come to our aid. 908. Before we can think of acting, an enormous amount of work has to be done. In the main, however, the most advisable course would be if we shrewdly took advantage of the given situation. If we are to create conditions like those created by chance, we shall need men of iron, the likes of which the world has never seen. First, the personal ideal must be made real, it must become the prevailing ideal. Whoever understands human nature and how superior men arise, trembles before man and is loath to act, but this is merely the result of inherited prejudices. I take comfort in the thought that human nature is evil, for this guarantees man's strength. 909. The typical forms of self-development, or the 8 principal questions. 1. Whether we want to be more complex or simpler. 2. Whether we want to be happier, or more indifferent to both happiness and unhappiness. 3. Whether we want to be more self-satisfied, or more exacting and more implacable. 4. Whether we want to be softer, more yielding, and more humane, or more inhumane. 5. Whether we want to be more prudent, or more reckless. 6. Whether we want to attain a goal, or evade all goals, like the philosopher, for instance, who smells a limit, a cul-de-sac, a prison, a bit of foolishness in every goal. 7. Whether we want to become more respected, or more feared, or more despised. 8. Whether we want to become tyrants, or seducers, or shepherds, or gregarious animals. 910. Type of my disciples. What I wish for those men who are of any concern to me at all is that they experience suffering, desolation, sickness, ill-treatment and indignities, that profound self-contempt, the torment of self-distrust and the misery of the vanquished not remain unknown to them. I have no pity for them because I wish for them the only thing which can prove today whether one has any value or not, that he stands firm. I have not yet met any idealists, but I have met many liars. 911. The happiness and self-contentment of the Lazzaroni 10, or the beatitude of beautiful souls and consumptive bodies, and the Herrnhut Pietists 11 proves nothing in regard to the hierarchy among men. A great educator has mercilessly to thrash such a race of blessed men into unhappiness. The danger of diminution, of repose is right there. I am opposed to Spinozistic or Epicurean happiness and to all repose in contemplative states. But if virtue is the means to such happiness, well then, we must even master virtue. 912. I cannot see how anyone can make up for not having had a strict schooling at the proper time. Such a man does not know himself, he goes through life without ever having learned to walk, his slack muscles betray themselves at every step. Sometimes life itself is merciful enough to make up for this lack of strict schooling, perhaps in the form of a long, lingering illness, which demands the utmost willpower and self-sufficiency, or in the form of a calamity which suddenly befalls him and his wife and child at the same time, forcing him to take action in such a way as to restore his energy and resilience, strengthening his moral fiber and his will to live. The most desirable thing, however, is always to have had strict discipline at the right time, that is, at that age when it makes us proud to see that much is demanded of us. For what distinguishes strict schooling, as good schooling, from every other kind is that much is required, that it is rigorously required, that the good, the outstanding even, is required as normal, that praise is accorded sparingly, that indulgence is conspicuous by its absence, that rebuke is sharp, matter-of-fact, and made without regard to talent or origin. Such a schooling is in every respect necessary, applying as much to the mental as to the physical. It would be disastrous to try to separate them. The same discipline makes for both a proficient military man and a proficient scholar, and, examined more closely, there are no proficient scholars who do not embody the instincts of a proficient military man. To stand with the rank and file and yet to be capable at any time of taking the lead, to prefer danger to comfort, not to weigh too carefully what is permitted and what is forbidden as if in a grocer's scales, to be more hostile to pettiness, slyness, and parasitism than to wickedness. What is it that one learns from a strict schooling? To obey and to command. 913. Deny merit and do only that which is beyond all praise, indeed, beyond all understanding. 914. For the chapter Our Virtues 12 A new form of morality, oaths of allegiance concerning what the members of associations intend to do and leave undone, very specific renunciation of many things. Tests to determine whether one is mature enough for this. With regard to our approach to science, we are free to omit those things which we no longer consider difficult and no longer take seriously. This is itself a kind of immorality. 915. I also wish to make asceticism natural again, but practiced in a spirit of self-fortification, as a gymnastics of the will, rather than in a spirit of self-denial. There should be privations and intermittent periods of fasting of various kinds, even in the most intellectual spheres. Diners chez Magni 13. All of them have an intellectual sweet tooth which has given them indigestion. We should dispassionately investigate our actions to determine the cogency of our opinions about our strengths. To this end, we should have adventures and expose ourselves to arbitrary dangers. We should devise tests even for our ability to keep our word. 916. The things which have been ruined through the Church's abuse of them. 1. Asceticism. Hardly anyone has the courage to call attention to the natural utility and indispensability of asceticism for the purpose of training the will. Our ridiculous education system, which envisions the useful civil servant as a guiding model, believes that it can make do with instruction, with brain training, without having even the slightest notion of the need for something else first, the development of willpower. Examinations are taken in everything except the main thing, whether the young man can will, whether he is able to keep his word. He finishes his schooling without the least curiosity about the most important question concerning his inherent worth. 2. Fasting. In every sense, even as a means of maintaining the refined capacity for the enjoyment of all good things, e.g. to give up reading for a while, to cease listening to music for a while, to cease to be amiable for a while, we have to observe days of fasting from our virtues too. 3. The monastery. Temporary isolation, along with a strict refusal of, example correspondence, a most profound type of introspection and self-recovery, which eschews not temptations but duties, an escape from the daily round of one's milieu, an escape from the tyranny of pernicious little habits and rules, a struggle against the squandering of our strength in mere reactions, an attempt to give our strength the time to accumulate, to become spontaneous again. Take a close look at our scholars. They can only think reactively, i.e. they must read something first before they can think. 4. Feasts. A man must be quite uncouth not to find the presence of Christians and Christian values oppressive enough to send all festive moods to the devil. Feasts include pride, high spirits, exuberance, prankishness, mockery of anything earnest or respectable, a divine self-affirmation out of animal abundance and perfection, all of which are conditions the Christian dare not honestly affirm. A feast is a piece of paganism par excellence. 5. Discouragement in the face of one's own nature. Dressing it up in moral costumes. We should have no need of moral formulas in order to countenance our own emotions. This is the measure of how much we can affirm our own nature, how much or how little we have to appeal to morality. 6. Death. Asterisk. Death. We must turn the stupid physiological fact into a moral necessity and live in such a way that we are willing to die at the right time. 14. 917. Feeling stronger, expressed otherwise, feeling joy, always presupposes a comparison, not necessarily with others but with oneself, during a period of growth, without knowing that one is comparing, artificial strengthening, whether by means of stimulating chemical or stimulating errors, delusions. Take, for example, the Christian's sense of security. He feels strengthened in his trust, in his patience and composure. He owes this artificial strength to the delusion that he is protected by a God. Take, for example, the feeling of superiority, e.g. when the Caliph of Morocco is able to see only globes on which his three united kingdoms occupy 4/5 of the surface. Take, for example, the feeling of uniqueness, e.g. when the European imagines that the march of civilization takes place only in Europe and when he regards himself as some kind of summary of the world process, or when the Christian makes all of existence revolve around the salvation of man. It depends on where one begins to feel the pressure, the constraint, and this, in turn, will determine what produces a sense of being stronger. A philosopher, for example, in the midst of the most dispassionate and transmontane feats of abstraction, feels in his element like a fish in water, whereas colors and tones oppress him, to say nothing of those dull desires which others call the ideal. 918. A clever little boy will give you a wry look if you ask him, "How would you like to become virtuous?" But his eyes will widen with interest if you ask him, "How would you like to become stronger than your friends?" How one becomes stronger? By being slow to decide and firm in one's decisions when they are made. Everything else follows. The impulsive and the fickle, the two kinds of weak men. We must not mistake ourselves for them, we must be sensible of our distance from them, before it is too late. Beware of the good-natured. Dealings with them lull us into a false sense of security. Dealings in which we are obliged to exercise our offensive and defensive instincts are good. We must exercise all of our ingenuity in putting our willpower to the test. The differences are to be found here, not in knowledge, acumen, or wit. We must learn in time to command, as well as to obey. We must learn how to be modest and to exercise discretion in being modest, that is to say, we must learn how to confer distinction and honor by being modest. And likewise how to confer distinction and honor with our trust and confidence. For what must we atone most severely? For our misplaced modesty, for having paid no attention to our own needs, for mistaking ourselves, for vulgarizing ourselves, for turning a deaf ear to our instincts. This lack of self-respect exacts retribution through all sorts of losses: health, friendship, well-being, pride, joy, refinement, strength and tranquility. We never forgive ourselves later on for this lack of genuine egoism, we consider it an objection which raises doubts as to whether we even have an ego. 919. The one thing they find hardest to forgive is self-respect. They find such a creature simply appalling, for he reveals what tolerance really is, the only virtue available to the rest, available to all. I want a man to begin by respecting himself, everything else follows from that. Of course, if he were to do that, the others would be all done with him, for that is the last thing they forgive. What? A man who respects himself? This is something quite different from the blind impulse to love oneself. Nothing is more common in the love between the sexes, or in that duality which is called the self, than contempt for what one loves, than fatalism in love. 920. I am intent on such and such, would that such and such were so, I know that such and such is so, the degrees of strength, the man of will, the man of longing, the man of faith. 921. The means by which a stronger kind of man maintains himself. By allowing himself a right to perform exceptional actions, as a test of his power of self-control and his freedom. By placing himself in circumstances in which he is not allowed not to be a barbarian. By gaining superiority and sureness with respect to willpower through ascetic exercises of every kind. By not communicating, silence, caution in the presence of charm. By learning to obey in such a manner that it furnishes a test of self-preservation. Casuistry with regard to points of honor pushed to the extreme of subtlety. By never concluding, what is right for one is fair for another, but conversely. By regarding retribution, the license to repay in kind, as a privilege, as a distinction. By not aspiring to others' virtues. 922. The kind of means we are obliged to employ in dealing with primitive peoples and the fact that barbarism in this regard is nothing high-handed or arbitrary, becomes immediately apparent in praxis as soon as we find ourselves transported, along with all our European pampering, to the Congo, or to some other place where it is necessary to remain master over barbarians. 923. Warlike and peaceful people. Are you a man who embodies the warrior instinct? And if so, the question still remains, do you instinctively attack or defend? The rest of mankind, those whose instincts are not warlike, desire peace, harmony, freedom, equal rights. These things are but names for, and stages of, one and the same thing, the desire to go where there is no need for them to defend themselves, for such men become disgruntled whenever they are compelled to resist attack, to create circumstances in which there is no more war at all, and, if worse comes to worst, to submit, to obey, to adapt, for anything is better than waging war. Thus advises, for example, the Christian's instinct. With the born warrior there is something akin to being armed, in character, in choice of circumstances and in the development of each of his qualities. For the first type of born warrior, it is the weapon which is best developed, while for the second type it is the shield. The unarmed and defenseless, however, have need of other expedients and virtues which enable them to resist, or even to prevail. 924. What becomes of the man who no longer has any reasons to attack or defend? What remains of the emotions which are lost to him, emotions which constituted his means of attack and defense? 925. A marginal note on a niaiserie anglaise. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. This passes for wisdom, this passes for prudence, this passes for the basis of morality, i.e. the golden rule. John Stuart Mill believes in it, and who among the English does not? But the maxim will not withstand scrutiny. To calculate that we should do nothing to others which we would not have done to ourselves would be to prohibit actions because of their harmful consequences. The tacit assumption is that an action is invariably repaid. What if someone with Il Principe 15 in his hands were to say, precisely such actions must be done so that others do not do them first, lest they do them to us? On the other hand, consider the Corsican whose honor requires vendetta. He too does not wish to take a bullet, but the prospect of such, the likelihood of being shot, in no way prevents him from seeking satisfaction. And in all decent actions are we not deliberately indifferent to their consequences for us? To always avoid an action which would have damaging consequences for us would be tantamount to prohibiting decent actions altogether. That said, the maxim is valuable because it betrays a certain type of man. It is the gregarious instinct which expresses itself through him. We are equal, we regard each other as equal, as I am to you, so you are to me. Such men actually believe that an equivalence of actions is possible when, in point of fact, Such a thing simply does not exist. It is impossible to reciprocate any action. Between real individuals there is no such thing as an equivalent action, hence no such thing as retribution. When I do anything I am very far from thinking that it is in any way possible for a man to do something similar. My action belongs to me. No one can pay me back, the most a man can do is commit some other action against me. 926. N.B. Against justice, against J. Stuart Mill. I abhor the man's vulgarity when he says, what is right for one man is fair for another, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Such principles would found the whole of human relations on the basis of reciprocal services, so that every action would appear to be a kind of payment for something done for us. What is presupposed here is ignoble in the worst sense. It is presupposed that there is some sort of equivalence in value between my actions and yours. The most personal value of an action is simply annulled, that aspect of it which is incommensurable and uncompensable. This notion reciprocity is really quite vulgar. On the contrary, it is precisely the fundamental conviction, that what I do could not and should not be done by another, that there must be no compensation, except in the most select circles, among my equals, inter pairs, that in a profound sense we can never truly repay anyone, because we are unique and only do what is unique, which is the source of aristocratic isolation from the multitude, because the multitude believe in equality and consequently in compensability and reciprocity. 927. The narrow-minded provincialism of moral depreciation, with its notions useful and harmful, is sensible. It represents the necessary point of view of society, which is only able to see the immediate consequences of a thing. The state and its politicians are already in need of a more supramoral mode of thought, because they have to take into account a causal nexus of much greater magnitude. Similarly, we can imagine a global economy whose aims extended so far into the future that all of its particular demands in the present seemed unjust and arbitrary. 928. Should we follow our feelings? Putting one's life in danger on the impulse of the moment, yielding to a sense of generosity, is of little value. It does not even distinguish one. All are equally capable of this, and in the willingness to do so, the criminal, the bandit or the Corsican surpasses more respectable men like ourselves, surely. The better course would be to overcome these unrushes of feeling and, instead of performing heroic deeds at their bidding, to do so dispassionately, reasonable, without the torrential flood of pleasurable sensations. The same holds good of compassion, which must first be habitually sifted by raison, for otherwise it is just as dangerous as any other passion. Blindly yielding to a passion, without regard to whether it be a generous, compassionate, or hostile one, is the cause of the greatest evils. Greatness of character does not consist in the absence of these passions, on the contrary, one may have them to a frightful degree, but in reining them in. And even this should be done without taking pleasure in subduing oneself, but merely because. 929. To give one's life for a cause, that is quite impressive. But there are many things for which we might give our life. Our every passion clamors for gratification. Whether it be compassion, or anger, or revenge, the fact that we stake our life on it changes nothing with respect to its worth. Just consider how many have sacrificed their lives, or what is worse, their health, for pretty girls. If we have the temperament for it, we instinctively choose dangerous things, e.g. if you are a philosopher, adventures in speculation, or, if you are virtuous, immorality. One kind of man wishes to risk nothing, while others are more bold. Do we others despise life? On the contrary, what we seek is life raised to a higher power, life lived in danger. So, I repeat, we have no desire to be more virtuous than others. Pascal, example, wished to risk nothing and remained a Christian, that perhaps was more virtuous. A man always sacrifices something. 930. People have always misunderstood love. They believe that here at least they are selfless, because they further the interests of a creature other than themselves, often to their own detriment, but in exchange for that, they hope to take possession of that creature. In other cases, love is a refined form of parasitism, a pernicious and inconsiderate implantation of one soul into another. And at such expense. And not only at that of the host. How often a man sacrifices his interests, how rarely is he selfish. All his emotions and passions assert their rights, and how remote an emotion is from the prudent utility of selfishness. A man does not want to be happy. One would have to be English to be able to believe that a man always seeks his own self-interest. Our appetites vehemently wish to violate things, their accumulated strength seeks out resistance. 16. 931. All of the emotions are useful, some more directly, others more indirectly. With respect to their utility, it is absolutely impossible to establish any scale of values. To be sure, from an economic point of view, all of these natural energies are good, i.e. useful, however much disasters both terrible and irrevocable may also emanate from them. At most, we could say that the most powerful emotions are the most valuable, insofar as there are no greater sources of energy. 932. The well-meaning, helpful, good-natured dispositions have emphatically not come to be honored on account of their usefulness, but because they are the conditions peculiar to rich souls who have more than enough to give away and whose value lies in their sense of possessing an abundance of vitality. Just look into the eyes of a benefactor. What you see is the exact opposite of self-denial, of hatred of the moi, of pascalisme. 933. In summa, what is needed is mastery of the passions, not their weakening or eradication. The greater a man's strength of will, the more freedom he may afford to his passions. What makes the great man great is the latitude he grants to his desires and the even greater ability he has to press these magnificent monsters into service. In every stage of civilization, the good man is both the least dangerous and the most useful, a kind of mean, a person who is generally regarded as someone from whom one has nothing to fear, but whom one nevertheless must not despise. In essence, education is distracting, tempting, and debilitating, the means of ruining the exception in favor of the rule. That may seem harsh, but from an economic perspective it is perfectly reasonable. At least for that long period. In essence, culture is the means of directing taste against the exceptional in favor of the ordinary. A culture of the exception, of experiment, of danger, of nuance, is a result of a great abundance of strengths and abilities. Every aristocratic culture tends in that direction. Only when a culture has at its disposal an excess of strengths and abilities, may it also build on its basis a greenhouse of a culture of luxury. 934. These are all questions of strength. To what extent should we oppose the conditions necessary for the preservation of society, including its prejudices? To what extent should we unleash our most formidable qualities, qualities whose possession would ruin most people? To what extent should we confront the truth and embrace its most questionable aspects? To what extent should we confront suffering, self-contempt, compassion, disease, vice, when it remains to be seen whether we can master them? What does not destroy us makes us stronger. Finally, to what extent should we acknowledge the rights which belong to men who are the rule and not the exception, the rights of the common man, of the little, good, and righteous man, men of an ordinary nature, without becoming vulgar ourselves? The strongest test of character is not allowing ourselves to be ruined by the temptation to be good. Goodness should be regarded as a luxury, as a refinement, as a vice. 3. The noble man. 935. The opposite type, true goodness, nobility, and magnanimity, are born of abundance, of which does not give that it may receive, which has no desire to elevate itself by being good. Extravagance is typical of true goodness, personal abundance is its presupposition. 936. The ideals of the gregarious animal, against them, I defend aristocratism. At present these ideals are the culmination of everything on which society places supreme value. There is an attempt to give them a cosmic, even a metaphysical, value. A society which preserves within itself a sense of respect and tact in regard to freedom, must consider itself to be an exception and to be confronted by a power with which it contrasts itself and towards which it is hostile and condescending. The more rights I relinquish and the more I regard myself as everyone's equal, the more I fall under the domination of the ordinary and ultimately of the great majority. The preservation of a high degree of freedom among the members of an aristocratic society presupposes the extreme tension which arises from the presence of the contrary impulse in all its members, the will to power. If you want to do away with strong contrasts and difference of rank, you will abolish strong love, high-mindedness, and the sense of individuality as well. Regarding the actual psychology of societies based upon freedom and equality, what is it that diminishes? The determination to assume responsibility for oneself, a sign of the decline of autonomy. Proficiency in the arts of attack and defense, even in intellectual matters, the ability to command. The sense of reverence, of subordination, of the ability to be silent. The great passion, the great mission, tragedy, and cheerfulness. 937. In 1814 Augustin Thierry read what de Montlosier had said in his work, De la Monarchie Française. He answered with a cry of indignation and set himself to his task. That exile had said, Race d'Affranchis, Race d'Esclaves Erix de nos mains, Peuple tributaire, Peuple nouveau, licence-vous fut octroyé d'être libres, et non pas à nous d'être nobles, pour nous tout est de droit, pour vous tout est de grâce. Nous ne sommes point de votre communauté, nous sommes un tout par nous mêmes 17. 938. How the aristocratic world allows itself to be ever more thoroughly fleeced and bled. By virtue of its noble instincts it surrenders its privileges, and by virtue of its superior refinement and culture, it takes an interest in the people, the weak, the poor and the poetry of the little people, etc. 939. There is such a thing as a noble and dangerous form of insouciance which allows of profound conclusions and insight, the insouciance of the soul which has never tried to make friends, but knows only hospitality and understands how to practice it, the soul of a man whose heart and home are open to all who wish to enter, be they beggars, cripples or kings. This is genuine affability. He who possesses it has hundreds of friends, but probably not one friend. 940. The teaching mu eta delta nu gamma alpha nu 18 applies to men of surpassing strength, not to ordinary men. Gamma chi rho tau epsilon iota alpha 19 and sigma chi eta sigma iota 20 are but steps to higher things, above them stands the golden nature. 21. Thou shalt, unconditional obedience in Stoics, in the Christian and Arabian orders, in Kant's philosophy, it is immaterial whether this obedience is shown to a superior or to a concept. Higher than thou shalt stands I will, the mythological heroes. 22. Higher than I will stands I am, the gods of the Greeks. The barbarian gods show no sense of measure or the joy it imparts, they are neither modest, nor mild, nor moderate. 941. What is significant about our gardens and palaces, and all longing for riches, is that they remove disorder and vulgarity from our sight and allow us to create a setting suitable for our soul's nobility. Most people believe that being in beautiful and tranquil places affects them, ennobles them. This is the significance of visiting Italy, traveling abroad, reading literature, attending the theater, etc. People want to be formed, that is the significance of their cultural pursuits. But the strong, the mighty, want to form and have nothing foreign about them. This, then, is why so many are beckoned to the wilderness, not to find themselves, but to lose themselves and to forget themselves. The desire to get away from one's self is common among the weak and to all who are discontented with themselves. 942. The only nobility is nobility of birth, nobility of blood. I do not refer here to the particle von and the Almanach de Gotha 23. This is a parenthesis for asses. Wherever reference is made to the aristocracy of intellect, generally there is no lack of reasons for concealment. It is a well-known watchword among ambitious Jews. Intellect alone does not ennoble, on the contrary, To ennoble the intellect something is needed beforehand. What then is needed? Blood. 943. What is noble? Preface to Mixed Opinions and Maxims. To care for outward appearances, even to the point of frivolity in word, dress, and bearing, in so far as this care marks a man off from others, keeps them at bay and guards him against being mistaken for them. To comport oneself in an unhurried manner, even to gaze upon things with an unhurried eye. There are few things of value, and these come, and are willing to come, of their own accord to those who are themselves of value. We are slow to admire. To bear poverty, indigence, and even illness. To shun minor honors and distrust anyone who is quick to praise, for he who praises believes that he understands what he praises, but instead to understand, as Balzac, that prototype of the social climber, once put it, that comprendre c'est égaler. 24. To have profound doubts as to whether the secrets of the heart can be communicated, not to choose solitude, but to take it for granted. To be convinced that one has duties only to one's peers and to behave towards others as one sees fit, that justice is to be hoped for, but alas, by no means to be expected, only inter pairs. To treat the gifted with irony, to believe that in morals, too, there are those of noble birth. Aristocrats of the intellect is a watchword among Jews. Always to regard oneself as conferring honors, while seldom finding anyone from whom one would accept them. Always to be disguised, the higher the type of man, the greater the need to assume an incognito. A regard for common decency, if nothing else, demands that, were there a God, he show himself to the world only in human form. To have odium, to be absolutely convinced that while no disgrace attaches to plying a trade in any sense, it is certainly ignobling to do so. However much we may respect them, the industrious in the bourgeois sense are not noble, nor are those tireless artists who brood like hens, cackle, lay an egg and then cackle again. Although we protect artists and poets and those who are in any way masters, we are beings of a higher order than those who only have abilities, than those who are merely productive and are not to be confused with them. To delight in formality, to preserve all the forms of propriety in the conviction that courtesy is one of the great virtues, to distrust all kinds of self-indulgence, including any freedom of the press or freedom of opinion, because under these conditions the intellect grows lax and foolish and falls asleep. To take pleasure in women, as in a perhaps daintier, more delicate, and softer kind of creature. What good fortune to meet with creatures who have only dancing and finery and folly in their heads. They have enraptured every profound and anxious masculine soul whose life is burdened with heavy responsibilities. To take pleasure in princes and in priests, because they maintain belief in disparities of value between human beings, in short, in the principle of hierarchy, even when assessing historical figures, at least as regards their symbolic value and, on the whole, even their actual value. To be able to be silent, but not say a word of this to anybody. To sustain protracted hostilities, not to be easily reconciled. To be disgusted with demagogues, with the Enlightenment, with amiability, with vulgar familiarity. To collect precious things to satisfy the demands of a lofty and fastidious soul, to wish to have nothing in common. To have one's own books, one's own landscapes. We are not readily affected by good or bad experiences and we avoid hasty generalizations. How we smile at the exception when it has the bad taste to behave as if it were the rule. We love naive things and naive people, but as spectators and superior beings, we think Faust just as naive as his Gretchen. We hold the good in low esteem, regarding them as gregarious animals, and know that often it is the worst, harshest, and most mischievous men who have a precious golden drop of goodness hidden within them which is more valuable than all mere benevolence and milksopishness. 25. We maintain that a man of our kind is belied neither by his vices, nor by his follies. We realize that we are not easily recognized and that we have good grounds for furnishing ourselves with foregrounds. 944. What is noble? Being constantly obliged to cut a fine figure. Seeking out situations in which one is constantly required to comport oneself well. Ceding happiness to the majority, that is, the happiness which consists of peace of mind, virtue, and comfort, Anglo-Angelic Grocherdom à la Spencer. Instinctively seeking out heavy responsibilities. Knowing how to make enemies everywhere, at a pinch even out of oneself. Constantly contradicting the majority not in words, but in deeds. 945. Morality as the greatest threat to man. Virtue, e.g. as truthfulness, as our noblest and most dangerous luxury, we must not refuse the disadvantages which it brings with it. 946. We want no praise, for we merely do what serves our purpose, what gives us pleasure, or what we must. 947. What is chastity in a man? It means that his taste in sex has remained noble, that in eroticis he does not incline to what is brutal, or morbid, or prudent. 948. The notion of honor rests upon the belief in good society, in chivalry, in the obligation to continually cut a fine figure. Essentially, it means that one does not take one's life too seriously, that one unconditionally requires the most respectful manners of everybody with whom one has dealings, at least in so far as they are not one of us, that one is neither familiar, nor amiable, nor jocular, nor modest, except inter pairs, that one always cuts a fine figure. 949. The fact that we put our lives, our health, and our honor at stake is the result of high spirits and of an overflowing and extravagant will. We do this not out of philanthropy, but because every great danger provokes our curiosity concerning the measure of our strength and courage. 950. Eagles strike directly. Nobility of soul may be discerned not least of all by the magnificent and haughty imprudence with which it attacks, directly. 951. War against the effete conception of nobility. A certain amount of brutality is indispensable, as is something approaching criminality. Even smug complacency has no place here. A man must be willing even to venture himself, tempt himself, ruin himself. None of this beautiful soul twaddle. I want to make room for a more robust ideal. 952. Paradise is under the shadow of swords. 26. This is also a symbol and a motto by which those with souls of noble and martial ancestry betray themselves and recognize one another. 953. A point in time when man has a superabundance of strength at his disposal, science intends to bring about this enslavement of nature. Then man acquires the leisure necessary to develop himself into something new and higher. A new aristocracy. Then a host of virtues which had been conditions of existence outlive their usefulness. Qualities which are no longer needed are consequently lost. We no longer have need of the virtues, consequently we lose them. Likewise we lose the morality of the one thing needful, of the salvation of the soul, of immortality, a means of enabling men to achieve tremendous self-control, through the emotion of tremendous fear. The various types of hardship through which the breed of men is formed. Hardship teaches work, thought and self-restraint. A theory of forms of domination, instead of sociology. Physiological purification and strengthening. The new aristocracy has need of an opponent against which it must contend. There must be a terrible urgency to its need to preserve itself. The two futures of mankind. 1. Pervasive mediocrity. 2. Deliberate withdrawal and self-development. A doctrine which would create a gulf, preserving the highest and lowest kind of man, while destroying the intermediate. Previous aristocrats, religious and secular alike, prove nothing against the necessity of a new aristocracy. For the lords of the earth. 954. A question occurs to me again and again, a tempting and wicked question perhaps. May it be whispered into the ears of those who are entitled to such questionable questions. The strongest minds of today, whose greatest power is over themselves, in light of the extent to which the gregarious animal type is being developed in Europe nowadays, is it not high time that we attempted the essentially artificial and deliberate cultivation of the opposite type and its virtues? and would it not provide a kind of goal, redemption, and justification for the democratic movement if someone were to come along who could make some use of it, so that ultimately, in addition to its new and sublime refinement of slavery, for that is what European democracy must become in the end, there would be that superior kind possessed of lordly and Caesarian intellects who would stand upon it, maintain themselves by it, elevate themselves by it, to new, hitherto impossible prospects of their own? To tasks of their own. 27. 955. I am filled with hope at the sight of modern Europeans. It will soon become apparent that a bold ruling race has arisen, resting on the broad basis of Europe's highly intelligent and gregarious masses. Before long the consolidation of the masses will no longer be in the foreground. 956. The same conditions that further the development of the herd animals also further the development of the animals which herd them. 957. The great task and question draws nigh, inexorable, unwelcome and terrible as fate. How shall the earth be governed as a whole? And to what end shall man as a whole, no longer as a nation or a race, be raised and bred? Moral codes that lay down laws are the principal means by which creative and profound individuals are able to mold mankind as they please, provided that such artists of the highest order hold sway and can impose their creative will over long stretches of time in the form of legislation, religions, and customs. Such men, the ones who undertake great works, the truly great men as I understand them, will be sought in vain at the present time and probably for some time to come. They are missing, and will be until after much disappointment it begins to be understood why they are missing, and that nothing could be more inimical to their emergence and development than that which in Europe is now called without hesitation morality, as if there were none other, as if none other were permitted, that aforementioned gregarious morality which strives on earth with all its might for the happiness of a common grazing ground, that is, for a life of security, safety, comfort, and ease, and, last but not least, if all goes well, even hopes to rid itself of all kinds of shepherds and bellwethers. Its two most abundantly preached doctrines are called equality of rights and compassion for all who suffer, and suffering itself is regarded by these two doctrines as something which must be utterly done away with. That such ideas can still be fashionable gives a bad impression of us. Yet anyone who has carefully considered where and how the plant man has hitherto shot up with the most vigor would have to suppose that this has occurred under the opposite conditions. To that end the danger of his situation must grow to monstrous proportions. Under this long pressure and constraint he must be forced to fight his way up with ingenuity and disingenuousness. His will to live must swell into an unconditional will to power and to supremacy. Danger, hardship, and violence, danger in the street and in the heart, inequality of rights, secrecy, stoicism, the art of temptation and devilry of every kind, in short, the opposite of the aspirations of the gregarious, are necessary for elevating the human type. To be able to teach a morality whose intention is the opposite of gregarious morality, a morality that cultivates men of stature instead of men of comfort and mediocrity, and whose intention is to cultivate a ruling caste, the future lords of the earth, it must be introduced as something built on existing customary law and under the guise of its dictates. To that end, many means of facilitating this transition and deception need to be devised. As a single lifetime means almost nothing compared to the carrying out of these longer tasks and more remote intentions, the first and most important thing is to cultivate a new type of man in which the self-same will, the self-same instinct, is guaranteed to last for many generations to come, a new ruling type and caste. This is just as well understood as the long and involved et ceteras of this idea. We are contemplating the preparation of a reversal of values for a particularly strong type of man endowed with the highest intellectuality and supreme willpower, and, for this purpose, the slow and cautious unfettering of a host of instincts in him that have been held in check and slandered. Anyone who contemplates this is one of us, a free thinker, although admittedly a new and different kind of free thinker than before, for what they wanted was pretty much the opposite. It seems to me they include, first and foremost, the pessimists of Europe, the poets and intellectuals whose disappointed idealism fills them with disgust, in so far as their dissatisfaction with existence in general entails their dissatisfaction with contemporary man in particular. By the same token, certain insatiably ambitious artists who fight against the gregarious animal, demanding without hesitation or conditions the privileges of superior men, and who, with the means of seduction afforded by their art, lull into complacency all the instinctive wariness of the herd that still subsists within the more select spirits. Third and last, all those critics and historians who courageously continue the work so propitiously begun by the German intellect, that new Columbus who discovered the old world of antiquity. I say continued because we are still in the early stages of this conquest. To wit, in antiquity, another, grander morality than today did indeed prevail, and under its educative influence, the man of antiquity was a man of greater strength and depth than the man of today. So far he alone has been the well-constituted man. The seductive influence antiquity exerts on the well-constituted, i.e. on strong and enterprising souls, is still the subtlest and most effective of all anti-democratic and anti-Christian forces, as it was during the Renaissance. 958. I write for a breed of men that does not yet exist, for the lords of the earth. Religion, as a source of consolation and relaxation, is dangerous. Man then believes he may take his ease. In the Theists Plato writes, everybody would like to become a despot, if possible, over all men, or better, to become God. 28 This attitude must be resumed. Englishmen, Americans, and Russians. 959. That verdure of the primeval forest known as man always appears where the struggle for power has been waged the longest. Great men. 29. 960. From now on there will be favorable preconditions for more comprehensive forms of domination, the likes of which have never been seen before. And this is by no means the most important thing. It is now possible for international kinship groups to emerge which would set themselves the task of rearing a master race, the future lords of the earth, a new and prodigious aristocracy based upon the strictest self-governance, in which the intentions of philosophical authorities and artistic tyrants will be realized and made to endure for thousands of years, a superior kind of man who, thanks to a superior resolve, knowledge, wealth and influence, would make use of democratic Europe as the most compliant and most flexible instrument with which such men could gain control of the destiny of the earth, so that they might, as artists, refashion man himself. Suffice it to say that the time is coming when we will have to reconsider everything we thought we knew about politics. 5. The Great Man. 961. My attention is directed towards points in history at which great men are most noticeable. The significance of moralities that exercise a prolonged despotism, they draw the bow, provided they do not break it. 962. N.B. A great man, a man whom nature has devised and constructed like a building in the grand style. What is he? First, all of his actions follow with the consistency of a long-term plan that, owing to its very length, is difficult to comprehend. Thus everything he does is misleading. In broad areas of his life he has the ability to bend things to his will, to despise and discard all that is petty, even when such things are among the most beautiful, the most divine things in the world. Second, he is more cold and indifferent, more brazen and fearless in the face of opinion. He lacks the virtues associated with respect and with those who have become respectable, being altogether devoid of the virtues of the gregarious. When he cannot lead, he goes alone, and on occasion he growls at some of what he encounters along the way. Third, he seeks not sympathy, but servants, instruments. In his dealings with men, he is always eager to make something out of them. He knows that what he is incommunicable. He finds it distasteful to be intimate, and he is usually not when he is reputed to be. When he is not in communion with himself, he wears a mask. He would rather lie than tell the truth. Lying requires more wit and will. He is unaffected by praise or censure. He is his own jurisdiction, answering to no authority but his own. 963. An intellect determined to achieve greatness and to possess the means thereto is necessarily ascetic, but that is not to say that he should also appear as such. Freedom from convictions of any kind, the capacity for unobstructed vision, is a part of his strength. Great passion, the basis and driving force of his existence, more enlightened and despotic than he himself is, enlists his whole intellect not just into its possession but into its service and makes him unscrupulous. Great passion gives him the courage to use unholy means, even in order to sanctify. Passion allows convictions, which it makes use of and even squanders, but it never submits to them, for it alone knows itself to be sovereign. Conversely, the need for faith and for some unconditional affirmation or negation is a need born of weakness. All weakness is weakness of the will, and all weakness of the will is due to the absence of a commanding passion or categorical imperative. Point 30. 964. The great man senses that he has power over a people and that his concurrence with a people or a millennium is only temporary. He has an enlarged sense of himself as causa and voluntas that is often misunderstood as altruistic love. This forces him to adopt new means of communication. All great men are ingenious in devising such means. They want to transform people into great communities. They want to give a single form to the heterogeneous and haphazard. For them, chaos is a source of excitement. Love has been misunderstood. There is a slavish love that submits and yields, that idealizes and deceives itself, and then there is a divine love that despises as it loves, that creates and uplifts the beloved. To attain that tremendously energetic quality possessed by great men, the quality most needed in molding the men of the future, requires not only the cultivation of these men but also the annihilation of millions of the ill-constituted. The difficulty is to do such a thing and not be devastated at the thought of the suffering produced, suffering the like of which has never before been seen. 965. In my opinion, the hardships that nations suffer from revolution and turmoil is smaller than the hardship great individuals suffer in their development. Don't be fooled, the many hardships suffered by all these little people do not form a collective hardship, except the one suffered by the powerful at the sight of it. To think of oneself first in a crisis, to think of how to make use of the misfortune of many, that can be, although this varies considerably from case to case, a sign of great character, of someone who has mastered his sense of compassion and justice. 966. Unlike the animals, man has cultivated in himself a plethora of conflicting impulses and instincts. By virtue of the synthesis he has become lord of the earth. This manifold world of instinct is organized into locally circumscribed hierarchies, that he might not perish from his instincts being at cross purposes. Moralities are merely an expression of such hierarchies. Thus one instinct is master, while its contrary instinct, weakened and refined, serves as the impetus that stimulates the activity of the primary instinct. The most superior man would have the greatest diversity of instincts in the greatest intensity that he can bear. As a matter of fact, where the plant known as man has proved strong, we find instincts strongly opposed to each other, e.g. Shakespeare, but tamed. 967. Are we not justified in thinking that all great men are evil? This is not always evident in individual cases. Often they are able to play such a masterful game of hide and seek that they can assume the demeanor and outward appearance exhibited by men of great virtue. Often they revere the virtues in all earnestness and practice them with a passionate severity towards themselves, but only out of cruelty. Seen from afar, such things can be misleading. Some have even misunderstood themselves, as they. Not infrequently a great task will call forth great qualities, e.g. fair-mindedness. It is essential to bear in mind that while the greatest men may possess great virtues, they also possess their corresponding vices. It is my conviction that the presence of such internal conflicts and the feelings they engender gives rise to the bow with the great tension, the great man. 968. In great men, the characteristics specific to life, that is, injustice, lies and exploitation, are at their greatest. But insofar as they have had an overwhelming effect, their nature has at best been misunderstood and interpreted as good. Carlyle was this type of interpreter. 969. In general, a thing is only worth what we paid for it. This of course does not apply if we take the individual in isolation. The great capabilities of an individual are out of all proportion to what he himself has done, sacrificed, or suffered for them. But if we consider his ancestry, we discover therein the history of a tremendous saving up of strength, its capital accumulation if you will, attained through all sorts of renunciation, struggle, labor, and determination. It is because the great man has cost so much, not because he is a miracle, a gift from heaven or a stroke of luck, that he became great. Our conception of heredity is mistaken. One's ancestors have already paid the price for what one is. 970. The good, the danger of modesty. To adapt ourselves too early to a milieu, to tasks, company, and daily routines in which chance has placed us, at a time when neither our strength nor our purpose in life has entered our consciousness with the force of law, the sense of reassurance, relief, and commonality which is gained all too soon, this premature sense of modesty about ourselves, flatters, indulges and suppresses the feelings in the most dangerous way, to learn respect in accordance with our peers, as if we had no standard or right of our own to determine values, the effort to appreciate as others do, against our own better judgment, against the voice of taste which is also a voice of conscience. All this is a dreadful, if subtle, form of bondage, and if it does not ultimately lead to some kind of explosion which bursts all the bonds of love and morality in an instant, then such an intellect becomes stunted and petty, effeminate and impersonal. The opposite of this is bad enough, but is none the less better, to suffer from one's environment, to be wounded as much by its praise as by its disapprobation, and to fester inwardly without betraying the fact, to learn to be silent, perhaps concealing this with chatter, to create nooks and places of impenetrable solitude in which one may, for a moment, heave a sigh, shed a tear, or find sublime solace, until one is finally strong enough to say, "What have I to do with all of you?" and to go one's own way. 971. Those men who are destinies, men who by bearing themselves also bear destinies, the whole species of heroic bearers of burdens, oh how much they would like to take a rest from themselves for once! How they yearn for stout hearts and shoulders to bear their burden, that they might rid themselves of that which oppresses them, even if it only be for a few hours. And how futile is their yearning! They wait, they observe all that passes before them, nobody they meet is bearing even 1,000th part of their suffering and passion, nobody divines what they are waiting for. At long last, they learn their first piece of practical wisdom, to wait no more, and shortly thereafter they learn their second, to be affable, to be modest, and from that time onwards to endure everyone and everything, in short, to bear just a little more than they had borne before. 6. The highest man as legislator of the future. 972. The legislators of the future. After I had long sought to attach a definite meaning to the word philosopher, I finally found that there are two kinds: 1. Those who seek to establish some large body of evidence; 2. Those who are legislators of value judgments. The former seek to appropriate the world, past or present, by summarizing events in symbols. They want to make everything clear, distinct, intelligible and manageable. They assist man in his task of using all things for his benefit. However, the second kind issue commands and say, "Thus shall it be." They alone determine the benefit, what is of benefit, to man. They have at their disposal the preliminary work of scientific and scholarly men, but to them, knowledge is only a means to creation. Asterisk. This second kind of philosopher seldom prospers. As a matter of fact, their situation is dreadful and fraught with danger. How often have they deliberately blindfolded themselves so that they might no longer behold the thin edge that lies between them and a plunge into the abyss. For example, Plato, when he persuaded himself that the good as he would have it was not Plato's good, but rather the good in itself, an eternal treasure which some man by the name of Plato happened to stumble upon. Cruder forms of this same willful blindness prevail among founders of religions. Their "thou shalt" must on no account sound to them like "I want." They are emboldened to accomplish their mission only if they regard it as divinely commanded. Their conscience is able to bear the otherwise overwhelming burden of legislating values only if they regard themselves as inspired. As soon as we abandon these two sources of consolation, whether that of Plato or that of Muhammad, and thinkers are no longer able to ease their conscience with the hypothesis of a God or of eternal values, the demand made on legislators of new values becomes formidable to a new and unprecedented degree. Now those elect ones upon whom the faintest suspicion of such a duty is beginning to dawn and who regard it as their greatest danger, prefer trying to evade it by some dodge, for example, by convincing themselves that it is not the proper time, that the mission is already accomplished, or that it is impossible, or that they would not be able to shoulder the responsibility, or that they are already overburdened with other, more immediate tasks, or that this new and less immediate duty is nothing but a moral disease, a temptation by which they are seduced and led astray from the path of duty altogether, that it is even a kind of madness. Many of them may very well succeed in shirking it. Traces of these shirkers and their bad consciences can be found throughout the whole of history. But in most cases there came to such men of faith that time of redemption, that harvest time of ripening when they had to do what they did not even want to do, and then the act which they had most dreaded fell from the tree, without effort or intention and without any alternative, almost as a gift. 31. 973. The human horizon. We may regard philosophers in general, and Plato in particular, as those who make the utmost efforts to examine how high man might rise, how far his power extends. But they do this as individuals. Perhaps the Caesars and the founders of states, etc., were more ambitious in thinking how far man could be driven to develop under favorable circumstances. What they did not sufficiently understand, however, was the nature of these favorable circumstances. The great question is, where do we find the most splendid growth of the plant called man so far? To answer this, a comparative study of history is necessary. 974. A fact or work exercises a fresh eloquence over every age and every new type of man. History always enunciates new truths. 975. Artists excel at remaining objective, rigorous, firm and strict in executing a design, but when one has need of men to do so, as is the case with teachers, statesmen, etc., the calmness, indifference, and severity soon disappear. In the character of a man like Caesar or Napoleon we may divine something of the disinterestedness with which a sculptor shapes his marble, however large the sacrifice in men might be. To bear the greatest responsibility and not to collapse under its weight, it is in this direction that the future of the superior man lies. Hitherto such men have almost always required false inspirations, lest they themselves cease to believe in their entitlement and ability to act. 976. The reason why the philosopher seldom prospers is that his preconditions include characteristics which usually ruin a man. 1. He must have an enormous multitude of characteristics. He must be a compendium of human nature, of all its loftiest aspirations and basest desires, thus exposing himself to the danger of internal conflicts and even of self-disgust. 2. He must be curious about the various aspects of things, thus exposing himself to the danger of fragmentation. 3. He must be just and equitable in the highest sense, but deeply love and deeply hate, and be deeply unjust, as well. 4. He must not only be a spectator but a lawgiver, be both judge and judged, in so far as he is a compendium of the world. 5. He must be a man of many parts, yet strong and firm. Resilient. 977. The truly royal calling of the philosopher, according to Alcuin the Anglo-Saxon Provocorigere, et recta corroborare et sancta sublimare 32. 978. The new philosopher can only arise in connection with the ruling caste, as its loftiest intellectualization. Great politics, world government, is nigh, the principles for it are entirely lacking. The irony of the empty German intellect. 979. The fundamental idea is that new values must first be created, and we shall not be spared the necessity of creating them. The philosopher must be like a lawgiver. New kinds of men. The kinds of accidents that previously cultivated the most superior kinds of men, e.g. Greeks, must now be consciously intended. 980. Suppose we conceive of a philosopher as a great educator who is powerful enough to reach down from his solitary height and pull up after him, link by link, the chain formed by successive generations, then he must be allowed the extraordinary privileges of a great educator. An educator never says what he himself thinks, but only what will benefit those he educates. It is essential that no one penetrate his disguise. A part of his consummate skill consists in seeming to be honest. He must be well versed in all the arts of training and discipline. Some are only driven onwards by the lash of scorn, while others, the idle, the irresolute, the cowardly, the vain, perhaps require exaggerated praise. Such an educator is beyond good and evil, but nobody must know it. 981. We should not try to better men. We should not harangue them in any way about morality as if morality in itself or an ideal kind of man could ever be taken for granted. Rather, we should create circumstances in which stronger men are necessary, who in turn will require and therefore will have a morality, or, to put it more clearly, a physical and intellectual discipline, which makes them strong. Do not be misled by blue eyes or heaving breasts. Greatness of soul has nothing romantic about it. And unfortunately, nothing amiable about it either. 982. From wars we learn, 1. To associate death with the interests we are fighting for, that makes us venerable. 2. To sacrifice many and to take our cause seriously enough to be unsparing in our treatment of men. 3. Rigid discipline and, in wartime, to allow ourselves to be violent and cunning. 983. The inculcation of those rulers' virtues, which restrain the impulses even of benevolence and compassion, the great virtues of the cultivator, forgiving one's enemies is child's play in comparison. Bring the creative passion up to the mark. Let's have no more of this chipping away at mere marble. The exceptional and powerful position of these beings, compared to the position of princes so far, is that of the Roman Caesar with Christ's soul. 984. Greatness of soul should be inseparable from intellectual greatness. For the former involves independence, which should not be allowed in the absence of intellectual greatness. It only leads to mischief, even when animated by the desire to do good and exercise justice. Inferior intellects must obey, therefore they cannot possess greatness. 985. The superior man, the philosophical man who is surrounded by solitude, not because he prefers to be left alone, but because he is, by his very nature, without equal. What dangers and new sufferings await him now, just when we have lost our belief in rank and therefore no longer know how to honor this solitude or even to understand it. Formerly, the popular conscience took the hermit to be almost self-sanctifying in the manner of his withdrawal from worldly affairs. Today the hermit appears to be encircled by a cloud of dark doubts and suspicions. And so he seems not only to the envious and the wretched. He cannot help but feel that there is some misunderstanding, neglect, and superficiality in every kindness shown to him. He is well acquainted with the insidiousness of compassionate but narrow-minded friends who only feel good and saintly when trying, perhaps by providing more comfortable positions or companions of more regular habits and reliable character, to save him from himself. Yes, he has to admire how mediocre minds are unwittingly driven to oppose and destroy him in full assurance of their right to do so. For men of such incomprehensible mental isolation it is even necessary that they thoroughly and firmly wrap themselves in the mantle of physical seclusion. That is a part of their wisdom. Today, even cunning and disguise are needed for such a man to preserve himself, to keep his head above water and not to be dragged under by the dangerous rapids of this age. He has to atone for every attempt to abide in the present and with the present, for every rapprochement with modern men and modern aims, as if it were an actual sin, and he may well marvel at the latent wisdom of his nature, which immediately answers all such attempts with illness and serious accidents and thereby calls him back to himself again. 986. Maldetto colui. Che contractista un spirito immortal. Manzoni, Conti de Carminola, Act 2, 33. 987. For the introduction. The highest form a human being can take, the form most difficult to achieve, is that of the specimens least likely to succeed. That is why the history of philosophy exhibits such a profusion of failures and disappointments and progresses but slowly. Whole millennia intervene to stifle whatever had been accomplished, with continuity being repeatedly interrupted. It is an appalling history, this history of the highest man, of the sage. It is precisely to the memory of great men that the most injury is done, for the partial successes and the failures lead us to misjudge them, blunting the force of their example by referring us to their achievements. Whenever someone proves to have an influence, a mob enters upon the scene. It is painful to listen to the chatter of the petty and the poor in spirit, especially for those who shudder to think that the fate of mankind depends upon the success of its highest type. Ever since I was a child I have pondered the question, what conditions are necessary for the development of the sage? And I cannot conceal my joy, for it is now my conviction that in Europe he has again become possible, if only for a short time. 988. However, we new philosophers do not begin with a description of the hierarchical relations that actually obtain between men and the differences in what they value, in order to strive for some kind of assimilation or equalization between them. Rather, we want the exact opposite. We teach estrangement in every sense, we open up chasms the like of which have never been seen before, and we want man to become more wicked than ever. For the present we live in concealment, unknown even to each other. For many reasons we find it necessary to be hermits and wear masks, we are therefore not well situated to find our peers. We will live alone and probably suffer the torments of all 7 solitudes. But if we should chance to cross each other's path, I would wager that we misjudge or betray one another. 989. Les philosophes ne sont pas faits pour s'aimer. Les eagles ne valent point en compagnie. Il faut laisser cela auxiliary perdrix, auxiliary tournia. Plainer audacieux et avoir de griffes, voilà le lot de grands génies. Gallieni. 34. 990. I neglected to mention that such philosophers are serene and that they enjoy sitting under the boundless depths of a cloudless sky. They need means of enduring life different from those of other men, for they suffer in another way, that is to say, as much from the depth of their contempt for man as from their love. The most wretched animal on earth devised for itself, laughter. 991. Cheerfulness has been misunderstood. It is a temporary respite from prolonged tension, it is the exuberance, the saturnalia of a spirit which consecrates and prepares itself for dire and lasting resolutions. The fool in the guise of science. 992. The new hierarchy among spirits, men of a tragic nature no longer take precedence. 993. High above the filth and squalor of the lowlands there lives a superior and more enlightened kind of man, of whom there are very few, for by their very nature, all things preeminent are rare. A man does not belong to this kind because he is more gifted, more virtuous, more heroic, or more loving than the people down below, but rather because he is colder, clearer, more far-sighted, and more solitary, because he endures, prefers, and claims solitude as his good fortune, his prerogative, even as the condition of his existence, because he lives amid clouds and lightning as among his peers and likewise among sunbeams, dewdrops, snowflakes, and all that of necessity comes from on high, and should he set himself in motion, that motion will be forever downwards. No, we do not aspire upwards, towards the heights. That we leave to heroes, martyrs, geniuses, and enthusiasts of all kinds, for such men are not nearly taciturn, patient, discerning, dispassionate, or imperturbable enough for us. 994. It is my absolute conviction that impressions as to what is valuable are simply different for those above and those below, that for those below countless experiences are wanting, that when those above are seen from below, misunderstandings are inevitable. 995. How does a man acquire great strength and a task commensurate with it? He acquires every power and ability, whether physical or intellectual, laboriously, a little at a time. He confines himself to a few things and pursues them with great industry and self-discipline. He repeats, persistently and faithfully, the same endeavors and privations, over and over again. But there are other men who are lords and heirs of the manifold riches in powers and abilities that their ancestors gradually accumulated in this way, and thanks to felicitous and sensible marriages, as well as a few felicitous accidents, the acquired strengths of preceding generations have not been squandered and dissipated, but are connected together by substantial links and bequests. In the end, a man appears whose stupendous strength demands a stupendous task. For it is our strengths that have us at their disposal, not the reverse, and the wretched intellectual game of aims, intentions, and motives is only a foreground, even though the near-sighted may take them for the thing itself. 996. Nutrition, possessions, reproduction, sexual pleasure as the performance of anesthesia, the surmounting of otherwise painful pulsations. The sublime man is of the greatest value, even though he is most delicate and fragile, because he represents an abundance of things quite difficult and rare, which have been cultivated together and conserved over many generations. The Romans, beasts of the primeval forest. 997. I teach that there are superior and inferior men and that under certain circumstances a single individual can justify the existence of whole millennia, i.e. a richer, greater, more complete, and more comprehensive man can justify the existence of countlessly many incomplete fragments of men. 998. Superior men live above all rulers, free from restraint, and in rulers they have their instruments. 999. Principle of hierarchy, he who determines the value and directs the will of millennia and does so by directing the naturally superior men, is the most superior man. 1000. For the title, a prophecy. As for the most superior man, I believe I have divined something of his soul, and though it may be the ruin of us, we who have caught a glimpse of him must help to make him possible. My fundamental idea is that when it comes to our value judgments, we must regard the future as decisive, and that where rules of conduct are concerned, we must leave the past behind us. 1001. Not mankind, but the Superman is the goal. Misunderstanding in Kant. 1002. Cum Elium es Eterna. INF 15, 85.35. Part 2. Dionysus. 1003. To him who is well constituted, who does my heart good, who is carved from wood which is hard, fine and fragrant, who delights even my nose, this book is dedicated. He savors that which is wholesome. His enjoyment of anything ceases as soon as it goes beyond the bounds of wholesomeness. He divines the remedies for minor injuries, his illnesses are the great stimulantia of his life. He knows how to take advantage of his own bad luck. He grows stronger through the misfortunes which threaten to destroy him. He instinctively gleans from everything he sees, hears, and experiences only that which serves his main purpose. He proceeds on a principle of selectivity, he allows much to fall by the wayside. He reacts with a leisureliness born of long caution and deliberate pride, he examines the stimulus to determine where it comes from, where it is going, without submitting to it. He is always in his own company, whether his commerce is with books, with people, or with landscapes, he honors things by choosing them, permitting them, trusting them. 1004. Having obtained a bird's-eye view of things, we begin to grasp that everything happens just as it ought to happen and that all manner of imperfections, together with all their attendant sufferings, are part of that which is eminently desirable. 1005. Around 1876 I was horrified to see all my previous hopes compromised. Once I realized what Wagner was doing, and I was bound very closely to him by a profound harmony of interests, by gratitude, by his irreplaceability and by the absolute privation I saw looming before me. Around the same time it seemed to me that I was inextricably entangled in my philological research and teaching, imprisoned in a life born of accident and expediency. I did not know how to escape and I was weary, exhausted, spent. Around the same time I realized that I was instinctively opposed to what Schopenhauer was doing. I was seeking a justification of life, even in its most terrible, most ambiguous, and most mendacious aspects, for which I possessed the formula Dionysian. Against the idea that the intrinsic nature of things is necessarily good, blessed, true and unitary, Schopenhauer's interpretation of the thing in itself as will was a step in the right direction, but he did not know how to deify this will. He still clung to the moral Christian ideal. Schopenhauer was still so much under the sway of Christian values that, once he could no longer regard the thing in itself as God, it had to be bad, stupid, utterly reprehensible. He did not realize that there can be countlessly many ways of being different, even countlessly many ways of being God. A curse on that narrow-minded dichotomy, good versus evil. 1006. Until now moral values have been the supreme values. Does anybody doubt this? If we remove these values from that position, we alter all values. The principle which had previously determined their relative rank is thereby overthrown. 1007. To revalue values, what would that involve exactly? It requires the existence of all the new, prospective tendencies which have already arisen of their own accord, tendencies which evince strength but which continue to be called by the wrong names and subjected to the wrong assessments, tendencies which have not yet become aware of themselves as such. It involves having the courage to become aware of and affirm everything which we have already achieved, and then to get out of the rut of these old value judgments which have cast aspersions on us precisely for the best and strongest things which we have achieved. 1008. A doctrine for which the necessary preparations have not been made, for which the marshaled forces and stockpiled explosives are inadequate, would be completely superfluous. A revaluation of values can only be achieved when there is a tension generated by new needs, a tension in the men who harbor these new needs, who suffer from the old assessment without being aware of it. 1009. The points of view for my values, whether out of abundance or longing, whether looking on, or lending a hand, or looking away and stepping aside, whether the pent-up energy is also released spontaneously or is only reactively stimulated or provoked, whether one is simple out of a paucity of elements, or out of such an overwhelming command over a multiplicity of them that one can press them into service as needed, whether one is a problem or a solution, whether one is perfect with a small task, or imperfect with an extraordinary aim, whether one is genuine or only an actor, whether one is a genuine actor or only the bad copy of an actor, whether one is a representative or the thing represented, whether one is a personage or merely a rendezvous of various people, whether one is ill from a disease or from an excess of health, whether one goes on ahead as a shepherd, or as an exception, or, for a third species, as a fugitive, whether one has need of dignity, or of the buffoon, whether one seeks resistance or evades it, whether one is imperfect by being too early or too late, whether one's nature is affirmative or negative or a peacock's tail of many different colors, whether one is proud enough to be unashamed even of one's own vanity, whether one is still able to feel the bite of conscience. This species is becoming rarer. Formerly conscience had too much to gnaw on, but now it seems as if it no longer has enough teeth to do so. Whether one is still able to have a sense of duty. There are those who would be deprived of what little lust for life remains if they allowed themselves to be robbed of duty, especially the little women and the humbly born. 1010. Suppose that our usual way of regarding the world were a misunderstanding, could a new kind of perfection be conceived within whose limits even such misunderstandings would be sanctioned? My idea is that those things which do not accord with our sense of logic, beauty, goodness, or truth might well be perfect in a higher sense than our ideal itself is. 1011. We have largely confined ourselves to what we know and have refused to make an idol out of what we do not. After many false starts and much wasted effort, we have scarcely begun to know anything. And yet, we have discovered a new world. We have been compelled to acknowledge the extent to which we are the authors of our own sense of what is valuable and what is not, and therefore able to assign a meaning to history. The logical outcome of our belief in truth, as you know, is that if there is anything to worship, it is illusion that must be worshipped, for is it not the lie, and not the truth, which is divine? 1012. Whatever advances rationality, likewise lends renewed strength to its antagonists, mysticism and folly of every kind. We should recognize that every movement is 1. Partly weariness with a previous movement, satiety with it, feeble spite towards it, illness, and 2. Partly a newly awakened, long dormant, pent-up energy, joyous, exuberant, violent health. 1013. Healthiness and sickliness, but here we have to be careful. The standard remains physical efflorescence, intellectual agility, courage and cheerfulness, but also, of course, how much sickness one can put up with and overcome, how much of it one can transform into health. The very things which would ruin a man of more delicate constitution are among the things which stimulate great health. 1014. It is only a matter of strength. One must have all the pathological traits of the century, but offset by the superabundant strength necessary to recuperate from them, to sculpt them into something more. The Strong Man, a sketch. 1015. Concerning the strength of the 19th century. We are more medieval than the 18th century, not merely more curious about or more excited by the strange and the rare. We are in revolt against the French Revolution. We have freed ourselves from the fear of raison, which was the spectre of the 18th century. We again dare to be absurd, lyrical, and childish. In a word, we are musicians. We are no more frightened of the ridiculous than we are of the absurd. The devil finds that tolerance of God works in his favor. More than that, he has an interest as one who has been misunderstood and slandered from time immemorial. We are defenders of the devil's honor. We no longer separate the great from the terrible. We account the good things, in all their complexity, together with the worst things. We have overcome the aspiration of the past, which was to have the growth of goodness without the growth of wickedness. Cowardice in the face of the Renaissance ideal has subsided. We dare to aspire to Renaissance morality itself. At the same time, intolerance towards the priests and the church has come to an end. Belief in God is immoral, but precisely that is what we regard as its best possible justification. We have given all these things their due. We are not afraid of the obverse of good things, e.g. Greek antiquity, morality, reason, good taste. We seek them out, being brave and curious enough to do so. We have recalculated the losses which all these treasures incur. Such a treasure is almost enough to reduce one to poverty. Nor do we conceal from ourselves the obverse of bad things either. 1016. On modernity, that which does us honor. If anything does us honor, it is our conviction that the things which are to be taken seriously lie elsewhere. Humble things, things which are perpetually despised and neglected, we regard as important. Fine sentiments, on the other hand, we hold cheap. Is there a more dangerous aberration than contempt for the body? Was not the entire realm of the intellect thereby condemned to become morbid, condemned to the vapors of idealism? Nothing devised by Christians and idealists makes any sense. We are more radical. We have discovered that the smallest world is usually the decisive one. We are, in a dangerous manner, in the. We know the value of well-paved streets, fresh air in our rooms, clean lodgings, wholesome food. We take all the necessities of life seriously and despise everything that smacks of the beautiful soul as a kind of levity and frivolity. That which has been previously most despised now takes precedence. To that I add immorality. Morality is only a form of immorality, which, with regard to the advantage which a certain kind has therefrom. 1017. In the place of Rousseau's man of nature, we in the 19th century have discovered a much truer image of man, having had the courage to do so. On the whole, the Christian notion man has thereby been re-established. What we have not had the courage to do was to approve of this man in himself and to see in him the guarantor of man's future. Similarly, we refuse to see that the further development of man's formidableness is a concomitant of the further development of culture. In this respect we are still subservient to the Christian ideal, and side with it against paganism as well as against the Renaissance notion of virtue. But this is not the key to culture, and in praxis, historical fabrications persist which redound to the benefit of the good man, as if he alone represented human progress, as does the socialist ideal, i.e. the residue of Christianity and of Rousseau in the dechristianized world. We have been struggling against the influence of the 18th century. It was Goethe and Napoleon who surmounted it more than any others. Even Schopenhauer struggled against it, but inadvertently found himself returning to the 17th. He is a modern Pascal, with Pascalian value judgments sans Christianity. Schopenhauer was not strong enough for a new affirmation. With Napoleon we begin to comprehend that the superior and the formidable man form a necessary unity. The male is restored, woman once again receives the contempt and fear she deserves. Totality as health and highest activity, the straight line, the grand style in action rediscovered, the most powerful instinct of life itself, ambition, is affirmed. 1018. Revue de Deux Mondes, February 15, 1887. Taine. Suddenly the faculty matrix 36 reveals itself. The artist, which was enclosed within the politician, is drawn to essay gain. 37 He creates dans l'ideal etl impossible. 38 He is once more recognized for what he is, the posthumous brother of Dante and of Michelangelo, and indeed, in the clear outlines of his vision, the intensity, the coherence and inner logic of his dream, the depth of his meditation, the superhuman grandeur of his conception, he is thus there like et l'Erigal, son génie la. Meme taille et la meme structure, ils d'un de trois esprits souverains de la Renaissance italienne. 39. Nota bene. Dante, Michelangelo, Napoleon. 1019. Religion. In the inward economy of the primitive man's psyche, the fear of evil prevails. What is evil? Three things: the accidental, the indeterminate, and the unexpected. How does primitive man combat evil? He conceives of it as something rational, powerful, even personal. Thus he is able to enter into agreements with it and even to influence it in advance, to prevent it. Another expedient is to maintain that its wickedness and harmfulness are merely illusory. He regards the consequences of the accidental, of the indeterminate, of the unexpected as well-intentioned, as meaningful. And above all, he interprets misfortune as deserved, he justifies evil as punishment. In summa, he submits to it. The whole interpretation of evil in moral and religious terms is nothing but a form of submission to it. The belief that there is some good purpose to evil means relinquishing the struggle against it. Now, the entire history of civilization represents a decreasing fear of the accidental, of the uncertain and of the unexpected. Being civilized means precisely learning to calculate, learning to think in terms of causes, learning how to prevent evils, learning to believe in necessity. With the growth of civilization, man is able to dispense with that primitive form of submission to suffering known as religion or morality and is able to dispense with that justification of suffering. Now he wages war against suffering, he abolishes it. There is even a possible condition in which man becomes weary with his own sense of security, with his own belief in law and predictability, in which an inclination towards the accidental, the indeterminate, and the unexpected becomes thrilling. Let us pause for a moment to consider the symptom of the highest culture. I call it the pessimism of strength. Man no longer needs a justification of suffering. Justification is precisely what he finds abhorrent. He enjoys suffering per cru. 40 He regards senseless suffering as the most interesting kind. If he had need of a God in the past, he now delights in a disordered world without God, a world of accident, a world in which terror, ambiguity, and seduction are essential. In such a condition, it is precisely goodness which stands in need of justification, i.e. it must have its foundation in something evil and dangerous, or else involve some great stupidity, then it still pleases us. Animality no longer horrifies us, a witty and cheerful exuberance in favor of the animal in man is, in such times, the most triumphant form of intellectuality. Man is now strong enough to be ashamed of believing in God, he now may play advocatus diaboli all over again. If in praxis he supports the preservation of virtue, he does so for those reasons which reveal that virtue involves subtlety, cunning, that it is a form of covetousness and ambition. Even this pessimism of strength culminates in a theodicy, i.e. in an absolute affirmation of the world, but for those reasons which formerly led to its denial, and in this way, to a conception of this world as the actually achieved ideal, as the highest ideal imaginable. 1020. The main types of pessimism. The pessimism of sensitivity, excessive irritability with a preponderance of the feelings of displeasure. The pessimism of the unfree will, in other words, lack of inhibition, an inability to resist stimuli. The pessimism of doubt, a hesitancy in the face of anything solid and substantial, or comprehensible and tangible. The corresponding psychological conditions may all be observed in the madhouse, albeit with a certain degree of exaggeration. Likewise nihilism, the penetrating sense of nothingness. But how are we to classify Pascal's moral pessimism, the metaphysical pessimism of the Vedanta philosophy, the social pessimism of the anarchists, or Shelley's, the pessimism of compassion, that of Tolstoy, A Divigny? Are all these things not also phenomena indicating disease and decay? Attaching excessive importance to moral values, or to otherworldly fictions, or to social calamities, or to suffering in general, any such exaggeration of a particular point of view is already a sign of disease. Also the preponderance of negation over affirmation. However, we must not confound any of this with the passion for denial and destruction characteristic of all rich and powerful men and ages, a passion which arises from the immense strength and energy with which they affirm. This passion is, if you will, a luxury, as well as a form of courage which confronts everything formidable, a sympathy for everything terrible and questionable, because, among other things, one is terrible and questionable oneself, the Dionysian in will, intellect, taste. 1021. My 5 no's. 1. My struggle against the sense of guilt and the introduction of the notion of punishment into the physical and metaphysical world, likewise into psychology and the interpretation of history. The insight into the manner in which every philosophy and value judgment hitherto has brought morality into everything. 2. My recognition and exposure of the traditional ideal, of the Christian ideal, even where the dogmatic form of Christianity lies in ruins. The danger of the Christian ideal lies in its sense of what is valuable, it can dispense with its doctrinal expression. My struggle against latent Christianity, e.g. in music, in socialism. 3. My struggle against the 18th century, as embodied in Rousseau, against its nature, its good man, its belief in the reign of sentiment, against the pampering, weakening, and moralizing of man. It is an ideal born of hatred for aristocratic culture, which in praxis is the reign of unbridled resentment, an ideal devised as a standard to rally around in a struggle against one's betters, the Christian morality of guilt, the morality of resentment, posturing by the mob. 4. My struggle against Romanticism, in which the ideals of Christianity and of Rousseau are combined, but which possesses at the same time a hankering for olden times of priestly and aristocratic culture, for virtue, for the strong man, something utterly hybrid, the notion of a stronger mankind which is ultimately false, an imitation, Romanticism, which holds extreme conditions in general in high esteem and sees in them a symptom of strength, the cult of passion, the desire for strong men, extreme conditions, an imitation of the most expressive forms, a furor espressivo born not out of abundance but out of want. Among poets, e.g. Stifter and G. Keller give signs of more strength and inner well-being than. 41. 5. My struggle against the ascendancy of gregarious instincts, now that science has made common cause with them, against the renewed hatred with which every kind of hierarchy and superiority is treated. Engineering, cheerful music, etc. are born out of relative abundance and are pursued with pleasure. Great feats of engineering and invention, the natural sciences, possibly history, all are products of the relative strength and self-confidence of the 19th century. 1022. From the pressure of superabundance, from the excitement of energies which are continually growing within us and which we do not yet know how to discharge, a condition arises like that which precedes a thunderstorm, our own nature darkens. That, too, is pessimism. A doctrine which puts an end to such a condition by commanding something, a revaluation of values by virtue of which the accumulated energies are shown away, whereto, so that they explode into action and flashes of lightning, such a doctrine by no means needs to teach happiness, for by releasing pent-up energy which was compressed to an agonizing degree, it brings happiness. 1023. Pleasure arises from power. Happiness consists in the dominant, dawning consciousness of power and triumph. Progress, the strengthening of the type, the capacity for great willing, everything else is misunderstanding, danger. 1024. We have entered a period where the old masquerade, in which the emotions were festooned with moral significance, now excites disgust. We would sooner have naked nature, where the amounts of power are simply admitted to be decisive, in determining rank, and where, as a consequence of grand passion, the grand style returns. 1025. The task of culture is to press into service everything formidable, individually, gradually and tentatively, but until it is strong enough to do so it must combat, moderate, conceal and even curse these things. Wherever a culture regards something as evil, it is an expression of fear and therefore of weakness. Thesis: everything good is a former evil which has been rendered serviceable. Standard: the greater and more formidable the passions which an age, a people, or an individual allow themselves, because they are able to use them as a means, the higher their culture is, the realm of evil is becoming ever smaller. The more mediocre, weak, servile, and cowardly a man is, the more things he will regard as evil. According to him the realm of evil is the most extensive. The most inferior man sees the realm of evil, i.e. that which is forbidden to him and hostile to him, everywhere. 1026. It is not a fact that happiness follows virtue, rather, it is the more powerful man who first declares his happy state to be virtue. Evil actions are characteristic of the mighty and the virtuous, vicious actions are associated with the subjugated. The mightiest man would have to be the most evil, inasmuch as he makes his ideal prevail over all men in opposition to their ideals and fashions them according to his own image, the Creator. Evil, in this respect, means hard, painful, oppressive. Men such as Napoleon must come again and again, thereby confirming afresh our belief in the autonomy of the individual. He himself, however, was corrupted by the means he had to stoop to and thus lost noblesse of character. If his foes had been different sorts of men, he could have availed himself of other means and thus it would not seem necessary that a Caesar become bad. 1027. Man is both beast and super-beast, the superior man is both subhuman and superhuman, these two belong together. With man's every ascent into the heights of greatness, he also descends into the depths of cruelty. We should not desire the one without the other, or rather, the more thoroughly we desire the one, the more thoroughly we attain the other. 1028. Formidableness is a part of greatness, let us not deceive ourselves. 1029. I have presented such terrifying images of knowledge that any Epicurean delight is thereby rendered impossible. Only Dionysian rapture suffices. I was the first to discover the tragic. The Greeks misunderstood it, thanks to their sententiousness and superficiality. Also, resignation is not the lesson tragedy teaches, but rather a misunderstanding of it. The longing for nothingness is the denial of tragic wisdom, its opposite. 1030. Rich and powerful souls not only manage to deal with painful, even terrible losses, hardships, robberies, and insults, they emerge from such hells with an even greater richness and power, and, the most essential thing, with a newly developed sense of the rapture of love. I believe that he who has divined something of the most fundamental conditions for the growth of love will understand Dante for having written over the portal of his Inferno, "Even I was created by eternal love." 42. 1031. To have traversed the entire circumference of the modern soul and to have occupied every point thereon, that is my ambition, my torture, my happiness. To have really overcome pessimism, and as a result to have acquired the eyes of a Goethe, filled with love and goodwill. 1032. The first question is by no means whether we are satisfied with ourselves, but whether we are satisfied with anything at all. Suppose that we said yes to a single moment, then we have not only said yes to ourselves, but to the whole of existence. For nothing stands alone, either in ourselves or in things, and if our soul did but once vibrate and resound with a chord of happiness, then all of eternity was necessary to bring forth this one occurrence, and in this single moment when we said yes, all of eternity was embraced, redeemed, justified, and affirmed. 1033. The affirmative emotions: pride, joy, health, love between the sexes, enmity and war, reverence, beautiful gestures, manners, and objects, strong will, the discipline of high intellectuality, the will to power, gratitude to the earth and to life. In short, all that is rich and munificent, that bestows, gilds, immortalizes and deifies life, the whole sway of the transfiguring virtues. Everything that gives countenance, that affirms in word, that affirms in deed. 1034. We few or many who again dare to live in a world from which all moral meaning has fled, we pagans in faith, are probably also the first to understand what a pagan faith actually involves, the obligation to imagine not just beings which are superior to man, but beings which are beyond good and evil, the obligation to regard everything which is superior as immoral. We believe in Olympus, and not in the crucified. 1035. More recently, man has exercised his capacity for idealization with respect to gods mostly by the increasing moralization of them, but what does that mean? Nothing good, a diminution in man's strength. That said, there is nothing inherently impossible about doing the reverse, and there are some indications that this is being done. Such a god could be thought of as being emancipated from morality, as gathering into himself the whole plenitude of life's contradictions, redeeming and justifying them in a divine agony, God as above and beyond the wretched loiterer's morality of good and evil. 1036. N.B. The world with which we are acquainted does not permit us to demonstrate the existence of a humanitarian God. Nowadays we can force you to admit as much, but what conclusion do you draw from that? He is not demonstrable to us, that is epistemological scepticism. But the conclusion which you all fear is, from the world with which we are acquainted quite a different God would be demonstrable, one who is not humanitarian in the least. I.e., you cleave fast to your God and invent for him a world with which we are not acquainted. 1037. Let us banish the highest good from our notion of God, it is unworthy of a God. Let us likewise banish the highest wisdom. Philosophers' vanity is responsible for this absurd notion that God is a monster of wisdom, that he should look as much as possible like them. No. God as the supreme power, that is sufficient. Everything, even the world, follows from that symbolis, that we might have a distinctive mark by which Dominus Omnipotens may be recognized. 1038. From On the History of the Concept of God. And how many new gods are still possible. I myself, in whom the religious, that is, the God-making instinct sometimes wishes to come to life again, how differently, how diversely, the divine has revealed itself to me each time. So many strange things have passed before me in those timeless moments, which fell as if from the moon into my life, moments in which I no longer knew how old I already was or how young I might yet become. I would not doubt that there are many kinds of gods. there is no lack of gods who possess even a certain undeniable halcyonism and blitheness. Perhaps even light feet belong to the notion of a god. Is it necessary to explain that a god knows how to remain at all times beyond everything rational and respectable? Even, I might add, beyond good and evil? His outlook is free, as Goethe would say. 43. And to invoke the inestimable authority of Zarathustra, Zarathustra goes as far as to confess, I would only believe in a god who knew how to dance. To say it again, how many new gods are still possible? Admittedly, Zarathustra himself is merely an old atheist. Understand him well. For while it is true that Zarathustra says that he would, Zarathustra will not. Asterisk. The divine type modeled on the type of the creative intellect, of the great man. 44. 1039. Art. Preface. For me, talking about art is incompatible with a sullen deportment. I want to talk about it in the same way that I talk to myself on wild and lonely walks, where I sometimes catch sight of a sacrilegious happiness and ideal on a serene horizon. To spend one's life amid delicate and absurd things, a stranger to reality, half artist, half bird and metaphysician, without regard for reality other than to occasionally acknowledge it as good dancers do, with the tips of their toes, always tickled by any sunbeam of happiness, ebullient and encouraged even by sorrow, for sorrow preserves the fortunate, pinning a little tale of buffoonery to even the holiest of things. This, it goes without saying, is the ideal of a heavy, hundredweight spirit, a spirit of gravity. 1040. From the Military Academy of the Soul. 45. Dedicated to the brave, the cheerful, the austere. I do not wish to underestimate the importance of the amiable virtues, but greatness of soul is not compatible with them. Even in the arts, the grand style excludes what is pleasing. In times of strain and vulnerability, choose war, it toughens, it develops muscles. The deeply wounded have their Olympian laughter, a man only has what he needs to have. It has gone on for 10 years now, no sound reaches me any more, a land without rain. A man must have humanity to spare in order to not languish in such a drought. Every faith is instinctively dishonest, it defends itself against every truth which threatens its conviction that it already possesses the truth, it shuts its eyes, it resorts to slander. We have a faith because it makes us blessed, we do not consider something true if it does not make us blessed. Appudendum. 1041. How I recognize my equals. Philosophy, as I have thus far understood it and lived it, is the voluntary exploration of even the accursed and odious aspects of existence. From my long experience of wandering through ice and desert, I learned to view previous philosophizing quite differently. The hidden history of the philosophers, the psychology of its great names, was revealed to me. How much truth can an intellect stand, how much truth does an intellect dare? This for me became the actual measure of value. Error is cowardice. And every attainment of knowledge is the result of intellectual courage, rigor, and scrupulousness. Such a discipline knows in advance, on a trial basis, the possibilities of even the most thoroughgoing nihilism, without implying that it would stop at a no, at the will to know. On the contrary, it wants the very opposite, a Dionysian affirmation of the world as it is, without deduction, exception or selection. It wants the eternal cycle, the same things, the same logical or illogical connections. The supreme condition a philosopher can attain is a Dionysian attitude towards life. My formula for this is amor fati. This discipline includes understanding that the previously negated aspects of existence are not only necessary, but desirable, and not only desirable in terms of the previously affirmed aspects, perhaps as their concomitants or preconditions, but for their own sake, as the more powerful, more fruitful, truer aspects of existence in which its will expresses itself most clearly. It likewise includes deprecating the aspects of existence which were previously affirmed to the exclusion of all others. It includes understanding from where this previous assessment originates and how little a Dionysian evaluation of life is bound by it. I identified and understood what it was that was actually saying yes here, in the first instance, the instinct of the suffering, in the second, the instinct of the gregarious, and in the third, the instinct of the majority in their conflict with the exceptions. Thus I surmised that another, stronger kind of man would inevitably approach the elevation and improvement of man from another perspective. He would regard these superior creatures as being beyond good and evil, as beyond those values whose origin lies within the sphere of the suffering, the gregarious and the majority. I have sought the beginnings of this contrary ideal's formation in history, in the newly discovered and expounded notions pagan, classical, and noble. 1042. The synthesis of oppositions and opposing impulses in a people is a sign of their total strength. How much of this can they subdue? But now we see a new conception of holiness, which was ultimately attributable to Plato's naivete. The opposition of heretical impulses to each other is no longer in the foreground. This demonstrates the extent to which the Greek religion was superior to the Judeo-Christian. The latter triumphed because the Greek religion had itself degenerated, had regressed. The aim should be the sanctification of the most powerful, most terrible, most disreputable forces, to use an old figure of speech, the deification of the devil. 1043. It should come as no surprise that a couple of millennia were needed to re-establish a connection with the past. What are a couple of millennia? 1044. There must be those who consecrate all that we do, not only eating and drinking, and not only in remembrance of them, or to become one with them. 46. But that this world might be made ever anew and in ever new ways transfigured. 1045. The most intellectual men feel the charm and magic of sensual things in a way in which other men, whose hearts are set on things of the flesh, neither can nor should imagine. The former are sensualists in the best sense of the word, because they allow a more fundamental value to the senses than those fine sieves, those apparatuses of rarefaction and reduction, or however else one might characterize what is popularly called the intellect. The strength and power of the senses, this is the most essential thing in a well-constituted and whole man. The splendid beast must be there first, otherwise to what purpose is all humanization? 1046. 1. We want to have faith in the senses, to adhere to what they tell us, and to work out the implications of all we learn from them. The absurdity of previous philosophers in this regard is mankind at its most absurd. 2. The world available to us, the world that all earthly living things have constructed to appear substantial and gradually changing, is a world we want to continue to construct, not to regard as false or argue away. 3. Our value judgments constructed by emphasis and accentuation. What does it mean when a whole religion says, it is entirely bad and false and evil? This condemnation of the whole process can only be the judgment of the ill-constituted. 4. Of course, might it not be that they suffer the most and therefore are the most refined? That contented people are of little worth? 5. The artistic phenomenon known as life must be understood as the constructive spirit, which constructs under the most unfavorable circumstances in the most gradual way. The proof that all the world's combinations must be given anew is that it is still here, that it has been preserved. 1047. Sexuality, ambition, the pleasure derived from illusion and deception, great, joyous gratitude towards life and its typical conditions, that is what is essential to pagan cults and has a good conscience on its side. That which is unnatural, already apparent in Greek antiquity, combats paganism as morality, dialectics, and asceticism. 1048. An anti-metaphysical view of the world, yes, but an artistic one. A pessimistic, Buddhistic view of the world, a skeptical, rigorous view of the world, but not a positivistic 1.47. 1049. The illusion of Apollo, the eternity of the beautiful form, the aristocratic legislation, thus shall it ever be. Dionysus, sensuality and cruelty. Transience could be interpreted as the enjoyment of procreative and destructive energies, as continual creation. 1050. The contrary movement, art, the birth of tragedy. According to Nietzsche 48, these two artistic forces of nature are opposed to each other as the Dionysian and the Apollonian. He asserts that the word Dionysian expresses an urge towards unity as the abyss of oblivion, a longing to reach beyond personality, the ordinary, society, reality, a passionately painful overflow into darker, fuller, more open states, an ecstatic affirmation of the general character of life, as that which remains the same amid all change, the same in power, the same in beatitude, the great pantheistic sharing of gladness and sorrow which endorses and sanctifies even the most terrible and questionable qualities of existence out of an eternal will to procreation, to fertility, to eternity, as a sense of unity born of the necessity of creation and destruction. The word Apollonian expresses the impulse towards perfect self-sufficiency, towards the typical individual, towards everything which simplifies and emphasizes, everything which makes a thing strong, clear, unambiguous, and typical, freedom under law. The further development of art is just as dependent upon their antagonism as the further development of mankind is dependent upon the antagonism between the sexes. The wealth of power and restraint, the highest form of self-affirmation in a cool, noble, austere beauty, the Apollonianism of the Hellenic will. The origin of tragedy and comedy may be regarded as a palpable vision of a divine type in a state of total ecstasy, as a witnessing of the legendary scene, of the visitation, miracle, act of foundation, of drama. This dichotomy of the Dionysian and of the Apollonian in the Greek soul is one of the great enigmas by which Nietzsche is drawn in considering the essence of the Hellenic. At bottom, Nietzsche endeavors to ascertain precisely why Greek Apollonianism had to spring from Dionysian soil. The Dionysian Greek had to become Apollonian, that is, he had to break himself of the will to the monstrous, the multifarious, the indeterminate, and the horrible and replace it with the will to moderation, simplicity and subordination to rules and concepts. The immoderate, the chaotic, the Asiatic, lie at the basis of the Greek character. The bravery of the Greek consists in his struggle with his Asiaticism. His beauty was not a gift, any more than the logic or the naturalness of his customs were. It was won by conquest, determination, and struggle. It is his victory. 1051. It is only fair that the highest and most illustrious human joys, those in which existence celebrates its own transfiguration, should come only to the incomparable and the best constituted, although only after they and their ancestors have, unbeknownst to themselves, spent their lives in preparation for them. It is then that a superabundance of the most diverse forces and at the same time a swift power of free decision and magisterial decree can amicably coexist in the same man, for then the intellect is just as much at home in the senses as the senses are at home in the intellect, and all that takes place in the one also awakens a refined and exceptionally felicitous play in the other. And conversely. Take a moment to consider this converse process in Hafez. Even Goethe gives us an inkling of this process, albeit in an attenuated form. It is probable that in such perfectly well-constituted men, enjoyments of a wholly sensual nature are ultimately transfigured into allegorical reveries of the highest intellectuality. They experience in themselves a kind of deification of the body and are at the greatest remove from that ascetic philosophy which is expressed in the proposition God is a spirit, which only goes to show that the ascetic is the ill-constituted man, the man who merely takes something intrinsic to him and especially that in him which judges and condemns and calls it good, calls it God. By contrast, the Greeks knew of a whole vast spectrum of happiness, from that height of joy where man thoroughly feels himself to be a deified form and self-justification of nature, all the way down to the joy of robust peasants and robust half-human animals. In the face of this, they quivered with the gratitude of the initiate and gave it, with much circumspection and pious reticence, the divine name of Dionysus. What then do modern men, the children of a frail, often ailing and unlikely mother, know of the extent of the Greeks' happiness? What could they know about it? What could possibly entitle the slaves of modern ideas to participate in Dionysian revels? When the Greek body and soul were flourishing, rather than languishing in mania and madness, there arose that mysterious symbol of the highest affirmation of the world and transfiguration of life ever attained on earth. This provides a standard according to which everything that has grown up since must be deemed too stunted, too impoverished, too inhibited. We need only utter the word Dionysus before the best modernity has to offer, before such names as Goethe, or Beethoven, or Shakespeare, or Raphael, and suddenly we feel that our best things and moments have been judged and found wanting. Dionysus is a judge. Do you understand me? There can be no doubt that the Greeks drew upon their Dionysian experiences to interpret the ultimate mysteries concerning the fate of the soul and everything they knew about education and refinement and, above all, about the immutable hierarchy and inequality among men, and yet without access to these experiences everything Greek is buried in a great and profound silence. We do not know the Greeks as long as the secret subterranean passage into their world is still obstructed. The prying eyes of scholars will never bring to light some of these things, however much scholarship remains to be done in the service of that excavation. Even the noble enthusiasm of such lovers of antiquity as Goethe and Winckelmann has something improper and almost presumptuous about it. But he who waits and prepares himself, who awaits the welling up of new springs, who prepares himself in solitude for strange visions and voices, who purifies his soul more and more of the fair ground dust and noise of this age, who not only dismisses everything Christian, but who overcomes it by something heretical and super-Christian. 49, for it was the Christian doctrine that was the heresy set in opposition to the Dionysian, who rediscovers the south in himself and spreads above himself the canopy of a clear, brilliant, and mysterious southern sky, who recaptures his soul's southern vigor and latent power, who becomes, step by step, more comprehensive, more supranational, more European, more supra-European, more Oriental and ultimately more Greek, for the Greeks were the first to consolidate and synthesize everything Oriental and, in so doing, inaugurated the European soul and discovered our new world. He who lives in obedience to such imperative demands, who knows what he might encounter one day? Perhaps even, a new day. 1052. The contrary movement, religion. The two types, Dionysus and the crucified. Note the typically religious man, a form of decadence. The great innovators are, one and all, morbid and epileptic, but are we not leaving out the religious man who is pagan? Is the pagan cult not a form of thanksgiving and affirmation of life? Must not its supreme representative itself be a defense and deification of life? The type of spirit which is fully formed and rapturously overflowing. The type of action which incorporates and redeems everything in existence which is contradictory and questionable? It is here that I situate the Dionysus of the Greeks, the religious affirmation of life, life in all its fullness, not life divided and disowned. It is typical that the sexual act awakens profound emotion, mystery, and awe. Dionysus versus the crucified, there you have the contrast. It is not that their respective martyrdoms differ, but that each one has a different meaning. Life itself, life's eternal fruitfulness and recurrence requires agony, destruction, and the will to annihilation. In the other case, the suffering of the innocent man crucified constitutes an objection to this life, a formula for its condemnation. As one might have gathered, the problem is the meaning of suffering, whether it is to be given a Christian meaning or a tragic meaning. In the first case it is the way to a blessed existence, in the latter, existence is sufficiently blessed already to justify an immense amount of suffering. The tragic man affirms even the bitterest suffering, he is strong enough, rich enough, deifier enough, to do so. The Christian denies even the happiest lot on earth, he is weak enough, poor enough, disinherited enough to suffer life in any form. God on the cross is a curse upon life, an indication that one should be delivered from it. Dionysus cut into pieces is a promise to life, that it will be eternally born anew, that it will return from its destruction. Part 3. The Eternal Recurrence. 1053. My philosophy introduces the triumphant idea which will ultimately destroy all other ways of thinking. It is the great cultivating idea, the races unable to bear it are doomed, the races which consider it the greatest blessing are destined to rule. 1054. For the fourth book. For this greatest of all battles, a new weapon is required. This hammer forces a terrible decision on Europe, confronting it with consequences, asking it if it is bent on its own destruction. Mediocrity must be avoided. Far better to perish. 1055. Under certain circumstances, a pessimistic way of thinking and doctrine, an ecstatic nihilism, may be essential, particularly for the philosopher, as the mighty press and hammer with which he smashes and disposes of degenerate and dying races, in order to make way for a new order of life, or in order to inspire a longing for the end in what was going to degenerate and die anyway. 1056. I want to teach the idea which gives the many a right to expunge themselves, the great cultivating idea. 1057. Eternal Recurrence. A Book of Prophecy. 1. The exposition of the doctrine and its theoretical presuppositions and corollaries. 2. The proof of the doctrine. 3. Presumed consequences of its being believed. It brings everything to the breaking point. A. The means of enduring them. B. The means of remedying them. 4. Its place in history as a turning point. The time of greatest danger. The establishment of an oligarchy above peoples and their interests, education for a universal politics. Counterpart of Jesuitism. 1058. The two greatest philosophical points of view, discovered by Germans, that of becoming, of development, and that which concerns itself with the value of existence, but the wretched form of German pessimism must first be overcome, are reconciled by me in a decisive manner. Everything becomes and eternally recurs, escape is impossible. Suppose that we could judge the value of existence, what would follow from that? The thought of recurrence is a principle of selection in the service of power, and barbarity. Man is mature enough for this thought. 1059. 1. The presuppositions of the thought, what must be true for it to be true, and what it entails in turn. 2. The thought as the most serious thought, its probable effect unless it is prevented, i.e. unless we revalue all of our values. 3. The means of bearing it, the revaluation of all values, instead of the desire for certainty, a delight in uncertainty, instead of the idea of cause and effect, the idea of a perpetually creative activity, instead of the will to life, the will to power, etc. Instead of the humble phrase "it is all merely subjective," let us say, "it is also our work." Let us be proud of it. 1060. To bear the thought of recurrence, we need freedom from morality and new methods of dealing with pain, pain regarded as the instrument, as the father of pleasure. There is no cumulative consciousness of suffering. We need to find enjoyment in being uncertain and experimental in all sorts of ways, to counterbalance an extreme fatalism. We must rid ourselves of the notion that things are necessary, that there are wills, that there is any such thing as knowledge in itself. The greatest elevation of man's consciousness of strength is in those who create the Superman. 1061. The two most extreme ways of thinking, the mechanistic and the Platonic, are reconciled as ideals in the eternal recurrence. Point 50. 1062. If the world had some purpose, this would have to have been achieved already. Were there some unintended final state in store for it, this too would have to have been achieved already. Were it at all capable of being, of remaining stationary or arriving at a steady state, if it had possessed this capacity for being even if only for a moment in the course of its development, then all development would have long since come to an end, along with all thinking and all intellect. The fact that intellect develops over time proves that the world has no purpose, no final state, and is thus incapable of being. However, the old habit of thinking of things in the light of their purposes, of thinking of the world in terms of divine creation and guidance, is so powerful that the thinker has to be careful not to think that the world's very failure to achieve any purpose is itself intentional. This idea, that the world intentionally evades achieving any purpose and even devises expedients to avoid falling into a cycle, inevitably occurs to all those who would like to insist upon the world's boundless capacity for innovation, in other words, the finite, determinate energy of invariable magnitude that is the world possesses the wondrous facility for infinitely reconfiguring its forms and states. The world is supposed to be capable of divine creative power, an infinite power of transformation. Even if God no longer is, it is supposed to prevent itself of its own accord from falling back into one of its earlier forms. It is supposed to have not only the intention, but also the means of guarding itself from any repetition, and thus at every moment it is supposed to monitor each of its movements to avoid achieving any purposes, arriving at any final states, or initiating any repetitions. And whatever else may follow from such inexcusably preposterous reasoning and wishful thinking. This is just the persistence of the earlier religious reasoning and wishful thinking, a kind of longing to believe that somewhere or other, in some way or other, the world is the same as the old, beloved, infinite, and limitlessly creative God after all, that in some way or other the old God still lives after all, that longing of Spinoza's which expressed itself in the words Deus sive natura, he even experienced it in the form of natura sive Deus. However, what proposition and belief provides the most definitive formulation of the decisive turning point, the present ascendancy of the spirit of science over the spirit of religion that creates fictitious gods? Is it not that the energy of the world may not be thought unlimited, because it is unthinkable, that we forbid ourselves the concept of an infinite energy because it is incompatible with the concept energy? From which it follows that the world lacks even the capacity for boundless innovation. 1063. The eternal recurrence is an inevitable consequence of the principle of the conservation of energy. 1064. The fact that a state of equilibrium is never reached proves that it is impossible. But in indeterminate space it would have to be reached, likewise in spherical space. The form of space must be the cause of perpetual movement and ultimately of all imperfection. Force, rest, and self-identity are mutually exclusive. There is a fixed amount of force, but its essence is in flux, eliciting, constraining. The notion timelessness is to be rejected. Force cannot remain inert. At any given moment in which it operates, a new distribution of forces is absolutely conditioned. Change is essential to force, therefore so too is temporality. But this is just to say that change is subject to necessity, which is the same thought in a different guise. 1065. A certain Emperor 51 kept constantly before him the transitory nature of all things, so as not to attach too much importance to them and to remain tranquil in their midst. Conversely, to my mind it seems that everything is far too valuable to be so fleeting. I seek an eternity for everything. Should the most precious salves and wines be poured into the sea? And my consolation is that all that has been is eternal, the sea will wash it ashore again. 1066. The New World Conception, the Eternal Recurrence, Philosophy. 1. The world exists, it neither becomes nor passes away. 52. Or, rather, it becomes, it passes away, but it becomes without beginning and it passes away without end. It subsists in both. It lives on itself, it feeds on its excretions. 2. The hypothesis of a created world need not detain us for a moment. The notion creation is today utterly indefinable and inapplicable, a mere word, a vestige of a superstitious age, and nothing is explained by words alone. A final attempt to conceive of a world that began has been recently made several times with the help of logical rigmarole, and in most of these cases, as one might imagine, the attempts were made with an ulterior theological motive. 3. Recently, people have tried several times to show that the notion of a world with an infinite past involves a contradiction. 53. These attempts even met with success, though at the price of mistaking the head for the tail. Nothing can prevent me from counting the moments gone by, beginning with the present and working backwards and saying, I shall never come to the end of them, just as I can count the moments to come, starting from the present and proceeding forwards to infinity. Only if I wanted to make the mistake, I shall take care not to do so, of equating this correct notion of a regressus in infinitum with the entirely inapplicable notion of an infinite progresses up to the present, despite the fact that the direction is a matter of complete indifference. Would I take hold of the head of the present and think I hold the tail? I leave that to you, Herr Düring. 4. I have encountered this thought in 5 thinkers, and on every occasion I found that it was prompted by ulterior motives, mostly of a theological character, in favor of a creator spiritus. If the world could in any way ossify, wither away, perish, sink into nothingness, or if it could reach a state of equilibrium, or if it had an aim at all which would in itself entail permanence, immutability, and a final condition, to put it in metaphysical terms, if becoming could pass over into being or nothingness, this state should have been reached. But it has not been reached, from which it follows. This is the only thing we can be certain of, and which serves as a corrective to a great many world hypotheses which are intrinsically possible. If, example, the mechanical interpretation cannot escape the conclusion that Thomson 54 has traced out for it, that the world will arrive at a final state, then the mechanical interpretation is thereby refuted. 5. If it is possible to think of the world as a determinate magnitude of force, as a determinate number of centers of force, and every other idea remains indeterminate and therefore useless, then it follows that it must go through a calculable number of combinations, in the great game of chance that is its existence. If an infinite amount of time has elapsed, then at some moment or other every possible combination must have been realized, and what is more, it would have been realized an infinite number of times. And since every other possible combination must have come and gone between each of these combinations and its next recurrence, and each of these combinations conditions the entire sequence of combinations in the same series, a cycle of absolutely identical series is thus demonstrated. The world is a cycle which has already been repeated an infinite number of times and plays its game in infinitum. This conception is not simply mechanistic, for if it were, it would not require an infinite recurrence of identical cases, but a final state. It is because the world has not reached this final state that the mechanistic interpretation must be regarded as an imperfect and merely provisional hypothesis. 1067. And do you know what I take the world to be? Shall I hold my mirror up to it? This world is a monster of energy, without beginning or end, a fixed and invariable magnitude of energy, no more, no less, which is never expended, merely transformed, of unalterable size as a whole, whose budget is without either expenses or losses, but likewise without gains or earnings, surrounded and bounded by nothingness. It is nothing indefinite or dispersed, nothing infinitely extended, but rather a determinate amount of energy set in a determinate space, and not a space which would be empty anywhere, but on the contrary a space everywhere filled with energy, a play of energy and waves of energy, simultaneously the one and the many, waxing here and waning there, an ocean of tempestuous and torrential energies, forever changing, forever rolling back, with enormous periods of recurrence, with an ebb and flow of its configurations, bringing forth the most complicated from the simplest, the most fiery, fierce, and self-contradictory from the most still, rigid and cold, and then from this profusion returning again to simplicity, from this play of contradictions back to the joy of concord, still affirming itself in the identity of its courses and ages, forever blessing itself as that which eternally recurs, a becoming which knows no satiety, disgust, or weariness. This, my Dionysian world of eternal self-creation, of eternal self-destruction, this mysterious world with its two forms of voluptuousness, this my beyond good and evil, which has no aim if it does not lie in the happiness of the circle, which has no will, if a ring has no good will towards itself. Do you want a name for my world? A solution to all its enigmas. A light for you who are best concealed, strongest, most intrepid, most northerly, most midnightly. 55 This world is the will to power, and nothing besides. And even you yourselves are this will to power, and nothing besides. Note on the text and translation. Even apart from the question of whether these notes had Nietzsche's imprimatur, they would still be of value in the way that the notebooks of any important author can be of value, As our predecessor Walter Kaufmann put it, they afford a glimpse into Nietzsche's workshop. However, they are fragmentary and chaotic, hopscotching from one topic to another. A purely chronological presentation, while immeasurably valuable for scholarship, renders them all but unreadable. Happily, the original editors of The Will to Power solved this problem for us. The material was rearranged topically, following a rough, four-part outline taken from Nietzsche, one of many and by no means the latest, and further subdivided by a scheme of the editor's own devising. This rendered the material readable. Our solution to the problem of how to present this material has thus involved the same compromise that Walter Kaufmann followed: preserve the thematic ordering, while correcting errors and flagging or removing editorial creativity as much as feasible. Unfortunately, Walter Kaufmann's translation was made prior to the publication of the German historical critical edition of Nietzsche's writings, which Giorgio Colli and Massimo Montinari began to edit in 1967, continuing work which they had begun in the late 1950s for an Italian translation of Nietzsche's works. Though Kaufmann in principle had access to the original manuscripts, our research suggests that he did not always avail himself of them, and that much of the editorial activity which created the German editions of The Will to Power was thus largely invisible to him. By contrast, we have benefited from the opportunity to compare the German edition with the manuscripts transcribed in the Colli, Montinari edition, and in light of subsequent, published corrections of these, in order to see what exactly was done with these texts. If our research had shown that the editorial activity so thoroughly modified the texts as to make them useless as sources of information about Nietzsche's thought and writing, then we would never have decided to translate a new edition of The Will to Power for publication. But neither is the text a successfully reconstituted magnum opus. We find that the truth lies somewhere in the middle. In most cases, breaking up the manuscripts into fragments and rearranging them obscured Nietzsche's meaning no more than tidying up his punctuation and paragraphing did. A more serious difficulty involved the editor's occasional preference for crossed-out rough drafts over Nietzsche's final draft. Also, the editors failed to note that some passages are merely Nietzsche's reading notes about passages from other authors. Many of Nietzsche's remarks on the difference between the ethics of Jesus and the culture of the church are merely readers' notes on Tolstoy, and express Tolstoy's views, albeit views Nietzsche would appropriate and repeat in the Antichrist. Perhaps the worst practice involved combining sentences and paragraphs from different manuscripts into single, apparently continuous notes and sometimes modifying sentence order within a note. Fortunately, this is quite rare. Where this has occurred, we have indicated the independence of the various portions of text by separating them with a centered asterisk. Thus, while the textual foundation of this translation is Der Wille zur Macht, 1884/88. Versuch einer Umwertung aller Worth, the second, expanded edition contained in vols 9 and 10 of Nietzsche's Werke, Taschenausgabe, Leipzig, C.G. Naumann Verlag, 1906. All of its discrepancies with the original manuscripts have been corrected. 1. In all instances we have followed the most recent draft short of a published text, taking full account of Nietzsche's own corrections. If the entire section was crossed out, we ignored Nietzsche's rejection of it rather than leave a section blank, but indicate this fact in an endnote. Where Nietzsche quotes from material in a language other than German, we have reproduced or translated the original text. The topical arrangement of the material, as well as the chapter titles, are the product of its original editors, and do not in any way correspond to Nietzsche's own intentions for this material at any time. However, everything in the main body of this edition is a translation of something Nietzsche himself wrote. In a separate publication, omitted here because of its length, we will refer the more scholarly reader to the original German materials, and report every difference between the manuscripts and the published text, with the exception of minor spelling and punctuation issues, which came to light in the course of preparing this translation. A few remarks on the translation itself. Though correcting errors introduced by the original editors of The Will to Power might seem a sufficient justification for producing a new translation to supersede Walter Kaufmann's and R.J. Hollingdale's earlier effort, One might think that their work should at least serve as an admirable model of how to approach translating Nietzsche's prose. Because what we have done is quite different, a few words about our methodology are in order. Our goal is to simulate the experience an Anglophone reader might have reading Nietzsche, had he written in English. This is not an alternative to literal faithfulness, but rather our conception of what faithfulness demands. Now it goes without saying that a literal translation would not adhere to the word order of a German sentence, because of certain characteristic differences between English and German grammar. But to make Nietzsche speak English, we must take more license than simply modifying word order, for there are many grammatical constructions which, while equally possible in both languages, are far more natural in German than in English. Rather than preserve such constructions and convey the impression that Nietzsche's writing is far clunkier in the original than it actually is, we have attended as much to what constitutes a natural turn of phrase in English as we have to Nietzsche's specific choices. Our ethic is to keep faith with what Nietzsche is trying to say, and his manner of saying it, rather than to produce a near one-to-one mapping from the lexicon of one language to another. That said, where there is a specific difference between the manuscript text and the will-to-power text, we have been especially punctilious and exceptionally sparing in the use of individual words which appear in the latter but not the former. Second, we have been far more sensitive to the dangers of anachronism in style and usage than is typically the case, and so our guide to English usage is largely restricted to what would have been considered appropriate and graceful to Nietzsche's Anglophone contemporaries, though out of consideration for the reader we have avoided expressions that would be so unfamiliar to a 21st century reader as to be unclear. A graceful and idiomatic Nietzsche who writes as only a 21st century Anglophone would is not Nietzsche. Constrained by this ethic of eschewing anachronism, our translation has involved an extensive amount of actual research into 19th century prose style. The result, we hope, is as close as an English reader could get to hearing Nietzsche's voice, short of learning German and reading him in the original. Third, certain recurring difficulties in prior Nietzsche translations have been avoided, difficulties we did not anticipate when we began, some of which were common enough to bear mention. Often, Nietzsche employs a perfectly ordinary German idiom for which there is a closely corresponding English idiom, but the translator, either out of ignorance of the one or the other, translates quite unnaturally with a word-for-word equivalent, or worse, a paraphrase that misses the point. Relatedly, Nietzsche often uses expressions that are dead metaphors in German, and which therefore should be rendered by equally dead metaphors in English, lest he seem to be engaged in, often seemingly bizarre, poetic flights of fancy when he isn't. When the translator fails to take this properly into account, the result is to convey an impression of haziness, oddity, and excitement that is simply lacking in the original. Lastly, some of Nietzsche's vocabulary is archaic by our standards, and failing to notice instances of this can lead to strange and even unintelligible results. In our striving for idiomatic English we have produced a Nietzsche who is surprisingly more clear and straightforward than hitherto suspected. Another point concerns what one might call Nietzsche's slogans. Translations of Nietzsche's writings have brought to English and popularized a number of expressions and phrases which unfortunately seem to be best characterized as mistranslations. The difficulty is the trade-off between accuracy and grace in our translation, and honoring the measure of likely prior familiarity in the reader. The largest problem is perhaps with the phrase will to power itself. This phrase is rare to the point of non-existence in English before Nietzsche, not because English speakers were unfamiliar with that passion, but because English typically appends verbs, not nouns, to the expression will to. The more proper expression would be the desire for power. However, we retain the will to power, in part because of its greater familiarity, and in part because there is an important difference between willing and desiring which Nietzsche himself at one point calls to our attention. The German words wille and willen are indeed connected to wanting, but also to intending, being intent on or determined to attain something. In the end, we have chosen to leave this peculiar if famous expression, and with it, related phrases such as the will to truth, in its currently familiar form. Another example is eternal recurrence. Here too we have retained the familiar phrase, but with reservations. It is far more natural to say that things recur perpetually rather than eternally, but not only would this be unfamiliar, it would also fail to pick up the wordplay, and some of its philosophical implications, in Nietzsche's reflections on eternity, eternal life, etc. A final example is the cluster of terms in Nietzsche involving values. Our impression is that prior translators have adverted to Latinate forms somewhat too often, when simple cognates like worth will do. It is also far more common in German to nominalize verbs, whereas in English this conveys a somewhat technical tone. Thus we have avoided terms like valuation where possible, lest Nietzsche seem more like a tax assessor than a philosopher. That said, the number of commercial and financial metaphors in The Will to Power is extraordinary and seldom commented upon. When Nietzsche's wordplay and famous slogans require these Latinate forms, we have tolerated them, as in revalue the values, values devalue themselves and the like. In prior translations there has been a certain amount of confusion about Nietzsche's use of foreign expressions. Contemporary German is, among other things, the product of an extensive purge of French borrow words, and thus a contemporary reader may be under the impression that Nietzsche is using a French word, typically a noun, when in fact he is using an obsolete but ordinary German expression which is similar or even identical to its French counterpart. Thus we have been more cautious than prior interpreters in reading expressions as French. In some cases it is difficult to say whether Nietzsche regards a term as French or German, so we have somewhat arbitrarily relied, in the case of nouns, on capitalization to resolve the uncertainty, giving preference to regarding a French borrow word as German unless its first letter is lowercase. Lastly, a point about gender inclusiveness. As is well known, English contains forms in which the masculine includes the feminine, and a common contemporary practice is to eschew them if possible. Since rendering these expressions in gender-neutral English, either out of literal fidelity to the German, or out of concern for contemporary sensibilities, far too often leads to awkwardness, we have generally preferred masculine forms. Were Nietzsche noteworthy for his feminist convictions, this might be a cause for concern, but his hypermasculinism is so evident that it would be doing him an unearned ideological kindness by our lights at the expense of stylistic injury. Consequently we have often preferred man, especially when Nietzsche is effusing about strength, superiority, and the like. In one further respect, this book follows in the footsteps of our predecessors Walter Kaufmann and R.J. Hollingdale. For this project I enlisted the assistance of the independent scholar and translator Michael Scarpati, who produced a complete draft of the text, which I subsequently corrected and completely revised, after comparing it with the original German, both of The Will to Power and the manuscripts, word by word, sentence by sentence. My debt to Mr. Scarpati's labors and especially to his conception of translation is enormous. However, final responsibility for the published text, and any errors or infelicities it may still contain, is entirely my own. R. Kevin Hill. September 1, 2016.